You're about to step back into the golden age. An era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, DuPont presents dramatic incidents in the life of one of New England's most illustrious men, the great mathematician Nathaniel Bowditch. Before Bowditch's day, American shipmasters had never excelled in navigation. Ships found their way across the ocean with no accurate knowledge of their courses. Bowditch was never satisfied with a superficial study of the problem at hand. The careful precision that he exercised may be compared with the work of the research chemist, who finds his greatest reward in seeing the world benefit from his contributions to the comforts and conveniences of civilization. Or, as these contributions are expressed by the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will bring us a special setting of Sometimes I'm Happy from the musical comedy Hit the Deck. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward.
Nathaniel Bowditch was born in the seafaring village of Salem, Massachusetts, March 26, 1773. When he was 8 years old, an incident occurred which left a marked impression on him, which undoubtedly pointed his future course as a mathematician and student. We find him entering the kitchen of his home in Salem. The young boy is sobbing bitterly, and his mother greets him with alarm.
Mother! Nathaniel, come here, dear. Tell Mother, what's happened?
I didn't do it, Mother. I didn't do it.
Didn't do what?
I didn't cheat arithmetic, and I didn't lie to the teacher.
Cheat and lie? Why, of course not. Has someone said you did?
Yes, the teacher. He beat me because I wouldn't say I cheated, but I couldn't say it because it wasn't true.
Well, I should say not. Oh, now, please don't cry, dear. There. That's better. Here. Sit down here beside me now and tell me the whole story.
Well, Mr. Wood asked who could do a sum in the 8th grade arithmetic. None of the big boys could do it. I wasn't supposed to be listening, but I did the sum in a minute, Mother. It was easy. So I raised my hand and told him the answer.
A sum in 8th grade arithmetic, Nathaniel. And you only in the 4th grade.
Yes, but Mr. Wood was angry. He said no little boy who's only 8 like me could do sums like that. He said I sneaked up and looked in his answer book.
Oh.
He made me go to the front of the room, and he beat me because I told him I did the sum in my own head. And all the big boys called me a liar and a cheat. They chased me most of the way home.
This is a bitter lesson you've had to learn at such an early age, dear. But it's a lesson you'll be grateful for as you grow older.
A lesson, Mother?
Yes, dear. You'll learn someday that whenever you do anything a little better than the average, whenever you have different ideas or more serious interests than your neighbors, there'll be many who'll criticize you. But, Nat, dear, you know in your own heart that you did that sum honestly, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
You like arithmetic better than anything else, don't you, dear?
Better than anything but ships, I guess. Mother.
Yes, dear.
Mother, if I could find an answer to a sum that wasn't in the teacher's answer book, people would have to believe I did it in my own head, wouldn't they?
Yes, darling, they'd have to believe it. This lesson you've learned today will help you, dear. Never boast of what you can do or what you're going to do. Remember, Nat, deeds always speak louder than words.
Nathaniel Bowditch never forgot that episode of his childhood, nor did he ever lose his fondness for mathematics. At the age of 10, he was obliged to go to work and to continue his education alone at nights. We meet Nat again when he is 21. He is clerk and accountant in one of Salem's stores. Two of the town's most distinguished citizens enter the shop, Elias Derby, ship owner, and the sea captain, Henry Prince. The two men lean against the counter to continue their conversation, and Nat listens eagerly, for the conversation is of unusual interest to him.
That's serious news indeed, Mr. Derby. You say the Massachusetts missed Java Head entirely on this last voyage?
Aye, Captain. The finest ship of Salem's fleet lost 3 weeks because none of her officers could fix the position of the ship from day to day. Yes, that delay was costly. She was outdone in trading by a British ship.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Derby, for repeating what I've said so often, but our American ships must have chronometers if we're going to start trading in the far corners of the earth.
We can't afford them, Captain. You know that. Chronometers cost a fortune. Besides, I have little faith in them.
Then our officers must learn how to find longitude by some other method.
Aye, but how? There's only one book of rules, and our Yankee skippers don't have sense enough to follow it. All British seamen are guided by Moore's book on navigation. Do you know how to follow Moore's calculations?
No, sir, and I never expect to. 'Tis a British book for British seamen, I say. I'm content to guide my ships by dead reckoning.
Yes, dead reckoning's good enough for short trips to the West Indies, but we're competing in trade with British and French ships. We'll have to establish regular trade routes to India and China by the Cape of Good Hope.
I know that, sir.
This dead reckoning's not accurate. It'll never carry ships to Canton and back on schedule. This trip of the Massachusetts has proved that. Unless some remedy is found, Captain, we Salem shipbuilders might as well turn to farming.
Well, I agree with you. Dead reckoning's not good enough. But I can't understand Moore's figures.
Excuse me, Captain Prince. If I were given a chance, I believe I could navigate a ship around the world.
Oh, bless my soul. It's young that body.
We're too busy, my lad, to listen to idle talk.
It might be wise to hear him, Mr. Derby. He's the lad who surveyed an irregular piece of property at the age of 13. They say he's a mathematical wizard.
Well, surveying's one thing, navigating's another. Well, boy, how would you navigate a ship?
Well, I've been studying astronomy, Mr. Derby, and 2 years ago I compiled an almanac which experts say is accurate in tidal and astronomical detail. And I believe I can find longitude at sea by making lunar observations.
Oh, you do you? Why, even the British officers can't do that. They depend on Moore's calculations, and our Yankee skippers are too dull-witted to follow that book.
Excuse me, Mr. Derby, but I wouldn't advise any seaman to be guided by Moore's book.
Oh, you wouldn't. And why not, pray?
Well, I've studied the book carefully, sir, and I find that it's full of mistakes. In fact, I found 5,000 mistakes so far, and I expect there are many more.
What? A strip of a landlubber like you tells us that Moore's navigator has 5,000 mistakes? Preposterous.
I wonder if what the lad says isn't true. Many times I've wondered about Moore's calculations.
Mr. Derby, you own most of Salem's ships. Wouldn't you like them to follow a straight course across the ocean to be the fastest in the world?
Oh, don't pose stupid questions, young man. Why else do I build ships? What do you propose that I do about it?
Let me go to sea with Captain Prince on his next voyage, sir. I believe I can navigate your ship by making lunar observations. I'll find longitude without a chronometer.
Yes, young man, do you know that one error in the observation brings a 30-fold error in the result? That much I know about navigating by the moon and the stars.
Well, I know that full well, Mr. Derby. All I ask is a chance. Let me sail with Captain Prince. I've done the theoretical work on paper, and I'm sure that I can prove that my knowledge is practical.
Yes, at the risk of losing one of my ships?
Well, I trust not, Mr. Derby.
I'd like to test his theories, Mr. Derby.
Well, most likely it wouldn't do much harm for him to go along.
Oh.
But remember, young man, Captain Prince has brought ships safe home to Salem by dead reckoning before you were born. He's still captain of his ship.
Oh, yes, of course, sir. But you mean you let me go?
Well, take him along as clerk, Captain.
All right, sir.
If he's good at figures, he can keep your records. But mind you, young man, not a word to folks here in town about lunar observations or about the mistakes in Moore's book.
No, sir.
Why, if a British skipper should hear that one of my seamen said there were 5,000 mistakes in Moore's book, I'd be the laughing stock of the whole world.
Oh, well, you needn't worry, Mr. Derby. I'll never say a word till I've proved everything I promised. I won't even talk about it then. I learned that lesson years ago. Never boast of what you're going to do. The results will speak for themselves.
Between the years 1795 and 1800, young Nat Bowditch made 4 long trips with Captain Henry Prince, and rumors began to drift back to Salem that the young bookworm was helping the captain navigate by studying the moon and the stars. But 2 years later, in 1802, when Nathaniel Bowditch published his book, The Practical Navigator, with the announcement that there were 8,000 errors in the standard British book, Nat's hometown was still skeptical. In that same year, 1802, in London, a Scotch sea captain named Murray, just returned from Manila, has been summoned to the office of the line. The ship owner greets him sharply.
Captain Murray. Aye, sir. I'll not waste words, Captain. Your ship was 5 weeks overdue from Manila, resulting in heavy losses in trade to us. What is your explanation?
There was a nor'east monsoon, sir. We had to lay over at the Ile-de-France for 2 weeks. We were guided by Moore's navigator, as you know, sir. But it's apparent there was an error in Moore's calculations, or in ours.
Error? Tommy rot. We do not engage you to make errors, Captain Murray. Serious rumors are reaching us. Is it true that American ships from Salem are outstripping our vessels at every foreign port?
Aye, it is true, sir. Within the past 4 years, Yankee skippers have learned how to navigate ships accurately.
And what, pray, is wrong with our British skippers? What is wrong with you, Captain?
I inquired into the matter at Manila, sir. I talked with a Captain Henry Prince from Salem. When we docked at Manila, sir, I found a ship from Salem safely there in the harbor. They'd reached port in face of the monsoon. It was incredible.
Incredible? It's an outrage. And did you learn from this Yankee how to navigate in face of a northeast monsoon?
Aye, that I did, sir. I learned the secret.
Well, man, out with it. What is it?
Captain Prince told me he had a crew of 12 men, sir. All of whom knew how to work a lunar observation as well as Sir Isaac Newton.
Impossible. Americans know nothing of lunar observations.
Aye, 5 years ago that was true, sir. But today, they know.
How did they learn?
A young man, a clerk to Captain Prince, has been teaching them, sir. Why, he taught even the cook.
Nonsense. Yankee boasts.
I beg your pardon, sir. To prove it, Captain Prince called his cook from the kitchen. When I asked him if he could find longitude, he demonstrated perfectly. It was amazing, sir.
And who is this young wizard who teaches a cook astronomy?
He bears a strange name, sir. 'Tis Bowditch, Nathaniel Bowditch. Later I talked with this Bowditch himself, and he tells me that he has discovered 8,000 errors in Moore's book on navigation.
8,000 errors? Impossible. Why, our seamen have been guided by the book for years. The French use it, too.
Well, I'm no a mathematician, sir, but I have suspected there were errors in Moore. Errors which have caused us serious delays. And this young man has just published his own book, with all Moore's errors corrected. He calls it The Practical Navigator.
What?
That's the reason the American trading ships are outstripping us, sir. And, now if I might suggest, sir.
You'd suggest that we secure copies of this Yankee book?
Aye, sir. I'd give a year's pay to put my hands on this book of his.
Very well. You shall have it. Every British sea captain must have it. Did you learn where the blasted thing is printed?
In Cambridge, Massachusetts, sir. I took particular care to find that out, thinking you might be interested, sir.
Interested? I hate to flatter them by ordering their book, but there's no help for it. We need 1,000 copies at once. Why couldn't the British seamen have found out there were 8,000 errors in Moore's Navigator?
There was widespread jubilation in Cambridge and throughout America when British and French orders and hundreds and thousands poured in for Nathaniel Bowditch's book, The Practical Navigator. And the same year, 1802, the young, self-educated mathematician was given an honorary degree at Harvard College. Nat Bowditch had indeed proved to his hometown of Salem that he had not cheated in arithmetic at the age of 8. But there were still skeptics in Salem who maintained that his work was all theoretical, for Bowditch had never sailed as skipper and master of a vessel. It is Christmas Day in the year 1803. A blinding snow is sweeping the village of Salem. Captain Henry Prince, now retired, is standing by the window of his home, peering anxiously in the direction of the harbor. Luke Timmons, another of Salem's retired seamen, is seated before the stove.
Take my advice, Captain. Mark that cargo down as a dead loss. You'll never see young Bowditch again, or your ship neither.
Oh, I was a fool. An old fool to invest half my capital in this trip to Sumatra. But I was so sure Nat could do it.
Most likely you'll believe me now. I was told Nat Bowditch was a dreamer, full of book learning, but no more understanding of ships than my old hound.
He was with me on 4 voyages, Luke, and never once did he fail to guide us to port straight as a die.
Yeah, but you was at the helm, weren't you? Folks in Salem been calling you a darn fool for trusting young Nat with your cargo. Ain't a skipper alive could bring a ship into harbor in a storm like this.
I fear you're right. Poor Nate's foundered off the coast, most likely. And I am a ruined man.
Ruined tarnations about on a night
well,
like
I'll
this.
see. Someone lost in the storm, no doubt.
Good evening, sir.
Why, Mrs. Bowditch, come in, come in.
Thank you.
Hey, let me make the door fast against the snow, ma'am. Why, what brings you out on such a night, ma'am?
I'm on my way to the wharf to meet Nat. Will you come with me?
To meet Nat? Well, you don't mean... He hasn't made port.
Well, no, I haven't heard, but I'm sure he will be here tonight. Come quickly, please. I wouldn't like to miss being there to welcome him.
But this is madness, ma'am. No ship could reach port on such a night. Snow's so thick you can't see an inch ahead of your nose.
Captain Prince, Nat told me he'd reach Salem by Christmas at the latest. Oh, will you come with me? It's so difficult walking in the snow.
Best take off your wraps and warm yourself by the fire, ma'am. Your husband won't get here this Christmas.
I'm sorry, I can't delay. I promised to be on the wharf to meet him. Won't you please come with me, Captain Prince? Nat is so devoted to you. He'd be disappointed if he didn't see you.
Well, ma'am, if you're set on walking down there, I'll go along with you. You might get lost. Just a second now. I'll wrap my wool scarf around my throat. I'll get into my boots.
Fine way to pass a Christmas. Walking to Salem Wharf in a blinding snowstorm.
Here you are.
Thank you, ma'am. I can manage my coat. Well, we'll be back before long, Luke. You mind sitting here and keeping the fire blazing?
I ain't aiming to stir from this fire till the snow lets up, Captain. Let me know when the ship reaches port. But remember, the day of miracles is over.
Hold fast to my arm, ma'am. You'll blow away. I never seen so much wind with so much snow before.
I know you think I'm foolish, Captain Prince. But somehow I'm sure that Nat will be here tonight.
Your husband's a bright young man, ma'am. One of the brightest Salem ever saw. Just watch your step there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but he oughtn't to have made this trip as skipper. He ain't used to it.
I know. I begged him not to do it, Captain. He promised that it'd be his last trip. He's going to settle down to his books and studies when he gets home.
Yeah.
But he said he had to do this to prove to Salem and to the world that his calculations are accurate.
Yeah.
That his formula is workable.
Oh, I know his knowledge is accurate, ma'am. Only...
You see, that's what Nat said. But even you, who believed in him, still depended on familiar landmarks. He said you never quite trusted him to make port using his calculations alone. Oh, he's heard the talk that's gone around about him.
Well, you see, ma'am, I know the landmarks. I've trusted them all my life.
Yes, but suppose you were out there now, heading for port on a night like this. You couldn't see any landmarks tonight, could you?
There you want. Look out there now.
Yes,
No skipper could bring a boat to harbor tonight.
Oh, then Nat must do it. He must. I've prayed all day ever since the snow began.
Well, most likely he's dropped anchor out to sea, ma'am. Wait until the storm dies.
Oh.
That is, he hasn't foundered.
Oh, no, he's safe. I know he's safe.
Well, I hope so. I declare the snow falls faster each minute. This is the worst storm we've seen in years.
I'm very grateful to you for coming with me, Captain Prince. I fear I'd never found my way here alone.
No, take care there, ma'am. Step slowly now. It's going to be hard seeing where the wharf ends and the water begins.
Captain, did you hear something?
Well, yes. I thought I heard something.
Captain Prince, I heard it again.
Yes.
Oh, hurry.
Yes.
Hurry, it must be the Putnam. It must be Nat's ship. Oh, dear God, please let it be Nat's ship.
I can scarce believe my ears. That shout came from the wharf. Oh, my name ain't Henry Prince.
Captain, isn't that a lantern?
Where?
He's coming toward us.
Yes, that's a
I hear
lantern.
voices, men's voices coming this way. Listen.
I'd never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Bringing the ship safe into the harbor in a blinding snowstorm.
Hello! Have you come from the Putnam?
Yes, we're anchored in the harbor. What? Mrs. Bowditch, what are you doing out here in this storm?
Are you seamen from the Putnam?
Aye, ma'am, that we are. Your husband guided us to Salem Harbor this night. Greatest skipper Salem ever saw.
Oh, he's safe. He's safe.
Sure, he's safe.
Oh, thank God.
And the crew and the cargo.
Hello, Captain Friend.
Hello.
Aye, Captain, cargo, and crew all safe. We're home, men. Home to Salem in time for Christmas.
Hey, can you tell us where Captain Bowditch is now?
He's coming along, Captain, in the other small boat. Not far behind us.
Oh, I must see him.
Hello. Hello.
Nat! Nathaniel!
Mary.
Oh, Nat, my dearest. Oh, I'm so happy.
You shouldn't be out here in the snow, Mary. I'm glad to see you, darling.
Captain Prince is here with me, Nat.
Oh, Captain. I'm grateful to you for coming out on such a night.
I don't deserve your gratitude, my boy. Your wife had more faith in you than I had. I'm ashamed to say I didn't think you'd do it. Why, my dear boy, you've performed a miracle. Just you wait till Salem hears of this.
Aye, that's what it was. Captain Bowditch, I'd like to be the first to sign up with you on your next voyage. We all feel that way, Captain Bowditch.
Aye, I'll sail under no other skipper but Captain Bowditch. Like Captain Prince says, a miracle was performed here tonight.
I'll thank you all to cease calling what I did tonight a miracle. Someday you'll all be captains of your own ships. You'll all bring your ship safe to harbor by making lunar observations. I happen to know it could be done and proved it. It was no miracle, men. It was pure mathematics.
no further doubt that Nathaniel Bowditch had evolved a workable system of navigation. In the years that followed, he undertook another and far more stupendous task, a translation and commentary on the work of the great French astronomer Laplace, a book which it was said less than a dozen scientists in the world could understand. With the publication of this monumental work, which astounded scientists throughout the world, he secured undying fame for himself and for America. Today, his books are still among the standard texts on navigation, and he merits a high place of honor in the Cavalcade of America.
All through history, man has tried to go places quickly and surely, and here's his latest effort. Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, a brand new highway was opened under the Hudson River. Right now, automobiles are traveling from New Jersey to Midtown Manhattan in 4 minutes by means of the new Lincoln Tunnel, which connects the town of Weehawken with 39th Street in New York City. Only one tube has been completed so far. When the second is finished sometime in 1940, each of the tubes will carry one-way traffic, but it's estimated that even the present single tube will be used by more than 6 million motorists during the coming year. Plunging under the Hudson as straight as a string to the opposite shore, this new tunnel extends more than 1.5 miles from portal to portal. Under the river, the Lincoln Tunnel was pushed through mud, but at the Jersey shore, it was necessary to pierce the solid rock cliff of the Palisades. Here, DuPont dynamite was called upon to blast through the rock. Building the tunnel gave jobs to a weekly average of 1,300 workmen, who received a total payroll of nearly $9 million. In addition, it is estimated that the tunnel furnished employment for 2.5 times as many men working on the outside. And still there's much work to be done. A great deal more cutting through rock will be necessary to complete a great sunken highway 130 feet wide and about 40 feet below street level that will carry tunnel traffic through 3 New Jersey cities to connect with main roads. Chemistry is on the job there, too, for DuPont dynamite is at work excavating all that rock. With all its magnitude, this tunnel is only one part of a great engineering project. In a direct line with the Lincoln Tunnel, on the other side of New York City, another new tunnel is being driven under the East River to Long Island City. This tube, called the Queens Midtown Tunnel, has to be bored through rock practically all the way. And even with the aid of modern blasting agents, it's not due to be finished until 1940. As you may have guessed by now, the engineers are planning to build a third tunnel right across New York City to connect the Lincoln Tunnel under the Hudson with the Queens Midtown Tunnel under the East River. When the whole thing is a reality, you'll be able to go from New Jersey to Long Island in something like 15 minutes, passing under 2 great rivers and the greatest city in the world. The construction of these 3 great projects again calls to mind the amazing usefulness of this wonder worker of chemistry, dynamite, which helps to build our highways, dams, and tunnels, mine our coal and ore, and clear our land for farming. In creating safe and effective blasting agents to make way for progress, research chemists once more bear out the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. Even though it's a few days early, all of us connected with the Cavalcade of America wish our radio audience a Merry, Merry Christmas. Because of many requests, we will celebrate the holiday season next Wednesday by repeating the story of the beloved singer Ernestine Schumann Heink with the same cast as last year, including Miss Helen Oldheim, famous contralto of the Metropolitan Opera House, singing the role, when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ginger Rogers and George Brent with Edith Fellows in She Married Her Boss. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight, She Married Her Boss, ought to interest nearly everyone who's ever been married, or is planning to be married, or whoever had a boss, or whoever is a boss. And that can't leave out very many. Women in business are a very familiar part of American life, and so is the conflict between home and a career. Tonight we have a very efficient young woman in love with a very efficient gentleman who doesn't respond except in business matters. This situation occurs many times in life today when a business girl decides to make a career of love. And because our play is so characteristic of American life, perhaps it was fitting that we cast the heroine at a baseball game. I hadn't thought of Ginger Rogers as Julia Scott in She Married Her Boss until I saw her cheering wildly for a rather dusty gentleman who had just stolen second base at the Hollywood ballpark a few days ago. At that moment, Ginger personified the typical American girl who can run an office or a household with equal efficiency, who drives a tennis ball with uncanny power, cheers as a runner slides into second, and whose hats have more humor than logic. But logic is no mystery to our typical American girl either. The logic of Aristotle and Plato, or the logic of Lux toilet soap. Instead of buying soap the way she buys a hat, she makes a logical deduction. She knows that Lux toilet soap is as fine a soap as she can buy, so she uses it. In fact, it's the American girl's enthusiasm for our product that makes these Monday evenings possible. So perhaps I'd better not say too much about our hats if we want to keep in her good graces. But getting back to Ginger and the ball game, I talked to her about our play during the seventh inning stretch. Fortunately, she had a little time off from RKO Studio where she'd just finished the picture, Fifth Avenue Girl. So we made a deal right there. It was a little disconcerting as I turned away to hear her mutter something that sounded like robber. But Ginger wasn't referring to me. It was just a comment on the umpire. The title of our play made George Brent hesitate about accepting the part of Richard Lenning, the boss. But that was before he'd read the script. George, it seems, was a little fed up with playing strong, silent men. When he found that the boss was not a strong, silent man at home, his hesitation vanished. He was utterly delighted with the way Ginger Rogers ordered him around. Edith Fellows, who played Annabelle in the film She Married Her Boss, produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation, has the same role in our production tonight. And now, just to prove that a business office is not entirely concerned with sales figures and inventory charts, we present our adaptation of She Married Her Boss. The curtain goes up on Act One, starring Ginger Rogers as Julia and George Brent as Richard, with Edith Fellows as Annabelle. The executive offices of Lenning's, one of New York's finest and largest department stores. It's only a moderately busy day at Lenning's, so that means no more than a minor hurricane of activity around the office of Mr. Lenning, president and general manager. Mr. Lenning himself has not arrived yet, but somehow that doesn't seem to matter. His secretary, Julia Scott, has the situation well in hand.
No, you needn't ship any samples. Our buyer will be in San Francisco tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye. Now, Miss Fitzpatrick and Mr. Hoyt, what seems to be the matter?
Oh, Miss Scott, what I want is to have a little more...
one at a time.
Well, it's about Sunday's ad, Miss Scott. I need the feature spot for my department, a special on men's flannel pajamas.
And I have some lovely new imported linens in my department. Mr. Hoyt would understand if he knew something about the importance of beautiful linen.
The trouble with you, Miss Fitzpatrick, is that you know nothing about the appeal of men's pajamas.
Please.
Yes, please. Mr. Hoyt, you're right. We've got to move those flannels before warm weather. So you get the space.
Thank you, Miss Scott.
Well, of course. You may know best, Miss Scott.
Thank you. Oh, that's Mr. Lenning coming in. Excuse me. On your way out, would you ask Miss Mayo to take all calls, and no one is to see Mr. Lenning except Mr. Edwards. He's expected.
Oh, very good, Miss Scott.
Good morning, Mr. Lenning.
Good morning. Anything happened?
Oh, a few minor matters. 2 or 3 appointments that I took care of. Mr. Edwards will be here any minute. I'm afraid you'll have to see him yourself. Hello? Yes? Your sister, Mr. Lenning.
Hello. Yes, Gertrude. Annabelle has cramps. Well, give her some bicarbonate. That lobster we had last night. Well, I'm poisoned, too.
Dr.
Will you
Sedgwick?
please talk to that cook?
Miss Scott speaking. Mr.
Well, you better
Lenning's
call the
daughter seems to
doctor.
have a
No, I don't know the
headache.
number, but you can
Would
look.
you run up right away?
Never mind. Miss
Oh,
Scott's
thank you.
calling him. Yes, it's okay. He'll be right there. And Gertrude, please don't disturb me again today. Goodbye. Miss Scott, that toy piano I sent Annabelle last Christmas, it's broken. She wants another one.
I'll see to that. And here are the Edwards inventories.
Oh, you got through them?
Last night. And in my humble opinion, the Edwards Philadelphia store is a very good buy. I made a few notes as to what I do to some of the departments and the new stock they ought to carry.
Fine, let's have them. Know what this is, Miss Scott? It's the step of a lifetime. Beginning of the Lenning chain of stores. There's nothing could give me a greater thrill.
No, I suppose there isn't.
Yes? Oh, Edwards, come in.
Hello. Well, you look absolutely normal, Lenning.
Oh, you didn't think I would?
Not if you want to buy a department store. Personally, I shudder walking into one, especially my own.
We'll soon fix that for you. You have that contract, Miss Scott?
Right here.
Scott. Julia Scott.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Mr. Edwards, Miss Scott.
How do you do?
But where's the mole?
Mole? Am I supposed to have a mole?
Yes, with a hair in it. That was my idea of Julia Scott.
Well, I'll have to get one. Excuse me.
Now, Mr. Edwards, about those inventories.
Hello, Julia.
Martha, what are you doing here?
Waiting to take you to lunch.
Now, Martha. Toy department, please.
And I don't want your usual answer about being too busy. Let Lenning's run itself for an hour.
You sure Reynolds didn't send you over here to see how a real department store is run?
We've got nothing to learn.
Hello? Toy department? A mechanical toy piano to Mr. Lenning's home right away. Well, then get one. It's for Annabelle Lenning. Martha, I'm not at all sure I can go. After all, I've got so many.
Miss Scott.
Yes, Mr. Edwards.
Look, with or without a mole, I'll take you to lunch.
Well, will you? Sorry, but I have a date right here. Miss Pryor, Mr. Edwards. Miss Pryor's head buyer at Reynolds.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Let's go, Martha. Sorry, Mr. Reynolds, some other time.
Oh, wait, look, I'll take both of you to lunch.
Oh, no. No, you couldn't stand Martha, Mr. Edwards. I think she's got a mole.
And there it is, Julia, my pet. Reynolds wants a manager for our San Francisco office. He wants the best department store executive he can find. Well, you're it.
Says you.
Says Reynolds, says everybody. He told me to go out and get you.
Eat faster, Martha. I've got to get back.
Oh, a real job, paying twice what you're getting now. What do you say?
Declined with thanks, Martha.
Why?
Well, I'm happy where I am.
Oh, I knew you had it bad, Julia. It's been obvious to a child you're in love with Richard Lenning. But when you throw over a job like this to slave for that imitation of a man, it's alarming. I dare you to say it isn't so.
Well, what if it is?
It's hopeless.
Oh, you're a cheerful little gal.
To begin with, a man's a confirmed woman hater.
He's not. He's just forgotten about women.
Oh, humbug. That's the one thing a man doesn't forget.
Oh, yes, he could, Martha. When a wife has given him a bad deal and divorced him without any reason, when he's buried himself in business just to forget the things that hurt him.
Very touching. But what's the cure? You haven't found it in 6 years.
But when I do, he'll pay up for those 6 years, Martha. He'll pay back like an angel.
Oh, moonbeams. In the first place, what do you know about this graven image called Lenning? Ever been in his home?
No, but I...
Mm-hmm. Well, what's it like? Could you live there? Why don't you find out? And incidentally, maybe you'd find out he was a man instead of that plaster saint you're swooning about up in that office. You might discover a way to tackle the gent. Julia, have you heard a word I said?
Yes, vaguely. And you know, I've been thinking.
Thinking?
Yes, it's too bad that you can't mind your own business.
Now, let's see. The Edwards China Department, Miss Scott. Your note says...
Pretty junky stock. Chuck it all and install the line we carry here.
Hello? Gertrude. Oh, this is the 9th time this afternoon. Yes, I know it's late, but I'm busy. Well, what if they are annoyed? Are we working for the butler and cook, or are they working for us? All right away. Sorry, I've got to quit.
Well, why not work tonight?
Well, I hate to impose on you.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, then suppose I meet you back here at the office at about...
Oh, no, it can't be here. The cooling system went haywire today. There's gas escaping.
Oh, well, that's that.
Let's, work at your home, huh?
My home? That's a madhouse.
Well, it's better than nothing. Shall I meet you there after dinner, or shall we go right now?
Well. Right now. Get your hat and coat and call the car.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Richard, here you are at last. Oh.
Good evening, Miss Lenning.
Oh, that's right. You know my sister, don't
Yes.
you? Gertrude, Miss Scott's having dinner with us. We'll have some work to do later on.
I tell you I won't. I want to see my daddy. Daddy.
Your bathrobe, Miss Annabelle. Put it on, please, for me.
Daddy.
Hello, darling. I thought you were sick in bed.
Well, where is it?
Darling, give Daddy a big hug.
Where is what I asked for?
Here it is, Annabelle.
Give it to me.
Miss Annabelle, you mustn't sit on the cold floor.
I thought you were sick.
The doctor said she was lying again. There was nothing wrong with her.
This is a piano. I said I wanted a music box.
Now, Lammy Pie, you said you wanted a piano.
That's what I understood.
I said a music box. You're supposed to be my father's secretary. Can't you get things straight?
Annabelle.
Why, Lammy Pie.
Dinner is served.
All right, come on. I've got a few things I'd like to have understood around. And something will have to be done about those calls during business hours, Gertrude.
There are always emergencies, Richard. And most of them brought on by that child.
Aunt Gertrude loves to tattle, especially on me.
Well, tattling is better than incurable lying.
Please, I'm speaking about other things. Water heaters bursting, accounts running low.
Such things can't be avoided in the running of a house.
Not unless it's run on a very strict business system.
A home, Miss Scott, is not a place of business.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Russell, what now?
Well, sir, about that water heater, it might not have exploded if somebody hadn't fooled with the valve.
Well, who did?
Well, I couldn't say, sir. But I did see Miss Annabelle go down in the basement this afternoon.
I did not. That old butler just doesn't like me.
Annabelle, why did you go down in the basement this afternoon?
I saw a man go down there. He looked like a burglar.
There you are. A fine example of her lying. Like mother, like daughter, I always say.
Gertrude, I've asked you never to make that reference again. Oh, this food. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Maybe it's cat.
Annabelle.
Well, I did see Mrs. Russell cutting up something funny.
It's roast beef.
Well, it's the wrong part of the cow. Roast leather. I thought you were going to speak to the cook.
Well, I hinted very broadly.
Hinted?
Oh, please, Richard, be tactful. Do you want the servants to think we're barbarians?
Why not? They feed us that way. Miss Scott is right. This place won't be livable until a system is installed.
Then why not install one, Mr. Lenning?
Yes, but how? Oh, if I can only spare you from the office for about a week.
I wouldn't need a week. A couple of hours would do if you could give me complete authority.
All right, you've got it.
All right, fine. Russell, you're just in time. Never mind the dessert. No one's eating anyhow. I want to see you in the library immediately. And your wife. And the governess and the handyman. Get them at once.
Now, just a moment.
Russell, you heard me.
They've been lost, Miss.
Oh, so they've been lost. Half of the meat and grocery bills have just disappeared. Well, then perhaps you can explain, Russell, why the cost of food coming into this house has doubled, while the quality has gone down until it's not fit to eat.
If the young lady knew anything about conditions...
I know all about conditions. Russell, it's obvious that both you and your wife are not only incompetent, but dishonest as well. You're fired. Get out of the house tonight.
Very well. Come on, Sarah.
Richard, I'll not have the Lenning home invaded like this by a common secretary.
Sit down, Miss Lenning.
Do what she says, Gertrude.
Richard.
I give her full authority.
Daddy?
You too, Annabelle. Keep quiet.
Now, let's see. You, over there, you're the handyman, aren't you? Yet I find that in the 4 months you've been here...
Excuse me, miss. I'm quitting.
And now the governess.
I am sure I have done my best, mademoiselle. I have been so patient and kind.
But Annabelle needs someone with brass knuckles, and who knows how to use them. I'll see that you find a job more suitable to your talents.
Thank you, mademoiselle. Oh, the very idea. Richard, you know how hard it is to find a suitable governess.
That was the point. She wasn't suitable.
And Annabelle. What about Annabelle?
Yeah, what about me?
Well, Annabelle is going to take care of herself and grow into a fine, self-reliant young lady. And the first thing she's going to do is go to bed right now.
No, I'm not. And I don't like you.
You're going to bed, and this minute.
Stay away from me. Daddy!
Come on, up those stairs.
I won't. And you're a mean, nasty, ugly little thing, and I hate you. There.
Annabelle, go up those stairs at once.
I won't. And it won't do you any good to make me because I won't sleep, so there.
Oh, yes, you will, because I'm going to give you something to make
stay
you
away
sleep.
From me.
Come here, Lammy Pie.
This is marvelous. Why didn't I think of this before?
And this, well, you know this part of the store, Mr. Edwards?
Exactly, the executive offices. Private sanctuaries of King Lenning and his prime ministress, Julia Scott.
You're a madman.
Not at all. How could any man resist Lenning's offer? after you had just conducted him personally through each of its smoothly functioning departments. In fact, I suddenly find I have a soft spot in my heart for department stores.
You mean you'll stay on as manager of the store we're buying from you?
I shall. And do you know why? Because of you.
Oh.
Tell me, don't you suppose that if I do a bad enough job as manager, Lenning will send you down to Philadelphia to check up on me?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, man can always hope. And you can count on me to do my level worst. Farewell, fair damsel, until Philadelphia.
Say, Miss Scott, is that guy cracked?
I don't know, Agnes. Sometimes I wonder myself. Is Mr. Lenning back yet?
About 10 minutes ago. And Miss Pryor was waiting for him. She's in there now.
Pryor? Oh, Martha Pryor? What did she want to see him about?
Well, she only said it was personal and important.
Oh, personal and important, huh? Mr. Lenning, Mr. Edwards wanted me to tell you... Oh, Martha, I'm sorry I didn't realize you had an appointment with Mr. Lenning. I wouldn't have...
I didn't. Well, I guess that's all, Mr. Lenning. I'll be getting back to Reynolds.
Well, thanks for telling me about this, Miss Pryor.
Not at all. Oh, by the way, Julia, are you and Harry leaving town this weekend, or shall I be seeing you two lovebirds?
Harry? Oh, yes.
Yes, what?
Oh, yes, you'll be seeing me.
Well, that'll be lovely, won't it? Goodbye.
Miss Scott, please sit down.
All right.
Now, why didn't you tell me you were leaving?
Leaving?
Yes. Surely after our long association, I shouldn't have to learn such information from an outsider.
But Oh.
Yeah, now, look here, Miss Scott. Julia. Surely we've worked together long enough for me to call you Julia.
Of course, Mr. Lenning.
Richard.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
Richard.
Yes. Now, Julia, I may never have taken the trouble to say so, but you're indispensable to me.
Thank you.
Yes. But now Miss Pryor tells me you plan to leave on a week's notice.
She did?
Yes. Why? What does this fellow Reynolds have to offer that I can't top?
Well, manager of his San Francisco office.
Oh, yes? Well, you're general manager of Lenning's beginning today, and you can write your own salary ticket.
Oh, but it wasn't just the managership or the salary. But I was thinking of, well, myself.
You mean just yourself? You?
Mm-hmm. Me. That is, in relation to things in general, such as, well, marriage, for one thing.
Marriage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, may I just ask who this Harry is?
Harry?
Uh-huh. Miss Pryor.
Oh, him. I mean, that Harry.
Yeah, yeah. Tell me, is he...
Is it serious?
Yeah.
No, he's very nice, but, well, to be frank, you do want me to be frank, don't you?
Oh, certainly.
Well, it's not easy for me to become interested in men because I'm afraid I demand more than I'll ever find.
Such as what?
Well, some sort of common interest. Well, if there's nothing more,
Julia.
Yes?
You really must go to San Francisco?
Well, yes.
Well, you can't.
Richard.
I need you, and the store needs you. Now, Julia, let's be practical about this.
Oh, yes.
Now,
we must be practical.
Yeah. Now, you said a moment ago that you were what you demand in a man was mutual interest.
Yes, but...
Now, that's sensible. Because you're an intelligent woman, you'd never accept less than that in marriage. No. And you're old enough and wise enough to have outgrown all the nonsense and love and so-called pure romance.
Yes.
Yes. Well, peculiarly enough, the same is true of me. You know, Julia, I never made a point of discussing it, but I arrived at my present point of intelligence about such things through one very bitter experience. I made the mistake of letting my heart rule my head. Well, I shall never make that mistake again.
Naturally, I understand.
Of course you do. Of course you understand. And, Julia, the partnership we've known in this office, the dependence on each other has been a marriage in a sense, hasn't it? I mean,
yes,
well, the most perfect kind.
Yes, Richard.
Yes. Well, Julia, what I'm trying to say is this, that don't you think that you and I, sort of without any fuss or excitement about it, could sort of get a plane and sort of fly over to...
yes, I believe we could, Richard.
Hello. Is that you, Gertrude?
Richard, where on earth are you? Dinner's been ready for hours, and Annabelle's having tantrums.
Well, Gertrude, listen. I'm over in Marysville. Julia and I flew over here this afternoon and got married.
Marysville? Well, what on earth Married?
Yes, Gertrude.
Married?
Yeah. Oh. Gertrude? Gertrude? Hello?
That was Act One of She Married Her Boss. Just how big a surprise the new bride is to the boss's family will be evident at Act Two, which we hear in a moment. Right now, Mr. Ruick, our genial commentator on domestic matters, has something to tell the ladies about one way of being boss in the family.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. In the few moments before Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows return in She Married Her Boss, I want to tell the women in our audience how to be boss and yet make the men like it. What I mean is this. If you're really charming, attractive, you'll find that it's much easier to keep the household running smoothly. Strange though it may be, when you look your best, those around you seem to like you a lot more. Actually want to do what you want them to do.
I suppose, Mr. Ruick, you mean that the smart girl will really be concerned about the condition of her skin and use Lux toilet soap pretty faithfully.
Yes, that's exactly what I do mean.
And there's another way of making yourself attractive to those around you, being very careful to protect your feminine daintiness.
You mean to use your complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, as a bath soap, too?
That's it, Mr. Ruick, because Lux has active lather that leaves skin really fresh.
And an exquisite perfume that leaves skin sweet. And people can't resist a girl who's sweet, Mr. Ruick. We have a song to sing about that.
Fine. Let's hear it.
Stay as sweet as you are, discreet as you are, you're divine, dear. Stay as grand as you are, and as you are, tell me that you're mine, dear. Young and gay, or old and gray, near to me or afar. Night and day I pray that you'll always stay. Stay as sweet as you are.
That was sweet. It calls for an encore.
All right, we'll make it short and to the point.
Use Lux soap every day. It's the easy way. If you want to stay sweet as you are.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Act Two of She Married Her Boss, starring Ginger Rogers as Julia, George Brent as Richard, with Edith Fellows as Annabelle. It's late the same evening. Back from their flying trip to Marysville have come Richard and Julia, now Mr. and Mrs. Richard Lenning. As the latest addition to the Lenning family, anything but an enthusiastic reception awaits Julia. Only the butler is on hand to greet the newlyweds as they stand on the threshold of the Lenning mansion.
Congratulations, Mr. Lenning and Mrs. Lenning.
Oh, thank you. Who are you?
The new butler, sir, Franklin. Mrs. Lenning's things are all here and put away, sir.
Oh, fine. Oh, Julia, come on. What's the matter?
Matter?
Yes, what are you standing there outside the door for?
Richard, a bride is always carried over the threshold of a new home.
She's what?
Carried.
Oh, now, Julia, be reasonable. This is no hour for sentimental nonsense.
I wouldn't insist, Richard, but it's always done.
Oh, but it's so... Oh, well, all right. Franklin, give me a hand, will you?
Oh, Richard.
Come on, a seat with our hands. Yeah, that's nice. Nice time of the night for a circus act. There, will that do?
That's all, Richard. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad of that. Boy, am I tired, and the whole day wasted.
What do you mean wasted?
Well, no work done. By the way, Franklin, did some papers come out to me from the office?
Yes, sir, this afternoon.
Good, that'll be the Edwards contract. Got to have it all checked over by morning.
Oh, Richard, it's so late. Can't you let it go till tomorrow?
Nonsense. I told him I'd sign it at 11.
Would it matter so very much if it were delayed a day?
Why, Julia, I thought you realized what this deal means to me. It's the beginning of the Lenning chain of stores. You just give me 3 years and I'll have a string of Lennings all over the Atlantic coast. Say, I got an idea. We'll get a map with colored pins. Red for the Philadelphia store, blue for New York, green for the... Julia, is there anything wrong?
Of course not, Richard. I'm just going upstairs.
Oh, all right. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. Why? What's the matter?
Nothing, Richard. Good night.
Uh-huh.
Take it away! Take it away! Take it away! I told you I don't want any breakfast.
But, Miss Annabelle, you must eat breakfast.
I'm not going to eat breakfast or lunch or dinner or anything as long as somebody is in this house.
Good morning, Annabelle. Morning, Franklin.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what's this, Annabelle? You playing the part of a sphinx this morning, or not feeling so chipper? I think from the size of that breakfast, you felt rather good.
It appears that Miss Annabelle is not eating that breakfast, sir. It is, if I may say so, purely for psychological effect.
Oh, Annabelle, what is this foolishness? Explain yourself. Oh, good morning, Gertrude. Ah, well, a cheery little soul. Let's open a mortuary around here.
Franklin, bring me black coffee. Nothing more.
Oh, shake hands with Annabelle. She's hunger-striking, too.
I don't wonder. As for me, I'm all packed. I shall be out of the house by noon.
Oh, you're being absurd, both of you. I suppose all this ridiculous behavior is due to my adventure in matrimony yesterday. And of course, it met with your unqualified disfavor, Gertrude.
I don't like her either.
That's enough out of you. Gertrude, I've already explained to you the whys and the wherefores of this marriage.
Oh, don't trouble again. After all, I'm only a blood relation, and one person sincerely concerned for your future. It doesn't matter that I remember where your reckless impulsiveness led you once before.
Reckless, impulsive, just because I marry an intelligent business partner, a partner whose duties are now enlarged to include the management of a home.
Sensible. Don't you think I saw a certain party being carried over the threshold in the middle of the night, like a blushing bride?
Oh, well, now, Gertrude, all of us have whims.
Good morning, my family. Good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Gertrude.
Good morning.
A very good morning. How about you, Annabelle? Are you and Gertrude both out of sorts?
Well, the atmosphere does seem a little charged this morning, Julia, for which I apologize.
So I see. Gertrude reduced to black coffee and Annabelle hunger-striking in grand style.
Now, look here, Annabelle. You stop this nonsense and say a civil good morning.
Well, that's all right, Richard. She'll talk to me in a due course of things.
I won't ever talk to you.
You just did. How about the contract, Richard? Did you finish checking it last night?
Completely. And in about 2 more hours, we'll own the... Well, Julia, well, you're not dressed. You can't wear that dress to the office.
I'm not going to the office.
Listen, there's a whole day's work piled up down there.
There's about 10 years' work piled up around here.
Oh, but Julia, Agnes can't begin to handle the details.
She never will until she finds she has to.
Oh, well, I gotta go now. You know, this is nonsense, Julia. You can't waste your time fooling around the house. In 2 hours, you'll be bored to death and come running back to work.
Will I? We'll see, Richard. Goodbye, dear.
I'll call you later.
Oatmeal's delicious. Try some.
No.
I think you'd better.
I said no. Didn't you hear me?
Annabelle, I wonder if you remember the spanking I gave you the other night.
All right, spank me again. Beat me. I don't care. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Eat. Well, I won't eat a smidge while you're in this house.
That might be a long time.
Well, I can hate for a long time. An awful long time.
Annabelle, I'm interested. Why do you hate me?
What for did you want to go and marry my father?
I love him.
Well, he don't love you.
No?
No, nobody could. You're an ugly, nasty old thing, and I don't want you for a mother.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Because I certainly don't want anybody who's stupid for a daughter.
I'm not stupid. I'm smart.
Smart? Why, you can't even make up an interesting lie. I saw the cook cutting up something funny. Maybe it's cat. And I saw a tough-looking man going down into the cellar. Well, I could do better than that with using only half my brain.
I wasn't using any brain, so there.
Uh-huh.
You think you're smart, don't you?
Much smarter than you, and I can prove it. Listen, 2 little rabbits named Christopher and Gwendolyn went into the woods one day and had a whole bunch of very interesting experiences. Now, if you and I were both to think about that, I'll bet I could tell a much better story than you.
Smarty, you already know the answer.
No, I don't. But just to make it harder, I may even write mine like a poem with rhymes and everything. And when I've finished, why, then you'll realize what a really stupid little girl you are. I'm going now. I'll have Franklin take your breakfast to your room just in case you want to smell it.
I've got a cold, so there. And you can take the food, because I won't eat it.
All right. I only hope you won't find it too hard to think on an empty stomach.
The 34 sales on shoes, Miss Mayo. I tell you, we've got to have it.
I'm looking for it, Mr. Lenning, but nobody but Miss Scott knows where those things are.
Oh, Mr. Lenning, about that special sale.
Just a moment, Mr. Hoyt.
I think my problem is a little more important, Mr. Lenning.
Please. Well, somebody shut that door. Now, what is it?
Well, my department will have to know if we're to go ahead with this.
Please. Hello. Don't bother me. Agnes, can't you take some of those calls?
I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Scott didn't tell me.
Miss Scott, will you stop talking about Miss Scott? I told you an hour ago to get her on the telephone. Tell her I said she's got to come down here. Now.
Gertrude, may I come in?
Of course. It's your house now.
Oh, please, don't just walk out on me. It's very important.
Well?
First of all, I know you won't believe it, but I love your brother. I've loved him for 6 years. I know what his life has been, and loving him, I want to help him find happiness again. I want him to know for the first time what a real home can mean. I want mostly for his sake for him to recover some normal instincts.
Towards you hope.
Towards any woman. And why not me? Oh, can't you see? With your help, I could...
Pardon me, Mrs. Lenning, but it's the store again on the telephone.
Oh, tell them I'm indisposed.
But they said it was important. What shall I say, ma'am?
Tell them I took poison. Tell them anything you want, but I'm not going down there.
Yes, ma'am.
Some more of your great consideration for my brother.
Yes, it is. He can get along without me at the store. It means inconvenience and readjustment, but he can do it. Where I'm really needed is here.
Oh?
Oh, Gertrude, now don't freeze up on me. I need your help. I'm asking for it. If from now on we could just work together on this thing. For instance, Annabelle.
My niece is not a department of the store, Miss Scott. I'm afraid you can't take an inventory and then reorganize her.
But we can. At least I want to try to. Look, Gertrude, you've seen more of her than anyone else. Tell me about her. What are her interests? What does she like to do? What does she
Miss Scott, Annabelle's interests are no concern of yours. And the less you have to do with her, or with me, the better I like it.
All right. I should have known better than to expect your understanding or your help. You're a bitter, frustrated old maid, Gertrude Lenning, and the natural enemy of every woman who loves and wants to be loved by a man. You're going to take out your bitterness on the entire feminine world as long as you live, even if it costs your brother's happiness to do it. It is the job, Richard, and I'll need your advice.
I know. But the important thing is that I need you at the office. Julia, you have no idea. Mail, files, appointments, everything in a mess.
Then hire somebody who can straighten them out. You haven't answered my question about Annabelle.
Oh, good Lord, how do I know what a child's interests are? A lot of impossible things. Going to public school, wanting roller skates so that she can see with anybody and everybody on the street, and insisting on going to those serial movies every Saturday afternoon. I don't know what she...
Are those things impossible? You wouldn't give your permission.
Of course not. A child of Annabelle's background?
Richard, the trouble with Annabelle's background is that it's flat and deadly and unbearably dull. The child wants a little adventure. And what does she get? A new batch of toys from the store.
Now, Julia, please don't complicate things.
Complicate? Look, am I in charge of this home or not?
Yes, but...
All right, then. Just leave Annabelle to me.
All right, but Julia, for heaven's sake, forget this nonsense. Get it out of your system and come back to work.
Has never attended public school before?
No, she's always had tutors. I don't know just what grade she's really eligible for.
I ought to be the 5th grade. We'll soon find that out, Mrs. Lenning. Come, Annabelle.
Hey, whoa. Let's rest a minute. I'm done in.
Well, all I can say is you certainly look like 14 kinds of a soup on roller skates at your age.
Just the same, I beat you.
Well, you ought to. You're older, aren't you? Now, that's what I call a swell movie.
Well, every man to his own opinion.
Bet you that G-Man gets out of the burning house next week.
You know, generally speaking, I think that's a pretty good bet.
And don't think I haven't watched you. For weeks you've been indulging the child in all sorts of vulgarity, making a spectacle of yourself. Skating on the streets, trying to bribe her into accepting
That's not true. Maybe you call it indulging Annabelle to let her live a normal life for her years, but I don't.
Oh, you're quite concerned about normal lives, aren't you? I've seen from the first what you've tried to do. You thought you'd bring Richard around by making a fuss over his daughter.
Gertrude, you'd better stop. I want to keep my temper with you, but I don't see...
bother. And just in case you're interested in how your little plan has worked, Annabelle told me yesterday that she hates you. She hates you just as much now as the first day you came in this house.
That's a lie, Julia. I never said that.
Annabelle, what were you doing behind that curtain? Were you listening?
What do you think, that I'm a stool pigeon or something? I was on the window seat writing something when you came in, and Aunt Gertrude lied. I never said I hated you.
I'm glad, Annabelle.
Well, that doesn't mean I love you either. Well, you can feel, sort of neutral about someone, can't you?
Yes, Annabelle, you can. And you Lennings are swell at that.
What you crying about?
I'm not crying.
Oh, I suppose that's rain or something rolling down the side of your nose. And you said I was a bum liar.
Did I?
Sure. Remember you said I couldn't make up a rhyme about some rabbits named Gwendolyn and Christopher? Well, listen to this. Christopher and Gwendolyn went walking one day, and they met a bear in the woods far away. He ate them both with a knife and fork, and that was the end of the rabbit's walk. There.
Not bad. A little gory, but good. You certainly got rid of them fast, didn't you?
Oh, I'll get him out of it in the next episode, but I'm busy with the music now.
Oh, there's music, too.
Sure, I made it up on my piano. Listen. Christopher and Gwendolyn went walking one day, and they met a bear in the woods far away. Oh, from then on, I'm stuck.
Bravo! Bravissimo!
Why, Mr. Edwards.
Don't mind me. Go right on with the opera.
Annabelle, this is Mr. Edwards, the man your daddy bought the Philadelphia store from. Mr. Lenning's daughter.
Hello.
Charm, my fair lady.
Does Richard know you're here? I thought you were supposed to be managing the Philadelphia Emporium Deluxe.
Yes, but it seems as I anticipated that I'm definitely ungood as a department store manager. The situation in dear old Philadelphia is completely blotto. Hence, Lafayette, I am here.
Don't mind the gentleman, Annabelle. I think he's a little cracked.
You're telling me.
Oh, you're both too kind. Julia, it's like this. Richard feels the store down there needs reorganization. Here's a report of condition that Jessup made up. You're supposed to read it and then tell me how to start changing things.
But why didn't Richard telephone me?
Said you'd refuse.
Oh.
If I came, he knew you couldn't resist my charms. Or can you?
Oh, all right. Give me the report.
I want to finish our song.
A great idea. You run along and read that, Julia. Little Miss Saucy Pants and I'll do some composing.
All right.
Now, let's see those words.
Here, and the music's supposed to go like this.
Walking up a hill, they walked and walked and walked and walked. In fact, they're walking still. I don't want to go to bed. I'm having too much fun.
Uncle Jerry, that's keen.
How was it, Julia?
A little more humane. But now we'd better get down to business. I finished this report, Mr. Edwards, and I find it...
Uncle Jerry.
Yes, Uncle Jerry. And the first thing you've got to do down there is to reorganize the advertising staff. I find
yes.
And another thing, your window displays, they've got to be made much more attractive.
Annabelle, another verse. Listen.
Listen, Jerry, if Richard wants us to straighten out the
but
store
that's
business,
not
we've
as
got to get
important
done.
as a new verse for Gwendolyn, is it, Annabelle?
No.
You see? Listen. They saw some snails with great big horns and bonnets on their heads. They lived in shells, and in their shells they slept in feather beds. Come on now, all together.
They saw some shells with great big horns and bonnets on their heads. They lived in shells, and in their shells they slept in feather beds. I don't want to go to bed. I'm having too much fun. That's very swell.
Julia.
What's the matter? Oh, hello, Richard.
Do you suppose he doesn't like music?
Gosh, he looked mad.
I'd better go see. You two go ahead. Hello, Richard. Richard, you look terribly annoyed, darling.
I sent Edwards here because the Philadelphia store is in a mess. I wanted you to give him advice, and how do you give it to him? By sitting on the floor singing a lot of nonsense.
Some high spirits that needed blowing off, that's all. And as for the store report, I've read it.
It's not just this, Julia. It's everything these last weeks. You've changed. You were someone I thought I could count on, and instead of helping me, you let me down completely. I might almost say criminally.
In other words, I haven't lived up to our marriage bargain, is that it?
Well, you don't need to put it exactly that way.
Why not? Richard, you say I've changed. I have. It happened the moment I stepped foot in this house as your wife. It was home here, and I loved it. I was a woman for the first time, and I loved that, too.
In other words, by marrying you, I lost a valuable partner and acquired a woman. Someone who would blithely wreck my business while sitting home singing nonsense in the living room with a man.
Oh, Richard, you sound jealous.
I am not. Told you once that part of my life is completely dead. With it went all interest in women, as you're trying to be a woman. And furthermore, if you want the truth, it doesn't become you. You're no longer the Julia Scott I can admire. This change has made you ludicrous, if not downright pathetic.
Thanks. I was curious about how you really saw me.
Oh, no, Julia, I mean...
You're right, Richard. Perfectly right. I did let you down. I didn't live up to our bargain at all, so I'm going to do something about it.
Now, Julia, I don't mean turning around and going to extremes, but you could help a little right now. For instance,
go down and take charge in Philadelphia. Get the store there up to the famous Lenning standard of efficiency. Is that it?
Well, yes, Julia, if you could.
Oh, I could, Richard. And I shall. You can depend on me.
Oh, that's fine. I know you understand, and it shouldn't take long.
That's where you're wrong, Richard. You have no idea how long it may take. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if I never got back from Philadelphia.
The curtain falls on Act 2 of our play. Is the boss's wife needed more at home or in the office? You'll find that out in the third act, which follows a short intermission. In the meantime, a faithful friend of the Lux Radio Theater answers some other questions.
In our brief intermission before Act 3 of She Married Her Boss, starring Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows, I want to remind the ladies in our audience that Lux toilet soap isn't only as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. Every day, more women are discovering that this white, delicately perfumed soap makes a wonderful bath soap, too.
I just adore my Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath. It's so sort of luxurious and relaxing and such a protection. This lather is active, you know, and carries away perspiration and every trace of dust and dirt. I'm in a hurry to keep my date, but I wouldn't take chances with daintiness for anything in the world.
That's the voice of one of those clever, up-to-date women who depend on a daily Lux soap bath to protect their feminine charm. She's the kind of girl that, well, let's have a look at her later the same evening. She's dancing now, and Bill says,
Gee, Betty, you're gorgeous. Your skin is fragrant, so sweet.
A Lux soap beauty bath does leave skin sweet, delicately fragrant, attractive. You know, the perfume of Lux toilet soap is not an ordinary perfume. It's a skillful blend of 34 costly ingredients. So you see, in every way, Lux soap is a splendid product. Next time you unwrap a smooth, fragrant cake of Lux soap, see how exquisite it looks, how luxurious it feels. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Then use it for a daily bath that will refresh and relax you and assure you of daintiness, of skin that's sweet. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Once again, our play, the third act of She Married Her Boss. 3 weeks have passed. Julia, true to her word, has taken charge of the Lenning store in Philadelphia. Again, she's the Julia Scott of old, machine-like in her tireless efficiency. But at the Lenning home in New York, the efficient machine is sorely missed, especially by Richard.
But why? Why should dinner be late? It was never late, well, before.
You mean when Julia was here? Why don't you say it?
Well, it's true. It's not only the meals, it's everything else. This house was fit to live in when she was here. She's indispensable here, just as she is every place else.
Daddy, when is Julia coming back?
How do I know? When she finishes her job.
Well, I want her back.
Well, so do I.
Well, as a matter of fact, well, so do I.
Why, Gertrude.
The house does need her. I've been wrong about a few things in my life, and, well, Julia is one of them. And when I see her again, I'm going to tell her so.
Me too. I love Julia.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that.
And so do you, Daddy. Ask Gertrude. Daddy loves Julia.
Annabelle, you'd better go and wash for dinner.
Daddy loves Julia.
Annabelle, do as you're told.
Daddy loves Julia. Daddy loves Julia. Daddy loves Julia.
Well, Gertrude, what are you looking at? Hello?
Mr. Richard Lenning, please.
Speaking.
On your call to Philadelphia, sir. We have your party. Hello?
Hello, Julia. How are you?
Hello, Richard, at the office.
Oh, at this hour? Well, now, Julia, there's no need to kill yourself, you know. But I wanted to tell you, I read the report you sent up this morning. You're doing a great job down there.
Thank you.
How much longer do you think it will take you?
Not long. I'm practically through now.
Good. I want you back here.
Richard.
Yeah, back home. You know, this place needs attention. Didn't that occur to you all these weeks? Surely you could have found a free evening or part of a weekend to run up here and straighten the place out. Why, you know...
Wait a minute, Richard. I see what you mean. And if that private madhouse you call a home is in a turmoil again, it can stay that way.
What are you talking about?
I'm not coming back.
What?
I've fulfilled my part of the bargain. I'm delivering the Edwards store to you in perfect order, and that's all I owe you.
Julia, you can't. I mean, the house here...
To get a housekeeper.
Oh, this is nonsense. I won't stand for it.
Try and stop me.
Well, where are you going?
Where am I going? I can't use that kind of language on the telephone.
Hooray!
Jerry, you didn't hear you.
I think anybody within 8 blocks of here would have heard. And again, I say hooray.
Jerry, how long would you say you've been waiting for me to go places with you?
I make it about 3 weeks, no?
Well, Jerry, my boy, your patience is rewarded. For tonight, we step.
What's happened?
Ask me no questions. Just show little Julia the bright lights. I want to find the quickest way to catch up 6 long years.
A cinch, madame. That calls for a nice, quiet dinner.
Oh, no. That's too private, much too private. I've got it. Let's have dinner in the store.
But the cafeteria's closed.
But the display window isn't. Haven't you seen the new dining room display? Come on.
Here you are, Mrs. Lenning. Restaurant fella says you're phoned for
Oh,
dinner.
good. Put the tray right down here on the table.
Huh? I mean, you ain't really going to eat here in the store window with all them dummies. That is
Why, John, those aren't dummies. They're Mrs. Lenning's family. She told me so.
Huh?
Look, John, what's your salary as night watchman?
Why, 18 a week, but I...
Beginning tomorrow, it's 30. Now, draw that curtain across the window there to keep out the gaze of the passers-by and go on punching your clock.
But, Mom...
30 a week, John. Remember?
But where did I tell Martha that I saw Mrs. Lenning and Mr. Edwards in the store window with a bunch of dummies? She'll think I'm drunk. Again.
Alone at last.
Alone? You forget my family. Mr. Edwards, may I first present you to Grandma?
Oh.
On the surface, a nice old lady. Inside...
Sawdust. Howdy, ma'am. Right pleased to meet you.
Oh, don't mind her not answering. A closed-mouth bunch, my family.
Oh.
And there's Dad. That frown on his face is permanent. The old boy's soured on life.
Must run a department store. Hi, Dad.
And there's Mother. Dear old Mother. A tragic figure, Mr. Edwards. She's loved Dad for years and years, but he's never responded.
Unbelievable. Hello, Ma.
Oh, I almost forgot my brother Willie. It's homework he's doing there. He's trying to prove that 2 and 2 make 4. He's been at it for years.
He'll never make it. Greetings, Willie, my lad.
Well, that's my family. Let's eat.
You're sure they don't mind my intrusion?
Mind? Oh, they're delighted. Because I'm going away tonight. This is little Julia's farewell party, and are they glad to get rid of me? Aren't you, Dad? Oh, Jerry. Jerry, look, I've knocked Dad over.
Oh, quit it, Julia. You're not fooling anybody. Talking to a lot of dummies and trying to pretend it's fun. Now, let's get out of here.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm having a swell time.
You're miserable. Look, Julia, forget that Lenning guy, will you? You've got some happiness coming, and I can give it to you.
Can you, Jerry?
You say you've lost 6 years. Well, you're going to get them back.
Am I?
Julia, look at me.
Well?
I've wanted to kiss you for longer than I can remember. Now I'm going to.
No, Jerry.
Julia.
I know, but never mind. Never mind. You can't go. I tell you.
Oh, that? Swell. Thank you.
Here, you can't take no pictures here.
Jerry, who is this woman?
Good evening, Jerry.
Helen.
Say, Mr. Edwards, this lady and gentleman here said you expected them. They didn't say nothing about taking no flashlight pictures.
It's all right, John. Hello, Helen. Nice of you to drop in.
Wasn't it? Oh, and if you and Mrs. Lenning are interested in that picture, Jerry, I'm sure it'll be in the morning papers, on the front page.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Julia, excuse me. I'd like you to meet Helen, my wife.
Hey, Mrs. Jerry Edwards sues for divorce.
Hey, all about the store with the bank. Read about Julia Scott.
Naturally, I came down at once. What would you expect me to do? I suppose you've seen this newspaper story.
Seen it? I practically wrote it.
Oh, Julia, you've got nothing to worry about. I figured it all out on the way down. In spite of that picture, they can't prove a thing. You had a perfect right to be in the store at night, and so did Edwards. Besides that, all we need is a character witness and a dozen other people. Outstanding citizens who will testify for Julia Scott. Testify that her name has always stood for the very highest type of American womanhood. And then, when you get that on the stand yourself, why, Julia, I tell you, together we can beat this thing. You just leave it to me.
Richard, you mean you really want to see me through this case, that you honestly care enough to...
See you through? Why, of course I'll see you through. Do you expect me to sit idly by while the Lenning name is dragged in the mud?
Oh, the Lenning name. So that's it. Then it's not me you want to defend. You don't care whether Mrs. Edwards' charges are true or not. You probably think they are.
Well, if you can give me satisfactory proof that...
I can't and I won't. Just bring on that trial. I'll take care of the Lenning name. How I'll take care of it. I can see myself on the stand right now. I'll make a speech like you've never heard.
Julia.
Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, it seems that I am on trial here. Well, I was in that store window that night because Jerry Edwards is about the sweetest man I know. And my husband, Richard Lenning, is the dullest. Our marriage was one of convenience, Your Honor. He wanted to hang on to a partner. And I only loved him like a fool from the first minute I ever looked at him. I hoped he'd fall into something human. A man who didn't care whether I was efficient or not. A man who liked me, loved me as a woman. But what does Mr. Lenning propose? That I go back to being Julia Scott? That I give up all hope of ever really living and die by degrees as a servant of Richard Lenning? Gentlemen, I propose we try Mr. Lenning in this court. The case is obvious. The sentence? That he be married to his store and locked up in it for the rest of his life. Nobody would ever miss him. If that's Jerry Edwards, it'll make a perfect period. Hello? Hello, Jerry? That, Jerry, was the dropping of a curtain.
Miss Annabelle, it's no use, I tell you. Your father's been in there for hours, and he won't see anybody.
Yeah, well, he's going to see me, because I've got to see him. Now, you let me by.
No, you mustn't. No, you wait. Miss Annabelle, you can't.
Daddy.
I'm sorry, sir. I told her.
Go away, Annabelle.
I won't. I want to talk to you about Julia. Oh, I know why you've got yourself all locked up in here.
Oh, Annabelle, this is none of your affair.
It is my affair. I love Julia, and I want her back. I read that old paper, and whatever they said she didn't do it. And you can believe she did if you're an old stoop enough, but she didn't.
Annabelle.
Oh, don't get mad, Daddy, but you're awful dumb about some things.
Well, suppose I knew that now. I suppose Julia didn't want to come back.
Well, gosh, can't you go and get her? Didn't you ever read about knights or nothing? They didn't wait for someone they loved to say yes or no. They just went out and dragged him in by the hair of the head.
Annabelle, every one of the 1,000 spankings you deserve but didn't get is canceled. Franklin?
Yes, sir?
Get the car. We're going to Philadelphia.
Begging your pardon, sir, but you're going terribly fast. Mr. Lenning!
Dick, Frank. Just Dick to you. And I think I need another drink.
Oh, yes, she's gone, Mr. Lenning.
Gone?
Yes, she left this afternoon with Mr. Edwards. For New York, I think.
Come on, Frank. We're going back to New York.
Oh, but while you're here, sir, there's a matter about the toy department.
Toy department? My friend, you can take the toy department and ship it back to Santa Claus. Come on, Frank. You sure she wasn't here in the store in the last 2 hours?
Oh, no, sir. I ain't seen hide nor hair of her, Mr. Lenning.
Frank, that settles it. We go home for one last look, and if she's not there, we'll call in the cops.
Right you are, Dick, my boy. Every cop on the force. Whee!
Now, wait a minute. Frank, what would you say those bricks were here on the sidewalk for?
Why, I would say for the new addition to your store there.
But you're wrong. Here, Frank, how's your aim?
Oh, Mr. Lenning, your own store window.
Oh, go on now, throw one. Have a window on me.
Well, sir, if you insist.
Strike 3! What a heave. What a name.
Well, I guess that's hurling the old tomato, sir.
Now, Frank, now, what did you do that for? You know it was my turn.
But I didn't hurl it, sir.
Well, I didn't either.
There must be. Oh, look, sir, over there by that taxi cab. It's a woman.
Oh, a softballer, hey? Hey, you! What do you mean by pitching without my okay? Come back here.
You let me go.
Julia. I've been looking for you.
Take your hands off of me. Go ahead, driver.
Okay. No, you don't. Get out of that cab, Julia Scott.
I won't.
Get out of that toot suite or I'll tear the door off.
You and what live man?
Hey, lay off the door. Lay off the door.
Thought I was fooling, eh? Now get out here.
You're pushing me door. Why, it's ruined. It's ruined.
Franklin, buy this guy a new cab.
Right, sir.
Now, Mrs. Julia Scott Lenning, just where do you think you're going?
I'm on my way to Pier number 34. Come along and wish me bon voyage.
Oh, you're going with that sap Edwards, huh?
That's none of your business.
No, come here.
Let go of me.
Not a chance. I've got the law on my side.
Oh, you...
Yes, I have, and all the laws that were never written. Kiss me.
Oh, Richard.
Yeah. Thought that guy Edwards was something, didn't you? Well, you're wrong. You're in the arms of the head pumpkins right now, Sir Richard. The guy who drags him home by the hair of the head. Now, how do you like it?
Well, I don't know yet, but I think... Oh, Richard.
Now, do I drag you, or will you come willingly?
Willingly, darling. Very willingly.
Oh, Julia.
Look, Richard, there's still 2 bricks left, darling.
Yep, one for you and one for me.
Ready?
Go!
I think we can predict a lasting peace in the Lenning household. But I'm still not sure who's going to be boss. Let's ask Ginger Rogers and George Brent.
The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. How's that for a new way of putting it, George?
Well, it's about as new as all's well as that ends well, or it isn't the heat, it's the humidity.
George, if you're referring to the past week, I think this time it really was the heat.
It certainly wasn't the humidity that made our thermometer boil over. You know, last week the asphalt in our tennis court was so hot that I fried a couple
of eggs.
No, not eggs. Onions.
Onions? Why onions, Ginger?
I don't like eggs. Say, look at that tan George has got. What happened to you?
Well, you know, the sun was terribly hot last week, and I just tipped my hat to a lady, and now look at me.
A martyr to etiquette. How does a producer behave on a hot day, CB?
Well, he goes for a swim if he has the time. I was in the pool every morning before breakfast.
Oh, a bathtub scene, huh? The mild touch to a heat wave.
And a bathtub scene ought to include a certain kind of lather, shouldn't it, CB?
Well, what kind do you suggest, Ginger?
I should say Lux. And I can say other things about Lux, too. It's gentle and safe. It's economical, too. I always recommend it because I've used it for so long, and I know exactly how good it is.
And it made me forget all about the weather.
Let's put the heat on Mr. DeMille and find out what the lights in the front of the theater will spell next week.
Yes, what is the bill, CB?
Next Monday night, we're going to do You Can't Take It With You. A Pulitzer Prize play and a hit picture. It's a truly American comedy. And our stars will be Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, and Robert Cummings.
You Can't Take It With You, starring Edward Arnold, Robert Connolly, Fay Ray, and Robert Cummings. That sounds like a double-A production. I'll certainly be on the receiving end of this microphone next Monday.
Yeah, and I'm going to listen for some nice, cool spot like the desert. Good night, CB.
Goodbye.
Good night. You both earned a place in the sun tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, and Robert Cummings in You Can't Take It With You. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Melville Roy, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux Daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Searson. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Searson comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Frederick Mackay as Jerry Edwards, Marion Free as Gertrude Lenning, Lorene Tuttle as Martha Pryor, Vangie Beelby as Miss Fitzpatrick, Margaret Brayton as Agnes, Lou Merrill as Hoyt, John Lake as Russell, Kay Sutton as Marie, Galen Galt as Franklin, Jesse Houston as teacher, Dick Ryan as watchman, James Eagles as Carter, and Ross Forrester as taxi driver. George Brent appears by arrangement with Warner Brothers, where he will soon start work in the Fighting 69th. Edith Fellows joined our cast through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures Corporation. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade. Our Lux Radio Theater production of She Married Her Boss has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless as every woman wants her skin to be. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, at any moment during the next 30 minutes, someone might receive $1,000 cash. At any moment during the next 30 minutes.
Really?
You bet your life. Here's the show that has the $1,000 bell that rings at the mention of the mystery word. And here's the star of You Bet Your Life, one of the greatest stars of all time,
Jupiter.
A man known to millions everywhere.
Howard Hughes.
Someone who's worked up from the bottom of the ladder.
Oh, Margaret Truman.
The one and only...
Thank you. This is Groucho Marx. Well, here I am, stepping in over my head again. Folks, this is just as new to me as it is to you. I've never done one of these shows before, but we've got several couples up here on the stage, a lot of people in the seats out front, and the doors are locked, so I've got to go through with it. Besides, somebody might win $1,000 cash at any moment. All I know is it can't be me. Jack Slatterly, who's the first couple?
Well, Miss Merle McHugh and Mr. Robert Brooks meet the man with all the money, Groucho Marx.
Hello, Marx. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Folks, we advertise for a lot of people to come to the show today who are interested in getting married, but who haven't found the right mate yet. And just before we went on the air, these two volunteers were chosen from the audience. Have you two met each other before?
No.
Miss McHugh, shake hands with Mr. Brooks.
How do you do?
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Hey, wait a minute, Groucho. You're going a little bit too fast.
Well, I guess I was a little hasty. So you two want to get married, eh?
That's right.
Mr. Brooks, may I ask one question?
Yes, Mr.
Why? And Miss McHugh, why do you want to get married?
Well,
Are you being evicted?
No. I think I'm about the right age. And
The right age. You certainly are. Now, before we give you a chance to make $1,000, let's see how well matched you are. Who knows? Maybe Cupid Marx will light a fire here. Could be. Would you mind telling me how old you are, Miss McHugh?
22.
22, eh? And what is your occupation?
I'm a waitress.
A waitress?
Yes.
We should wait on me occasionally. And how old are you?
24, Mr. Marx.
24? And what is your occupation?
I sell clothes.
Well, wholesale?
No.
I see. Well, how tall is your ideal dream man, Miss McHugh?
Well, usually over 6 feet.
Oh, are you over 6 feet?
Yes, I am. 6'1".
6'1", huh? Well, these two may get along all right here, huh? Merle, do you prefer the polite type or the rugged caveman type?
Well, I don't like to be dragged around by the hair, but I like somebody that's kind of polite on the surface and maybe strong once in a while. You know.
I see. What about you? How do you feel about that, huh?
Well, I think she's got me right on the head there. You see, I'm rugged, but I'm still,
Well, I mean, do you like to drag girls around by the hair, huh?
I can try it sometime.
Well, I guess it could be fun at that, huh? Now, tell me, do you prefer blondes or brunettes?
No, honestly, brunettes.
You like brunettes best, huh?
Sure.
Is this a sudden decision, or is this something that you...
No, it's been going on for quite some time.
It has, huh? And how do you feel about it, Merle?
Well, I usually like redheads, but I can make exceptions.
Oh, this girl knows how to wait, I'll tell you that. Now, Bob, what do you think? Do you think that a fella should kiss a girl on the first date?
Yes, definitely.
Well, you're pretty impartial with that decision, huh?
Yes, very much so.
Well, why do you feel that way, huh?
Well, if you like the girl and you want to go out and have a good time and you had a terrific evening, and you come back and you both stand on the doorstep, it's silly to just say goodnight and walk away, isn't it? I mean, she might forget all about you in a very few days, and that wouldn't be any good.
Well, you might kiss her and she might forget about you even quicker, huh?
Yeah, but not me.
Not the way you kiss. Well, I don't know. I've never kissed you, so I don't know. However, I'm not doing anything tonight. Now, Merle, how do you feel about this? Do you think that a fella should kiss a girl the first time he takes her out? Or do you feel that's like walking into a candy store and swiping the stuff before you paid for it, huh?
I don't know if it's kind of surprise, spontaneous. I guess I wouldn't mind. I mean,
You mean if it's combustion?
Oh, yeah. Like when he asks, that makes it kind of uncomfortable.
Oh, you just want him to
Of course,
grab you and kiss you, huh?
Mm-hmm. If I liked him well enough to go out with him, I guess I wouldn't mind too much if he kissed me.
I see. Well, I'm not doing anything tonight either. Now, tell me, Bob, what do you think is the ideal-sized family? I mean, now, this is a natural sequence from kissing. I mean, I'd just like to find out how you feel. What is your conception of the... 3?
Yeah, 2 boys and a girl.
2 boys and a girl, huh? And how do you feel about it?
Well, that's funny. I like 2 boys and a girl, too. I've always thought that was nice.
He's hooked already, I can see. He hasn't disagreed with anything he said yet, huh? Well, you each want 2 boys and a girl, huh? Mm-hmm. That's 6 children you want, huh? You make a pretty good partnership. Do you have any idea what you're going to do right now?
No.
Do you have any idea? Well, you're going to work together. In a nice way, of course. You have something in common now. You two and each of the couples here on stage have just been credited with $20 on our books. I'll ask each couple 3 questions. You bet me you can answer those questions using any part of the $20 you want. The idea is to build your $20 into as much money as possible. Because the couple winning the most money not only gets to keep it, but also gets a chance at a $1,000 question at the end of the show. Is that clear?
Certainly is.
Now, how'd you like a chance at the $1,000 right this minute?
Oh,
Good
fine.
idea.
Let's go.
Well, if you happen to mention a certain secret word, any time you're up here talking, a bell will ring like this. That doesn't mean you have to jump out the window. That means you get a chance at the $1,000 question. Now, when the bell rings, I'll ask you the $1,000 question immediately, and if you answer it right, you collect the $1,000.
This is Jack Slattery off stage where no one in the studio can hear me. If anybody mentions the word air, A-I-R, during the rest of the show, he gets a chance at the $1,000 question. Remember, the secret word is air, A-I-R. And now, back to Groucho.
If you were married, you would probably get 900 and she'd get 100, huh? Now, what would you do with the 500 that you'd win?
Oh, I'd like to buy some clothes and maybe a couple of books and records. Mostly clothes.
Mostly clothes, huh? And you?
I'm the saving kind. I'll save that for the honeymoon.
I
Well,
look
look.
pretty on the honeymoon.
Well, look, he sells the clothes. Are you going to buy the clothes from him?
20% discount.
I see. Well, I wonder which of our couples is going to win the most money. Just to be fair, so the other couples will know how much this couple ends up with, I'd like you other contestants to get off the stage. Beat it! Scram! Wharton, lock them in a dressing room. Stuff a vice president there is. We'll bring them back one at a time. Okay, they're gone now. Now, you two get 3 questions. First one is on food. How much of your $20 do you want to bet you can answer it?
10.
If you bet 10,
No,
you
let's
make
it
10.
5.
Now,
It's
wait a
so
minute.
easy to
Decide
go out.
between you.
No, I mean 10.
Now, let's bet 5 and be conservative. Just to start out. See
You're going
what
to find
happens.
out now who's the boss here.
All right. We'll bet 5.
You're going to bet 5? It's that way in every family. I don't know why you're all so surprised out there. Now, let me understand this. You're betting $5 between you. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you can take all the time you want on this answer. I'll give you 5 seconds. Now, here's the question. In the entire world, what food is most extensively used? Wheat, corn, rice, or pablum? You get one answer between you now, so talk it over.
Wheat?
What do you
I
think,
imagine because that's used for a lot of other things, too.
Yeah, wheat.
We'll say wheat.
We say wheat.
I'm sorry. The answer is rice. If you folks had been married, you'd have been aware of that, huh? Now, how much have they got, Jack?
They got $15, Groucho.
They've got $15. Well, now's your second question. It's on etiquette. This question pays 2 to 1. How much do you want to bet of your $15? Remember, you've got to make more than the other couples in order to get a chance at the $1,000 question.
Let's try 10 this time.
No, let's go 5 this time.
Oh, brother, is he going to save their money when they get married, huh?
No, but I know we'll
We've got to
double
get
it.
it back and double it this time.
Well, all right, make it 10.
Make it 10.
Well, here it is. Is it proper to break a piece of bread or roll in the soup? No, I mean, is it proper to break a piece of bread or roll in the soup?
What do you think?
Is it proper or improper?
I don't think so. I think it's
Well,
improper.
You think it's
no,
improper?
No, I wouldn't say it that way. I would say that it wasn't improper, but it just isn't done.
Well, I mean, but you've got to answer one way or the other. I mean, you can't be a diplomat here. You've got to come right out with some kind of a specific answer.
I'll say no.
No, it's not proper.
It's not proper. You're absolutely right. It's very improper, especially to roll in the soup. Now, how much have they got, Jack?
I'll have $35, Groucho.
$35. Now for your last chance. It's a general question. How much of your $35 do you want to bet? It pays 3 to 1 this time. So if you win, you've got $105.
What's the question about?
That's the thing we don't reveal, huh? We'll make this question even more interesting. If you get it right, we'll send an Admiral radio phonograph combination to anybody you name in each of your hometowns. Well, if you get it right, who shall we send it to and where?
I'd like to send it to my mother in New York.
Your mother's in New York, huh?
Yes.
She hasn't got a radio phonograph?
No, she hasn't, as a matter of fact.
I see. Has she got a husband?
Yes. Last I heard from her, she did.
Oh, she did, huh? Is that in recent years, huh?
Still does.
And where would you like your radio phonograph combination sent? The Admiral radio phonograph.
Well, I suppose my mother also in Wisconsin.
Oh. Nobody's mother apparently has a phonograph, huh? In Wisconsin, whereabouts in Wisconsin? Milwaukee, huh? Well, there's a lot of beer there. I didn't know they were short on radios, though. I guess if you got enough beer, you don't need a radio, huh? Okay, now how much are you betting?
Make it $20 and clear it off.
All right, let's do
You're betting $20, huh? Okay, if you get it right, they get the radios. If you get it wrong, you probably get time bombs in the next mail. Now, here's the question. Does mohair come from a camel, a sheep, a goat, or a toupee? A camel, a sheep, a goat, or a toupee?
Yeah.
Now, talk it over.
Now, let's think about it. It couldn't be a camel, could it? Because that's camel's hair. Well, let's say the goat. Do you think so?
Yeah, must be a goat.
A goat is absolutely right, Jack. What did they find out? Let me congratulate you, huh? Boy, I did that too, don't I?
Just introduced.
They ended up with $95.
$95. Well, congratulations to you and I.
A good friendship.
You'll just sit down over there. We'll see you all later, huh? I wonder if any of the other couples will make more than $95. If they don't, you two get a chance at the $1,000 question. Okay, boys, send in the next couple. You two sit down over there and split your winnings. If you go ahead and get married, let us know. Put the handcuffs on him, boys, so he can't get away. We got a little time left, so before I give the winning couple their $1,000 question, I want to give our guests who are going to be married something special. Something they can use all their married lives, something that costs me nothing. Jump down, huh? Now, here's a problem that I hope doesn't come up too soon with you newlyweds, but you might as well listen. It's a letter from Mrs. R.H. in Dallas, who writes, I found a romantic letter in my husband's pocket from another woman. Should I forget about it, or should I go and visit the other woman? What do you think? Raise your hands, huh? We'll take this lady right here, huh? Take her for everything she's got. What do you think should be the answer, huh?
Well,
what is your name, miss?
I'm Mrs. Lillian Watkins.
Oh, I thought you were a miss. Miss
no,
Watkins,
I've been married 25 years.
25 years.
Yes,
and how
sir.
many little Watkins, huh?
I haven't any.
No Watkins at all? Well, you're still time. 25 years isn't too long, huh? And what is your occupation?
Life, there's hope.
Yes, there is. And sometimes while there's life, there's time, huh? What is your occupation, miss?
Well, I'm a housewife, but I used to be a long-distance telephone operator.
Oh, I bet you've given me many a wrong number in my time, huh?
I suppose I have.
Well, no wonder you have no children with all those wrong numbers, huh? Now, what do you think is the answer to this problem, huh?
Well, I've been married 25 years, and if I found a letter in my husband's pocket
You'd steal
today,
his pants, huh?
I would just ignore it because good husbands are hard to find.
I think you've got something there. I think even bad husbands are hard to find. Huh? I think that's a very logical solution. Thank you very much, huh? Well, the time's up. That's all the advice we can spread around right now. It's time to give our winning couple a $1,000 question. Thanks to you folks in the audience for your advice. I hope everybody made notes.
Well, come back on the stage up here, Quiz Kid, because the winning couple is waiting for the $1,000 question.
Where'll I get unwrapped from this snake here?
They are Miss Helen Hayden and Mr. John Bagnoli. That's the couple about to be married. They ran their $20 into $158.
Are you nervous, kids, or do you always turn green this time of year? Well, tell us again, what are you going to do with the $1,000 if you win it? Now you'll have to get married, won't you, huh?
Sure will. That'll be a good start.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do with the money if you win it? You still going to buy the Bendix?
Well, we have to get back to New York very soon because his school is in New Jersey, so I guess
see.
part of it will go for that.
All right. Well, here's the question. If you answer it, you get $1,000 cash right now. The question is on current events. Everybody reads the newspaper and should keep abreast of the times. Let's hope you folks do. I'll give you 10 seconds. Ready? Here it is. And please don't anybody in the audience shout it out. We'll only have to give them another question. Okay. Who was the wife of the president of Argentina? Decide the answer between you now.
Eva Perón.
Absolutely right. You have won $1,000. Congratulations. You've just won $1,000, and here it is. I wonder if they've revived the sponsor yet. Anyway, you deserve the money. You worked hard for it. And I know it'll be a big help to you in the future. Congratulations again, and here's wishing you a happy married life. And don't forget to invite me to your golden wedding. Huh?
Oh, thank you very much.
Next week, another $1,000 might be given away at any moment. And if nobody gets it next week, it'll go up to $2,000 the following week. Anything else, Groucho?
Only that I want to sincerely thank all of you for helping me out this past half hour. I hope you liked it. I know I've had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you next week when we'll be on the air again to bring... Hey, I said it, the secret word. I said air, and that was it, air. Pay me $1,000, somebody.
Oh, Groucho, you can't take that money away.
I know it. I was just carried away. Good night, folks. Good morning, folks.
Join us next week. It's exciting, it's fun. You Bet Your Life, a John Goodell production. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Transcribe. CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, a graphic and dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm, from the famous book by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator.
Steadily, the great sphere of the Earth spun upon its axis and moved in its unvarying course around the sun. From far-off Venus, a watcher of the skies, if such a one can be imagined to exist, viewed it as a more brilliant planet than any to be seen by us Earthmen. It gave no sign that storms or men disturbed its tranquil round. Bright against the black of midnight, or yellow in the dawn, the Earth hung in the sky, unflickering and serene.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair tonight and Wednesday, no change in temperature, moderate northwest winds. You're welcome.
The same forecast, day after day, week after week. The junior meteorologists wanted to yell blizzards, thunder, lightning, and hurricanes. But as long as that high-pressure area hung off the coast, it'd be the same. Fair tonight and tomorrow, no change in temperature. This wasn't weather, it was a bore. And nothing on this morning's weather map could change it. Oh, there were storms, plenty of them, but always somewhere else. Sylvia, an old friend, was now over Boston, dumping a heavy fall of snow before she swept on across the Atlantic. Felicia, poor thing, wasn't doing too well. By all indications, she would die in the fastnesses of the Northwest Territory. But Cornelia, the junior meteorologist was proud of Cornelia. A big, full-bodied dowager of a storm. 400 miles at sea, southeast of Dutch Harbor. He had known all of them since birth, days ago in the far western reaches of the Pacific. And it was his private pleasure to give them names. His eyes swept across the map down the Arc of the Aleutians and the islands of Japan. And then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A ship halfway between the weather stations of Haridoyashima and Tirijima It reported a barometric pressure of 1011. Yet by its position, it should have been 1012. The temperatures of the ship and the weather station showed too wide a divergence. The wind forces and the directions were at variance. Cold air from the tundras of Siberia had met warm air from the coral atolls of the Southern Ocean. So he rerouted a section of the 1012 isobar, drew a little ellipse like a football around the figure 1011.
Mariah. This one shall be Mariah.
A proud city, San Francisco, set upon hills, pearl gray in the winter sun, swept clean of smoke and dust by the steady wind from the sea. A city of towers and banners standing out stiff in the northwest wind. In the streets of the city, women clutched at their skirts and men at their hats in the invigorating sun-filled breeze. And they greeted each other with sparkling smiles.
Great weather we're having. Puts life in a fella.
But out in the country, there was a drought in the vast central valley. The grain and the grasses curled by drought ceased growing. And the well-to-do cattlemen ordered cottonseed meal at the Fresno mills. And in Tehama County, a not-so-well-to-do cattleman received a polite but firm letter from his bank. And an hour later, in the barn, they found his body hanging.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Is the map ready? Almost, sir. The last reports are just coming in over the teletype.
Nice little storm developing there west of Japan.
You mean Mariah?
You named them, too.
Well, just to myself, sir.
It must be nice to be new to the game. I used to do it when I first came to work here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I called them mostly after heroes I'd read about in history books, Hannibal and so forth. I remember General Lee developed into a terror, but Genghis Khan was a fizzle.
Well, I've been using girls' names ending in IA, but I'm nearly running out. There's Felicia over Hudson's Bay, and Cornelia's still doing fine in the Gulf of Alaska.
Where'd this Mariah come from?
Incipient. Day before yesterday, north of Chitajima.
Still there watching. You know the old saying.
What's that, sir?
A Chinaman sneezing in Shensi may set men to shoveling snow in New York City.
Mariah did bear watching. Half as large as the United States, she rolled across the Pacific at 1,000 miles a day. Yet nowhere did she touch land, so vast and empty is the great ocean between the Aleutians and Midway Island. All over the top of the world rested unbroken darkness like a cap. Through that polar night, the flow of heat into outer space was like the steady drain of blood from an open wound. As the air thus grew colder and colder, it shrank toward the surface of the earth. Upon every square mile of snow-covered land and frozen sea, the air weighed more heavily with the passing of each sunless hour.
Hey, Chief, look at the report from Copper Mine this morning.
What about it?
1032. Up 9 millibars from yesterday. And Fort Norman, 1035. That polar air mass is going to break out in Canada.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no place else for it to go. And when it does, Mariah won't follow Cornelia and Felicia and the others into the Gulf of Alaska. She'll keep coming straight for the coast. Chief, it's rain in 48 hours and plenty of it.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. I guess I got carried away.
That's understandable. You haven't seen as many storms come across this map as I have.
No, sir.
But don't go throwing around any 48-hour guesses. Storms are hussies, at least in this part of the world. I've known lots of them. Storms, that is. You can't trust them 12 hours out of your sight. San Francisco Weather Bureau.
Hello. Let me speak to somebody in authority, please.
This is the chief forecaster speaking.
This is Brownington Steamship Company. We got a ship in trouble. She just sent out an SOS. The Eureka relayed it to us. What's the weather like out there?
Can you give me her position?
Not exactly. The Eureka said she was 6 hours away.
What ship is it?
The Byzantian.
In that case, we have it. She made a weather report 2 hours ago. She must have been all right then. Just a minute, let me check.
Well, for heaven's sakes, hurry. It's mostly a local crew. They've got wives and families in the Bay Area. We've got to notify them.
I understand. Here we are. From the Byzantian reported she had a 9-point wind. That'll be about 50 miles an hour. But it's going to get worse. In an hour, it'll be blowing a whole gale, 60 miles an hour anyway. For another hour, it'll be even worse than that, with gusts up to 70.
It's a hurricane, then, a typhoon.
Look here, there's no sense in panicking. It's not a hurricane, and it's not a typhoon. It's a storm, a very big storm. Make that clear to your people and to the newspapers. The Byzantian will be through the worst of it in the next 2 hours. After that, it'll fall off. But there'll be lots of wind for 12 hours and a heavy sea after that.
I see. Well, isn't there anything you can do about it?
I'm afraid not. We report the weather. We don't make it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, son.
Sir?
Your Mariah's a big girl now. A killer.
From the Arctic islands and the ice floes of the Beaufort Sea, the polar air swept southward across the plains at 50 miles an hour, across Alberta and Saskatchewan. By noon, it engulfed Edmonton. Just before the winter sunset, Saskatoon and Calgary. At midnight, it crossed the border and invaded the United States. By daybreak, it had occupied much of Montana and North Dakota and was advancing on Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. But in San Francisco, the proud banners on the tall towers still streamed southeast in the winter sun. Continued fair today. No change in temperature.
Got the map filled in, son?
Yes, sir. Just finishing.
How does it look here this morning?
Well, I said yesterday it'd rain inside 48 hours. I say now it'll rain inside of 24 hours.
Pretty sure of that, huh?
Positive.
Let me have a look. Your Mariah's come a long way in 5 days.
Yes, sir. Look at that cold front east of the Rockies, right out of Canada. Just as I forecast.
Did you forecast this, too?
What's that, sir?
Part of your cold front slipped west across Alaska, far south of Seattle.
No, sir, I didn't expect that.
Care to forecast the possibility of it continuing south?
Well, sir, my guess is that Mariah will get here before it does.
Son, in this game, you can't afford to guess. There are a lot of factors on this map that argue against rain. There's this cold front. There's the Pacific High, still has been for weeks.
There's Mariah, and nothing's going to stop her.
Chief.
Yes, Righty.
Chronicles on the wire. They want the forecast.
Tell them I'll have it for them in 10 minutes. You see, son, it's up to me. If I say that one word, rain, the weather forecast won't be in a box at the bottom of the front page. It'll be in boxcar letters in the headlines. That single word will be the biggest news story in California. Thousands of people will change their plans because of it. Hundreds of businesses and industries will adjust to it. And if it doesn't rain...
But it's going to. It has to.
Would you like to take the responsibility of guaranteeing it?
But, sir...
On the other hand, if I forecast fair and it rains, that mistake might mean millions of dollars loss and the illness and the death of more people than a man likes to think about.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's possible that the Pacific High will hold, and it's possible that the polar air will get here before Mariah does. But it's not probable. And we must forecast probable, not possible, rather. Whitey, yes, sir. Get on the phone and order up storm warnings on the coast from Point Arena to North Head. Yes, you, son, call the Chronicle and tell them we'll have the complete forecast in 5 minutes, but tell them to set the headlines and get ready. It's rain.
Rain. The load dispatcher of Power and Light was ready for the electric heaters that would be turned on against the chill, and the lights that would burn later in the morning and earlier in the evening. Somewhere in his maze of high and low voltage wires, his powerhouses and his dams, there would be trouble, but he was ready. Rain. The plant superintendent of the telephone company sent some extra men up along US 40 in case things went bad on the pass. Rain. The general manager of the railroad dispatched the assistant divisional engineer and the chief trainmaster to Immigrant Gap and Norden to take charge of track clearance in the pass. For rain on the coast, rain in the valley, rain in the motherlode meant snow on the pass. The pass, one of the 5 great gateways to California. The first covered wagons crossed the pass in 1844 from the high plateau of Nevada to the gravid valley of the Sacramento, where yet unsuspected gold lay in the sands of foothill streams. 500 wagons crossed in 46, crossed safely. All but the last, the Donner Party. The snow caught them, and the horror of their story has imprinted their name upon the pass, and broods still over peak and canyon like a legend of Greek tragedy. But today, gleaming streamliners glide between the snowy crags with 20th century ease. The transcontinental telephone carries chit-chat and the closing of deals, the word of birth and death, and the jokes and tunes of radio through the high canyons and over the summits. The great steel towers of the Power and Light High Line cut their wide path through the lodgepole pines and the tamaracks as they march with metal feet across the mountain. And feeling its way more subtly, following the contours of the convoluted land, is U.S. Highway 40, the all-weather road across the Sierras, one of the 5 great mountain gateways to California. Far out at sea, the crippled freighter Byzantium, her rudder jury-rigged, made for Honolulu in repairs under a sunny sky. She had ridden out the storm, but she had lost her first officer overboard. Maria was indeed the killer, and she announced her coming with a wave of pain. As she moved steadily shoreward, old lumberjack joints grown stiff in the dripping of redwood forests twinged and throbbed. From Cape Disappointment to Point Arguello, overworked mothers winced with headaches. Nerve ends of leg stumps tingled. Old wounds of the Argonne and Guadalcanal ached again. In a moving belt 150 miles before the rain, renewed tortures prevailed in the hurt and maimed limbs of men. First, so fine was the rain, it was as if the low-lying mist had merely swooped a little lower. And then for a moment, it was gone. But it came again, minute by minute, unhurrying. The rain grew thicker and more steady. East beyond the Sierras and the Rockies, the river of polar air swept on. Behind it, the snow-plastered houses of Cincinnati and Louisville, the quick frozen ponds of the Ozarks. In Abilene and Fort Worth and Dallas, they felt it now. And men battling their way along gale-swept streets reminded themselves.
Between Texas and the North Pole, the only windbreak is a barbed wire fence.
Rain will not harm a high-tension line. Snow will build up on it and then fall away of its own weight and bulk. But ice. At the 3,000-foot level in the Sierra, the morning after the storm broke, neither rain nor snow fell from the turgid clouds, but sleet, sheathing the trees in bizarre robes of ice, coating the wires of the Power and Light 60-kilovolt line until they were a half-inch thick, an inch, 2 inches, until the weight became more than copper cable could bear.
San Francisco load dispatcher.
This is Rango substation operator. The French bar 60 kilovolt line just went out.
Don't say just. When did it go?
9:02. I'm replacing it from Two Rivers and Buckskin Dam.
Thank you.
The load dispatcher looked at his desk clock and noted with satisfaction that it was a little past 9:03.
I know I'm seeing it, but I just can't believe it.
What's that, son?
For this morning's map. It just isn't supposed to look like this. Storms should move from west to east between the high-pressure areas of the pole and the Tropic of Cancer.
They do, in the textbooks. But it looks like El Mariah's trapped.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. Trapped between that polar breakthrough over the plains and the one that came in over Alaska. Why, it could go on raining for days.
And very well might.
This is the miracle of electronics. This is the multiplex telephone cable, carrying 2 or 3 radio programs, half a dozen personal conversations, and several teletype messages. 6 of these cables cross the Donner Pass, strung from pole to telephone pole. The central transcontinental lead between San Francisco and the east. In 1579, the same year Sir Francis Drake landed on the coast of California, a cedar sapling sprouted on the lip of a ravine far up in the Sierra Nevada. It was, however, somewhat insecurely rooted, and in 1789, a half-century before the first immigrant let his wagons down the canyon walls with ropes, a windstorm toppled it. Its trunk has lain athwart the ravine ever since, decaying but little in the high, dry mountain air. But last fall, a chipmunk burrowing beneath it dislodged a pound or so of gravel, and thus disturbed its delicate and ancient balance. And the weight of Mariah's snow finished the job. Now the log begins to roll, slides sidewise, upends and drops over the canyon's edge. 100 feet below, it strikes squarely among the cross-arms of pole 1-243-76 of the Central Transcontinental League.
Operator? Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
I've just been cut off from New York.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry's not enough. What's the matter with you people?
Hold the line, sir.
Company as big as yours, you'd think they'd give better service. Absolutely ridiculous. This is an important
Here
call.
is your party, sir. I'm sorry for the delay.
You should be. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, what happened?
Who knows? Well, anyway, let's pick it up where we were before.
You can't pick it up exactly where you were before, sir. Before, you were talking from San Francisco via Salt Lake, Denver, and Chicago. Now you were talking to New York through Los Angeles, Oklahoma, and St. Louis, over one of the alternate circuits which had been previously set up by a telephone company traffic superintendent who knew what a storm could do on the Donner Pass.
You were right, Chief.
Huh?
Look at this morning's map. That polar air that broke through over the plains finally made it across Mexico. It's out in the Pacific now.
Joining up with Mariah. That'll be the death of her. But she'll give us trouble tonight.
How's that?
That old polar air mass is only a few hundred miles wide, but she's cold and dry below and warm and moist on top. When she hits Mariah, she'll blow her into bits. Cloudbursts, hail and snow, thunder, lightning, and damnation. Tonight'll be the night.
U.S. Highway 40 was still open. but only because the road superintendent and his crew had pushed the flangers and the rotaries around the clock for nearly 72 hours. Now the snow was thicker than ever, and the superintendent standing at the doorway of the maintenance station garage was tired, bone-tired. A heavily pounding truck came up grade from the west. A sedan, its headlights clawing the swirling snow, followed. And a few moments later, another. And then something began to bother the super. Something vague. And then he realized what it was.
Wally.
You?
Let's get out on the road.
What's up?
She's blocked somewhere down the pass. Nothing's coming through from the east.
She was blocked, all right. At Windy Point, a big truck and trailer was jackknifed across the road, and the drifts were already piling up. 4 cars were lined up grade, their motors running.
Idiots. Motors idling, windows closed to keep warm. Wally, tell them to open up before they suffocate. You, I'll take the downgrade side. Anybody hurt here?
Nobody hurt but this truck.
Never mind the truck. You ran past the chain warnings yourself. If you'd had chains on, you wouldn't be stuck in that drift.
Yeah, but look, hey, what am I going to do? I can't...
Hey, anybody in there? Oh, no. Hey, you!
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Where are the people from this car?
Oh, them?
Yeah, what happened to them?
Oh, yeah, old dame and a guy. She was sort of hysterical. She yelled something about we'd all get snowed in and froze like somebody named Donna. Then they started off down the road walking. Hey, you think maybe we ought to start walking like she said, huh?
No, you stay where you are. We'll get you out of this. When did they leave?
About 5 minutes ago.
And that's long enough. Hey, what's the matter up ahead? Road's blocked. You see a couple of people walking down grade?
Yes, we wondered.
You got chains?
Sure, I always got chains. I'm from Colorado.
Good, then you must know mountains. Now listen to me, Jack. I'm the road superintendent here. We aren't going to be able to clear the road for a while. Why don't you swing around while you still can and go on back down grade after those 2 people?
Well, now, I don't know.
Might save a couple of lives.
Why, of course we will.
There's a joint down at the bottom of the pass where you can get them some coffee. We'll let you know when the road's clear.
Well, sure thing. Glad to help.
Thanks a lot. You better get going. One of my rotaries is coming up behind you.
I had no idea you got so much snow out this
Yeah, well,
way.
we get enough.
Shut the window, Emily, and let's get out of here.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Peterson. Give me a lift. Hi, boss. What you doing down here? I'll tell you later. Raise the plow, Steve, and get me up the road as fast as you can. Radio hot. As a pistol. Let's go. KRDO1. KRDM4 calling KRDO1.
KRDO1 standing by for KRDM4.
Hank, get this. Call to all eastbound cars at the summit. Phone the boys at the lake to stop all westbound cars at the gates. Contact the highway patrol and tell them there's a block at Windy Point. Get a couple of men off the day shift and send them down with a push plow and flanger. We're going to lose the road if we don't work fast.
To lose the road was to lose his honor. But that night, as Maria thrashed across the Sierra in her death throes, the superintendent once more held the road. Once more, the storm gave out before his machines did, or his men. Once more, there would come a time and a storm, he reminded himself, when they might not.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair today and tomorrow, moderate northwest winds, slightly cooler. You're welcome.
The junior meteorologist turned back to his map, filling in reports from land stations across half the world and ships spun out upon the great ocean. But soon he let his eyes wander down the Kuril Islands and across the Sea of Japan, where surely a new wave should be forming, a wave which might develop into another great storm, like Maria. But now, no ship happened to be at the proper location to tell him about it.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Storm by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator. Featured in the cast were Helene Burke, Chet Stratton, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Frank Gerstle, and Jack Crucian. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The workshop is produced by William Frug. Turn silent.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The cigarette that's first in the service presents from the 6th Ferrying Group Air Transport Command at Long Beach, California, the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Reed Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Five, tonight's guest Miss Merle Oberon, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you, Costello?
Hey, Abbott,
What?
I want to ask you a very personal question.
What is it?
Do you think I'm fat?
Well, I'd say you were on the plump side. Why do you ask?
Well, I was over by one of those big hangars. I was standing next to a blimp. All of a sudden, an officer points to me and says, "Look, they're making them with faces now."
Oh, he was just kidding. You know, there's nobody that has a better sense of humor than a flying man.
I know that, too, Abbott, because I'm a flying man myself.
What do you mean?
I started flying when I was a 6-month-old baby.
You flew when you were a baby?
Yep. I flew out of my nurse's arms and made a perfect 1-point landing.
No. You mean 3-point?
No, 1 point. My safety pin was open.
Costello, I don't believe you've ever been up in the air.
Oh, yes, I have. I used to be a hostess.
Well, you walked into that one, my friend. For your information, plane hostesses are always female.
This was a male plane.
Tell me, Costello, when was the last time you were up in the plane?
Do you want the truth or my version?
Oh, no. I want the truth.
I think we'd get more laughs the other way.
No. Tell the truth.
Okay, I'll tell the truth.
All right.
I took my first plane ride today. Captain Dick Lassiter took me up in a great big plane.
Tri-motor?
Try what?
I said tri-motor?
Certainly we tried the motor. What do you think we did? Push it?
No, skip it.
I'm not going to get it up in the air and then try it.
All right, forget about it.
Forget about the motor?
No. The other thing. By the way, what kind of a pilot is he? Was he flying blind?
No, he was perfectly sober.
What a dope. Of course he was sober. Well, never mind that. You know, Lou, I wonder what these boys down here at Long Beach do when they go on leave.
Well, I saw a bunch of the boys down at the beach with their girlfriends.
Did they go down there to spoon?
Well, they didn't go down there to wash their socks.
Well, here's Ken Niles. I've been waiting to see you, Ken. I was wondering what your wife thought of the picture we made last week.
That's right, Niles. What did she think of my acting?
Well, I don't mind telling you that she absolutely raved.
She raved, eh?
Yes. They took her away the next morning.
What's so funny about that? Did you make that up yourself?
Yeah, out of my head.
You certainly are.
No.
I hate that guy.
Well, I know you do, but quit arguing, Costello. I want to hear more about the picture. Did you read any reviews, Ken?
Yeah, sure. The Druggist Weekly gave the picture 4 aspirins.
See what happens, don't you?
He's got the band framed up.
Certainly he's got the band framed. That wasn't a funny line. There was nothing funny about that, brother.
How can you imagine that?
Listen, Ken, I read all the reviews. And even Mrs. Roosevelt mentioned our picture in her column.
What did she say?
She said, "My day was ruined." Right? That's the one line I don't know why they got it in there.
Wait a minute, look. Lou, didn't we get any compliments at all?
Oh, sure. We got one cheer that I remember.
Where from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx?
You know, in Hitler's face without music.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we should give up the idea of producing our own pictures, although...
Don't you be silly.
No.
Perfume Pictures Incorporated is here to stay. And I'm ready to start another picture right now. Push the button for my secretary.
Okay. Hey. What's the idea of a horn for a buzzer?
She used to be a waitress in a drive-in.
Oh.
Oh, boss, I'm sorry I was late this morning.
Are you doing anything tonight?
Why, no, not a thing.
Then try and get here on time tomorrow morning.
A fine secretary. How did you get a job here?
I used to be in pictures. I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
One of the meatballs.
Everybody gets laughs but me.
All right. Have patience.
By the way, do I have any appointments today?
Yes, sir. At 12 o'clock you have an appointment with Hetty Lamar.
What am I doing after that?
Me, he asked.
Mr. Costello, could I speak to you for a moment?
Why, it's Botsford Twink, our soundman. What's on your mind, Bots?
Well, I want you to know that I was terribly hurt because I wasn't in your picture last week with Carmen Miranda. After all, if you're looking for new faces, look at me. My face is new, isn't it?
Oh, very new. In fact, your whole head has only been slightly used.
Please give me a chance, Mr. Costello. I really do have a lot of talent. You know, I do most of the voices in all the Leon Schlesinger cartoons for Warner Brothers.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, for instance, here's a little Porky Pig.
This is the way I talk when I play Porky. That's all, folks.
I'll play Porky for you for $1,000.
What are you talking about? Warner Brothers don't pay you that.
I know, but pork has gone up.
What else do you do, Botsford?
Oh, did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? I have a carrot here, so I'll give you a little sample.
What's up, Doc? What do you say, Tubby? What's cooking, huh?
Of course, if you use Bugs Bunny, you'll have to use my wife, Mrs. Bunny.
But we can't use two rabbits in our picture.
Well, we couldn't separate them. That would be splitting hairs.
Well, if you can't use the rabbit, maybe I could furnish some of the musical background. I can imitate an electric organ. Listen.
It's clever, ain't he? Do you call it an organ? Now listen, Botsford. I can't use any of that stuff in my picture. Now, will you get out of here?
Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Every time you yell at me, I get the hiccups.
Well, when you yell at me, he gets that.
Why do you yell?
How did I know? Did I know that when I talk loud, he gets the hiccups?
Costello,
Did I know that?
Well, don't yell at him. Do
All right.
something for the poor fellow.
Please, Botsford.
I said, talk nice to him.
Botsford, I'm talking low and easy. Now, take it easy. No more hiccups.
That brings him out of it.
Does it? I didn't know that. All right, take it easy. How do you feel?
Better now.
Oh, you do?
I feel fine.
Oh, am I glad of that, Abbott. Now, let's get back to this picture.
But, Mr. Costello, are you sure you can't use the organ?
Botsford, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't...
Please.
Please, not him again, didn't you? You see what I told you? I know what I'm doing. Get him out of here!
Hey, Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, Niles.
I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about winter sports?
Are you kidding? I'm one of the best ski jumpers in the country.
Really?
Sure. Last winter at Lake Placid, I made my biggest jump.
Yeah?
I climbed up to the top of the slide. Thousands of people were looking up at me.
Yeah?
And when I leaped into the air, I went down at 60 miles an hour, and I made a sensational jump of 200 feet.
200 feet?
Yep. And I could have even gone further if there was snow. Oh,
Lou.
much better tonight. Thank you.
Lou, I know another good skier, and his name is Dick Durrance, and he's one of the finest skiers in the world. In fact, he's so good that the government asked him to give instructions to ski troopers in lightning-fast mountain warfare. Dick knows his smoking, too. He said, quote,
I've smoked Camels for years. They have the full, rich flavor that I want in a cigarette. No matter how often I smoke, Camels never tire my taste, never get my throat.
Unquote. Yes, and with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, too, according to actual sales records in the stores where they buy cigarettes. Try Camels yourself for steady pleasure. You'll like the way they hold up, wear well, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. The reason is extra flavor, and you know Camels always have more flavor. Better yet, Camels combine flavor with extra mildness, the extra mildness that goes with slow burning and cool smoking. One reason for that is costlier tobaccos, blended as only Camels know how to blend. Now remember, you're the one who's doing your smoking. Your throat and your taste will tell you.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. Meet Stevens, the orchestra, and the Camel 5 with a new treatment for an old tune by the light of the silvery moon.
Shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon.
Costello, we can't hold up production on your new picture any longer. Now, we've got to get a leading lady. How about giving that secretary of yours a chance? She has blue eyes and blonde hair.
And a Supreme Court figure.
What do you mean, a Supreme Court figure?
A Supreme Court figure?
What do you
No
mean?
appeal. Oh! Besides, I phoned Merle O'Brien about playing a leading part.
You did?
Yes. I picked up the receiver and I said, Merle, darling. Merle, sweetheart. Merle, my love.
And then?
Then I dialed her number.
Merle O'Brien. Merle O'Brien would be swell in our picture. You know, and I sent for a new fashion designer.
What is this that just popped in here?
What happened? Well, now, wait a minute. I sent for a new fashion designer. Is that it?
Now he's in. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm your new fashion designer. Pierre, you Pierre. To my friends, I'm P.U.
You said it, brother. Hey, get a load of that guy's hair. He's a male Veronica Lake.
Pierre, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Costello?
Thank you, sir.
You are just the man I'm looking at. I've not seen you in a long distance.
Get the way his hair hangs over his face. Pardon me, Pierre. Was your mother ever scared by a sheepdog?
Oh, come on. Leave the man alone. We've got to get him to design Miss O'Brien's clothes. Now, no more remarks about his hair.
Looks like a palm tree in a high wind, doesn't it?
Well, Mr. Costello, I admit that my hair is a standing joke.
Well, it needs a new switch.
I don't know what's wrong there. Keep quiet. We must have Miss O'Brien's wardrobe designed before she gets here. Pierre, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, not at all. You know, the main thing is color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink bag, you would not wear a green dress, would you?
Oh, gracious, no. I wouldn't dare. Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
All right, come on, never mind.
What kind of line is that to get me, a big man?
Forget it. Skip those things. Come here, Pierre. Now, with a shortage of materials, how about something plain for Miss O'Brien to wear? We'll call it a defense dress. How about that?
How about making it out of barbed wire?
That isn't defense.
It ain't exactly an invitation.
Go ahead, Pierre. Suggest a dress for Merle O'Brien. You know, something that she can wear in our picture.
Well, being a brunette, I would suggest that I make Miss Oberon a gown of apple green with a peach skirt, lemon trimmings, plum ruffles, an orange belt, and a tangerine scarf. Huh?
That ain't a dress. That's a fruit salad.
Nevertheless, that sounds fine. Now, what about Merle's hat?
Well, the hat should be very simple but very smart. Do you think the boys in camp here would like Miss Oberon in a hat that has 3 roses and a ribbon on the side? Huh?
No, they'd rather have 4 roses with a chaser on the side. Now, get out of here, and I'll design the clothes myself.
Oh, Costello, you can't design clothes.
Is that so? I just invented a ladies' leg paint that takes the place of stockings. It even covers the knees.
It disguises the knees?
You said it. You can hardly recognize the old joints.
Well, we let Merle Oberon design her own clothes for the picture. What do you say?
Yes, and I'm just the girl who can do it.
Now, listen, kid, you keep out of this. Look who it is. It's Merle Oberon.
Merle, I'm overjoyed.
I'm overcome.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm over here. Merle, I've always been in love with you. You're so beautiful. Can I give you a kiss?
Well, all right, but just one. Lou, where did you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a bugler in the Boy Scouts.
Now, look, if you folks don't mind, we'll go over the script of the picture that you are going to play tonight. It's a story of the knights of old. Merle, you play a beautiful princess.
And you wear a hoop skirt.
A hoop skirt?
Yeah, a hoop skirt. That's a parachute with legs.
Costello plays the part of a knight. He's in love with you.
I thought nights were tall.
Well, kid, on account of daylight saving time, the nights are getting shorter.
As the first scene opens, Merle, you're in the palace, awaiting the arrival of your lover. You are playing the organ.
Organ? Like this? Botsford, didn't I tell you that you couldn't be in this picture? Don't do that. I started it again. Don't shout at him. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking nice and easy. Relax. Take it easy. All right, Botsford.
Shout at him in a moment.
I'm talking nice. How easy can I talk?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, Botsford. I'm very sorry.
I'm okay now, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I'm glad you are. Now, keep out of the picture.
You did it again.
Don't yell at me. Botsford, I'm sorry.
Will you please put a gag in his mouth?
Put a gag in his mouth? Yes. If I had a gag, I'd tell it myself.
Come on, let's get back to this story. Costello, as a knight, your costume is a suit of armor.
That's right, Lou. You wear an iron coat, an iron vest, and iron trousers. In fact, you wear a whole iron suit.
Where do I get it pressed? At Lockheed?
Now, your suit may become rusty, so you better keep yourself well oiled.
I'd have to be oiled to make love to you in an iron suit.
Merle, you walk out on the balcony.
Yes, and I sneak right up to it.
But how'd you get across the moat?
I caught the guard with his bridges down.
Then we have the big scene where Costello serenades you with a song of love.
And, Lou, I will drop a flower on you.
In a mad moment of love?
No, in a pot.
Now, Merle, you signal that the coast is clear. And Costello, you climb the balcony. You reach Merle's side. You're panting from the long climb in that suit of armor. Yes, that's it. You gaze into her eyes. Remember, this is your big chance. Never mind, no more pants.
Panting.
Never mind that. There's emotion in your voice. As you stand there in your iron suit, what do you say to her?
Hey, kid, have you got a can opener?
Here's Connie Haynes with a Camel 5 with a new Roomba from the pen of Cole Porter. Hasta luego.
In a small cantina on an island far, Senorita Lena sang a song to a hot guitar. All the ding-dong dandies used to gather about when the lovely Lena, Lady Vina, would give in and give out. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And that mucha good luck, sweetheart. Once they'd married Lena, and her rich old guy moved to Pasadena, where the best people go to die. But when she'd collected all his copper preferred. Back to her cantina, lovely Lena went flying as she purred. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Perfume Pictures Incorporated presents the great costume drama entitled The Brave Knight Cut Off the Dragon's Tail, or The Dragon Isn't Waggin' Anymore. The beautiful Princess Guinevere is played by Merle Oberon. Lou Costello is the brave knight Sir Porterhouse, and Bud Abbott is his good friend Sir Loin. I play the part of the king. As the scene opens, the princess and I await the arrival of two brave knights in our kingdom. Curtain. Greetings, brave knights. Kindly approach the throne.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Sir Loin, Knight of the Bath from Saxony.
And I am Sir Porterhouse, Knight of the Bath from Constantinople. What kind of words did I give you?
Constantinople?
Yeah, Turkish bath.
Greetings, brave knights. I'm the Princess Guinevere.
And who are those beautiful dames with you?
They are my ladies in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, Sir Porterhouse, you must save our kingdom. The people are angry. They're clamoring outside the gates of the palace. Just listen to them clamor.
Clamor, 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 clamor.
Did you hear that? The people are revolting.
They certainly are.
No, the people are starving. They have not eaten in 5 days.
Oh, they should try and force themselves. They gotta eat. But, my dear princess, have we no food?
Alas, no. The dragon has destroyed our crops.
You mean all our corn is gone?
Yes, there's only enough left for this program.
What's so funny about that? What a fresh princess.
Listen to the people shouting. They have been shouting for 5 days, but I dare not speak to them.
I will speak to the people, Your Majesty. Open the door. I'll make a speech. People of Saxony! That got him.
Now, my dear princess, just what do you desire us to do?
My dear knight, for several years now, my father has been bothered by a terrible dragon.
Why doesn't he pick up his feet?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Nobody understood that.
Today, the dragon is coming to carry off the Princess Guinevere.
You must save me from this mean monster, Sir Porterhouse. He's a very mean beast.
Okay, kid.
He has 2 heads, one at each end.
How does he sit down?
He can't. That's what makes him so mean.
Well, don't be mean. Don't worry, princess. All right, I'm allowed one mistake, ain't I? I am not afraid of nothing. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious tiger.
You went up a tree after a tiger?
No! He came up after me!
But you said you bagged him.
I did bag him. I begged him to go away, but he wouldn't.
What happened?
Well, I snapped at the tiger snapped at me, and suddenly something whizzed past me.
What was it?
Pomona.
Pomona? Talk sense, will you?
Then my uncle came to my rescue, and I finally brought that tiger home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My uncle.
Oh, Your Majesty, the dragon is almost upon us. He's coming to get the princess.
Quick, princess. Button up my iron suit. Wait a minute. Just a minute. I thought you were a princess.
I work the swing shift on the side.
Costello.
Look at that thing belching smoke and fire. Is that the dragon?
It ain't a smudge pot. I'm getting out of here.
It's too late. He's got us trapped.
Here he comes. Now do what he does. Do exactly what he does. Right. He's staring at you. Stare back at him.
I can't. I'm cockeyed. I can't do it.
Quiet. He's roaring at you. Roar back at him.
That'll scare him.
Wait a minute. Now he's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Look out! Look out, he's going to charge.
He's going to charge? How much?
Oh.
Quick, grab him. Fibber coming.
There's a fancy line. Grab him by the gullet. Grab him by the gullet. By the what?
The gullet, the dragon's neck.
Let him neck. What do I care about their love life? Give me my sword. Give me my sword, somebody. I'll cut his nose off.
But how will he smell?
That is something that should only interest another dragon.
Look out, he's coming at you. Be careful, Costello. Your back is turned to him.
He's coming up behind you.
I know it.
He got me.
Where did he get you?
Well, if I was wearing a license plate, he would have got off the last 3 numbers. Hey, he ruined my suit. My good iron suit he ruined. You nasty dragon. Get out of here!
Oh, don't do that. Don't yell at me.
What is with this?
How can I do the... How can I do the dress?
Botsford, wait. Now, stop. Stop. What can I do to keep you quiet, Botsford? Will you cut it out? I'm sorry.
And it's your own fault for hollering at him.
There's only one thing that'll cure my hiccups. If you let me kiss Miss Oberon.
Oh, very well. I'll kiss you. If only you'll stop those awful hiccups.
Go ahead, Botsford. Kiss her.
Okay. How do you feel now, Botsford? Oh, I feel fine.
But, what?
That's all, folks.
Some tunes you whistle for a while and then forget, and others stay with you for years. I think the ones you remember are the ones that have character. I believe that goes for cigarettes, too. We say that Camels have character, and we back that up with the thousands of smokers who have stood by Camels for 20 years and more. We think it's true that more people have smoked Camels longer than any other cigarette. Try Camels and see for yourself. Try them in your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your own proving ground for cigarettes. Your taste will tell you that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps make Camels hold up day in and day out. Makes the second pack better than the first, and the third better than the second. Your throat will tell you about mildness, too. It's the best judge you'll find. Yes, Camels are mild, cool smoking, slow burning, because they're expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Here's more news about the Camel Caravans, those traveling shows which entertain the men in the Army camps. 32 performances of the Camel Caravan units will be given to men in the training stations throughout the coming week. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a thrill for Bud and me to do this program from the Ferry and Command Air Base here at Long Beach. And an added thrill to be here with Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Lou. I had a wonderful time, and it's been lots of fun.
That's right, Merle. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Colonel Ralph E. Spake, Lieutenant Colonel John P. Frame, Jr., and their splendid staff of officers for the opportunity to make this visit.
Next week, we'll be back in Hollywood on Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the regular gang, we'll have as our guest Herbert Marshall. And we do hope you'll all join us. Until next Thursday, Bud and I wish you all a very pleasant good night.
The Camels present 4 great shows each week. Tomorrow night, the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. Saturday night, Thanks to the Yanks with Bob Hawke. Monday night, Blondie, and next Thursday at the same time, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Herbert Marshall. Our broadcast this evening was from the 6th Ferrying Group, Air Transport Command at Long Beach, and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department, as they do not endorse any product. The Army has also requested us to make this announcement to all men of 18 and 19. There is a serious need for young men, so serious that the Army is willing to let men of 18 and 19 choose whatever branch of service they desire. Go to your nearest Army recruiting office or induction station tomorrow. Learn about the jobs the Army has open in 13 different branches, all explained by men who know these jobs inside and out. Listen to the Camel Caravan tomorrow night with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all good night.
Mister, if you've got a pipe that's biting you, why, it just means one thing. Your pipe's hungry. Yes, sir, hungry for Prince Albert, the mild, rich, tasty tobacco that won't bite your tongue because it's no-bite treated. PA's crimp cut, too, for easy packing and stay-lit burning. Around 50 pipefuls in every handy pocket package.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. I think it was Damon Runyon who said, "When I was 20, I was convinced that my father was the stupidest man in the world. When I was 30, I marveled at how much he had learned in the short space of 10 years. That's the way it is with most of us, isn't it? Father brings home the bacon, pays the rent, but he gets mighty little credit from the rest of us. That's where the Anderson children are different. They think their father is a pretty wonderful guy. As a matter of fact, they've even entered his name in a Father of the Year contest. Now they've got to write a composition extolling his virtues. And that's exactly what they're doing. Like this.
How about saying he's a terrific baseball player?
But he isn't. He's tall. That's fine. We think our father should be named the Father of the Year because he's tall. That's a great reason. Well, it's better than nothing.
There must be something we can think of.
He's generous.
Are you kidding?
I get 35 cents a week, and everybody else in my class...
Never mind, Kathy.
...gets a $50.
How about he lets me borrow his neckties?
But it's got to be something big. Like
what?
That's the trouble. I don't know. How about he lets Bud borrow his socks? They're big.
Kathy.
Aren't they? Well, if it isn't Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod.
Oh, hiya, Mom.
What are we three cooking up now?
Mother, we're having a terrible time.
I can see that.
We can't figure out what's good about Daddy.
What? Kathy.
Mother, it sounds terrible when she says it like that.
It certainly does.
But we can't think of anything unusual.
About your father?
We don't mean he has to have 3 heads or anything.
That's a relief.
We've got a lot of things written down, but we've got to say it in 25 words.
Or less.
Betty, I don't know what you're talking about.
For the Father of the Year contest. We think Dad ought to win.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be very pleased.
Only we can't figure out why he should. That isn't what she means, Mother. She means we can't figure out what to say. That's what I said.
Let's see if we can't figure it out together. Your father works very hard to give us all the things we need, doesn't he?
Well,
he does his best to keep us happy and healthy, even if we don't always think he's right.
What kind of a reason is that?
I think it's a very good reason. He shares all our little problems and keeps his own worries and troubles to himself. He's considerate, unselfish, generous.
I only get 35 cents a week.
Kathy.
I do.
He's generous in a different way, Angel. He gives us all his love and all his attention. He devotes his entire life to making us the sort of people the entire community will respect and admire. Does that solve your problem?
He's quite a guy, isn't he?
Yes, dear. He's quite a guy.
But how can we say all that in 25 words?
Or less.
Well...
Margaret, I'm home.
Daddy! Hi, Father.
We're in the den, Dad.
Well, the mother hen and all her little chicks.
Hello, dear.
Hello, honey. You know...
You didn't kiss me.
I beg your pardon. There you are, kitten.
Thank you. I'm here, too.
You are at that, aren't you? That better?
Much.
Want me to hang your coat up, Dad?
Yes, thank you.
I'll be back in a second.
That's fine. Margaret, what's going on around here?
Why, nothing, dear.
We just think you're wonderful, that's all. We think you're the most wonderful daddy in the whole world.
Oh. Who did what to who, and how much is it going to cost me?
Jim.
We didn't do anything, Father, to anybody.
Somebody must have done something.
Here you are, Dad. I brought you the evening paper.
What are you kids after?
We aren't after anything, Father. Are we, Kathy? Well, I only get 35 cents a week, and if Daddy thinks...
Kathy. Jim, it's really very simple. The children and I have been reviewing your qualifications, and I'd say they were definitely impressed.
I see. Do you think I'll be elected?
Well, yes, Daddy.
There you are. It's practically unanimous.
Fine. Now, suppose you tell me one other thing. What am I running for?
Oh, didn't you know?
Mother.
Why don't you tell him, dear? It'll make him very proud.
But, Mom...
If we tell him, it won't be any fun.
Oh, go ahead. Tell him. He's a good guy.
Well...
I'll tell him. Father...
Yes, Betty?
We've nominated you as Springfield's Father of the Year.
What?
Isn't that nice, dear?
Well, naturally, I didn't expect anything like that.
We figure you ought to win it, hands down.
Only we can't figure out why, Kathy.
That sounds more like my family.
What Kathy means, dear, is that they can't seem to compress your virtues into 25 words.
Or less.
Well, that's, you can hardly expect me to help you with a thing like that.
Oh, we don't want you to help, Father.
We'll think of something.
And if we can't, we'll make something up.
Holy cow.
Kathy, why don't you... Ooh! Now what did I do? Nothing. Go answer the phone. Gee whiz, every time I say something, everybody has to get mad.
What's this Father of the Year thing about, anyway?
It's a contest being run by the PTA, Jim. They think the children of Springfield ought to know best about their fathers.
And the winner gets a plaque.
And gets his picture in the paper and everything.
It's a very nice idea, but, well...
Bud, it's for you.
Okay. Excuse me, Dad. I'll be right back.
And hurry up. We've got work to do.
Okay.
See, it wasn't even for me. Why couldn't Bud...
Kathleen?
Gee whiz. Father, is it all right if we use these for scratch paper?
Well, seeing that it's...
Leave those alone.
Kathy.
Those are my subscriptions, and I need them. Father. But I need them.
Wait a minute. Subscriptions for what?
The Young and Old Weekly. I have to sell 4 subscriptions.
Kathy, how many times must I tell you you're not to bother the neighbors with those ridiculous subscriptions?
These aren't ridiculous, Daddy. They're $2.
I wouldn't care.
And if I draw the best bird, I win a buzzsaw.
You win a what?
An electric buzzsaw. It's portable.
Oh, dear.
And it's a drill, too, and it makes holes up to 1/4 of an inch.
Kathy...
And I can draw a bird just as good as Patty Davis can, so why shouldn't I?
The last time you got mixed up in one of these subscription deals...
Jim, it won't hurt if all she has to sell is 4.
But you know the way these people operate. It's just a come-on.
No, it isn't, Daddy. It's a contest.
Kathy, I don't want you running around the neighborhood with a portable buzzsaw.
Jim.
And besides, I don't want my child taken advantage of by every fly-by-night outfit that comes to Springfield.
But everybody else is doing it.
Jim, if it's going to make her happy...
Please, Daddy.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. You're the most wonderful daddy in the whole world.
Oh, sure.
May I have the $2 now?
I didn't say... Here you are.
Thank you, Daddy.
Young and old weekly.
Dad.
Anytime anybody in this family has to sell anything...
Jim, it's only $2.
That isn't the point.
Dad, it was Joe Phillips.
Fine, that makes me very happy. The point is...
But I haven't told you yet. He wants me to go away.
Good. The point is...
You mean I can?
Bud, will you please go where?
Up to his cousin's farm for the weekend.
Oh, how wonderful.
Wait a minute. Didn't we have a deal about cleaning up the leaves?
Holy cow, Dad.
I let you use the car Tuesday night on condition that you take care of the leaves on Saturday. And if you think...
Jim, it'll do him so much good to get out in the fresh air.
Honey, he's got to learn that he has certain responsibilities, the same as anyone else.
Of course, Jim, but just this one.
Gosh, Dad, all the other fellas' fathers said they could.
I am not all the other fellows' fathers, and... When would you be back?
Monday morning in time for school.
Well...
Please, Dad.
I still don't like the idea, but... All right.
Hot dog. Boy, are we going to have a time.
Just a minute. Where are you going?
Over to Joe's. I'll be back in time for dinner.
But I thought you and the girls were going to write...
What was that, Dad?
Never mind.
Don't be late, Bud.
I won't.
I don't know.
Daddy,
What is it, kitten?
do you suppose we could use 2 subscriptions?
Kathy, don't be a pig.
Well, we could have one magazine for upstairs and one for downstairs.
This is the last magazine I buy this year. Is that clear?
Yes, Daddy.
Betty.
I'll see who it is. We don't want to take Betty away from her work, do we?
Thank you, Father.
At least I've got one child who appreciates her father. Yes, sir. Sticks right to it. Yes?
Miss Betty Anderson?
Yes, but you can call me Joe.
I mean, does Miss Betty Anderson live here? I got a package for her.
I'll take it.
You sign here.
All right. There you are.
Thanks.
Call him Joe. Betty,
Yes, Father?
there's a package for you.
For me? What's in it, Daddy?
I don't know, dear. I seem to have left my super X-ray penetrating eyeglasses at the office.
Where is it, Father? Let me see. I want to see, too.
Wait a minute. Why all the excitement? You've gotten packages before.
I know, but... Father! Betty, let me see. Isn't that gorgeous?
Who sent it?
I don't know. There ought to be a card.
What is it, Jim?
Margaret, I think you ought to see this.
I'll be right in, dear.
Here it is. It's... Mother, it's from Donald Martin.
And you're going to send it right back.
Isn't it? Send it back?
What right does a young squirt like Donald Martin have to send you a diamond pin?
A diamond pin? Jim, you're joking.
Well, look at it.
He couldn't possibly... Why, Jim, that isn't real.
It looks real.
Dear, if those were genuine diamonds, the pin would cost hundreds of dollars.
It would? Can't I please keep it?
Even if it's imitation, what right does he
There's
have...
no harm in accepting an inexpensive gift from a friend, is there?
But you only met him a few weeks ago.
We've had 3 days.
I still say you ought to send it back.
Mother, please.
Jim, don't you think you're being a little old-fashioned?
I don't see anything old-fashioned about it. Young ladies don't accept jewelry from young men.
But, Father, it's costume jewelry.
I wouldn't care if... Well, there's no point in my arguing against the entire family.
You mean it's all right if I keep it?
I suppose so. If I don't say yes, I'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, thank you, Father. And, Mother, you're wonderful.
Where are you going, dear?
Upstairs to see how it looks on my black velvet. I want to see how it looks, too.
Did I miss something?
No, I was just thinking. The only way I'll get to be the father of the year is to fill in the entry blank myself.
you want to enjoy good coffee, remember this important fact. Our Maxwell House is 3 times richer in flavor coffees than hundreds of other brands, 10 to 12 times richer than some.
3 times richer in flavor coffee. So that's why Maxwell House tastes so good.
Right. You see, experts classify all the world's coffees into just 2 groups. Filler coffees, which are long on bulk and short on flavor, and the much rarer flavor coffees, which add real zest and body to a blend. Now, Maxwell House buys more flavor coffees than anyone else in the whole world. And our Maxwell House is made first and foremost from 3 choice flavor coffees. Indeed, Maxwell House is 3 times richer in flavor coffees than hundreds of other brands, 10 to 12 times richer than some. And when you add the traditional Maxwell House skills in blending and roasting to these superb flavor coffees, it's no wonder only Maxwell House coffee has that famous good to the last drop flavor.
I've always said Maxwell House is the best coffee ever.
Lots of folks feel that way, ma'am. In fact, more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand at any price.
Well, naturally, Maxwell House is the one coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A prophet is not without honor save in his own country and in his own house. Well, substitute father for prophet, and you've got Jim Anderson late this gloomy Monday afternoon. He's trudging slowly up the walk that leads to his home, wondering sadly about the sudden demise of his candidacy as Father of the Year. Naturally, it isn't because his kids aren't genuinely fond of him. He's been telling himself that all day. But, well, let's just say that he isn't a very happy man. Like this.
Jim! Hey, Jim!
Oh, hello, Sam.
Have you got a minute? I'd like to read something to you.
Sure. What do you want to read?
It's this Father of the Year contest. Your kids put you in that, didn't they?
They mentioned something about it.
Wait till you hear what Jimmy wrote about me. Listen to this. I think my father should be named the Father of the Year because he's strong as Hercules, wise as Solomon, rich as Rockefeller, get this, handsome as Clark Gable.
Oh, no.
That's what it says, handsome as Clark Gable. And I think he's the finest father that ever lived. How do you like that?
It's a little reserved, isn't it? I mean...
Well, have a heart, Jim. He only had 25 words.
Well, he got in some pretty good licks at that. Hercules, Solomon...
Don't forget Clark Gable.
Sam, I'd say you were a lead pipe cinch.
Stop pulling my leg, will you? But it's sure nice to know your kid thinks you're a great guy, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is.
Gosh, with 3 of them over at your place, what'd they say about you?
Oh, I don't know. They said I'd better not look at it. Might get me too conceited.
I'll bet they really laid it on thick.
Yes, I guess they did. Well, I'd better be getting inside.
Okay, Jim. I just thought you'd get a kick out of this.
Oh, I did. See you later, Clark.
Mr. Gable to you.
Well, after all, it wasn't very important. They just got busy, I suppose. Can't expect a bunch of normal kids. Clark Gable. Honey, I'm home.
Jim?
No, dear, it's Clarence McPhilpotts.
Well, come into the den, Clarence. We need you.
Yes, madam. You have but to command, and McPhilpotts the fearless... What's the matter, honey? What's wrong?
Hello, Father. Jim, I think you ought to have a little talk with Betty.
All right, wait till I take my coat off.
And then you can talk to Bud.
What's the matter with him?
He'll tell you. And Betty, crying isn't going to do you any good.
I know, Mother, but... Oh, Father!
Now, let's take it easy, Princess. Everything's going to work out fine.
Jim, the whole dinner's going to burn to a crisp if I don't...
Go ahead, honey. I'll take over in here.
All right. Bud's doing his homework in the dining room when you're ready.
I'll call him. Betty. They told me not to wear this suit out in the rain, but if you'd like to cry on my shoulder. There, that's better, isn't it?
Father, what am I going to do?
About what, sweetheart?
Donald Martin.
Oh? What about him?
The pin was real diamond.
Well, he must be a very wealthy young man.
He isn't wealthy at all. He charged it to his father, and his father came and took it back.
Well, that's a pretty serious problem, isn't it?
I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
You know, Princess, that's the nice part of being young. When a thing like this happens, you can laugh at it.
I'm not laughing.
I know, baby, but you should. This isn't the worst thing that's ever happened. Now, I'll tell you what. We'll forget all about Donald Martin, and then after dinner, maybe we'll all go to the movies. How would you like that?
Father, would you mind very much if I didn't go to the movies, I mean?
I thought you liked the movies.
I do, but I just thought of something I have to do.
All right, sweetheart. You do anything that's going to make you happy. Just remember, you're still my little girl.
Thank you, Father. I'll remember.
Fine. Now...
The crooks! That's all they are, a bunch of crooks!
Excuse me, dear. I'd better investigate the, crime wave.
I'm all right now, Father.
Of course you are. Well, what's going on out here?
Daddy, you know those men you said were crooks? Well, they're a bunch of crooks.
What happened, kitten?
My subscriptions. I turned them in, and the man said I had to sell 4 more because it was a tie for first.
I see. How many children were in the contest?
602.
And how many were tied for first?
602.
Well, at least it came out even.
You know what? They're nothing but crooks.
That's a very clever deduction.
I'll show them, the crooks. Kathy, can you come here? I'm talking to Daddy.
She'll be right in, Betty.
Thank you. But, Daddy, I have to tell you.
I've got to talk to Bud for a few minutes. Then you and I'll sit down and you can tell me all about it.
Okay. But just wait till they ask me to do anything. The crooks?
Oh, dear. Nothing but tragedies. Well, what happened to you?
Oh, hiya, Dad. I guess I got into a fight.
It sure looks that way. Have you put anything on your eye?
Mom put it... Holy cow, Dad, what right did he have
Wait
to...
a minute, one thing at a time. You know, I haven't seen you since Saturday. Did you have a nice weekend?
That's when I had the fight. What right did he have to...
Bud, you didn't have a fight up at the farm.
Well, sure I did. The whole thing was a racket. He wanted us to work because the hired man quit.
Who did?
Joe Phillips' cousin.
You didn't fight with him, did you?
Oh, gosh, no. It was Charlie.
Who is Charlie?
He said I wasn't working as hard as he was. And look at these blisters. How could I get blisters if I wasn't working hard?
In other words, you didn't have a very good time.
All we did was work for 2 whole days.
And you've still got the leaves to do, haven't you?
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Dad. Can I do them next weekend? I'm so tired I can hardly move.
Well, how would it be if we both got up a little early on Wednesday?
You mean we can do them together?
It won't take us very long that way, will it?
Oh, gosh, no.
All right, we've got a date for Wednesday.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Boy, is that a relief. And you know what?
What?
Just for that, the first time it snows this winter, I'll shovel the driveway for half price.
That's my boy.
Bud!
Now, what does she want?
Why don't you go in and find out?
What do you want?
Come in here. We want to show you something.
Holy cow. I'm doing my homework.
But it's important.
Well, bring it in here.
Bud!
Jim, what's going on out there?
Not a thing, honey. We're just breaking in a new set of eardrums. Go ahead, Bud. See what your sister wants.
Good night. Just because she's a girl, I have to stop whatever I'm doing every time she gets a dopey idea.
I don't know. It's a tough life.
Well, did you get the children all straightened out?
Oh, sure. I'm a great little fixer, I am.
Of course, I'm just as much to blame as Betty about the pin. But I could have sworn... Oh, excuse me, dear. I've got to put these biscuits in the oven. There.
You know, honey, I'm not much of a father.
Why, Jim.
I'm not. If I were a decent father, I wouldn't permit these things to happen.
Jim, they aren't babies any longer. They're growing up. They've got to learn these things their own way.
And when they stumble and fall, I'm supposed to stand by and watch. Is that it?
Of course not, but how can I make you understand?
Father, we figured it out, Daddy.
Kathy.
Well, put some biscuits in the oven and the children gather like flies, don't they?
Father, may we read something to you, please?
Not if it's about a sale.
It isn't about a sale, Dad.
All right. Read on, McDuff.
It's to the PTA. We think our father should be named the Father of the Year because he's our guidepost on the road of life. Yet when we stray from paths he's marked so well, he doesn't say, I told you so.
That's very lovely, dear.
Betty wrote it.
And I agreed with it.
And it's exactly 25 words.
Aren't you going to say something, Jim?
Thank you very much, all three of you.
We mean every word of it, Father.
I'm sure you do. That's what makes it... Margaret,
Yes, dear?
would you say I looked anything like Clark Gable?
Morning, noon, and night, few pleasures give so much downright satisfaction as a steaming cup of truly good coffee. That's why it pays to remember this fact. Maxwell House is 3 times richer in flavor coffees than hundreds of other brands. Flavor coffees, you know, are the extra choice premium varieties, the ones that add real full-bodied richness to a blend. And Maxwell House is 3 times richer in these fine flavor coffees than hundreds of other brands. That fact, plus the one and only Maxwell House technique of blending and roasting, explains why Maxwell House alone has that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. So for fragrant, heartwarmingly good coffee, coffee at its flavorful best, take home a pound of our Maxwell House coffee. Start enjoying the one coffee that's always good to the last drop. Once again, it's breakfast time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and the Anderson kitchen is a cheerful spot, with bacon sizzling on the grill and conversation crackling at the table, like this.
But, Father, if you win, we'll all have to go to the dinner.
Fine.
And how would you feel if you were the Father of the Year and your very own daughter?
Betty, you are not going to get a strapless evening gown, so let's not discuss it.
Jumping creepers.
Even up around Joe Phillips' cousin's farm, all the kids had gasoline scooters.
Good.
And one kid was only 11.
May I have another cup of coffee, please?
Of course, dear.
Jimmy Woody says next year he's going to get a whole $1 for his allowance, and all I get is 35 cents.
There you are.
Thank you.
If I were going to be the Father of the Year, I'd be ashamed to have my daughter wear an old evening gown with straps on it.
May I have the cream and sugar?
How would you like to ride around on a bicycle?
Bud, pass the cream and sugar to your father.
There's one kid in the 3rd grade, and even he gets more than 35 cents.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you very much.
I don't mean it has to be black or anything like that.
More toast, Jim?
Oh, thanks, Betty.
Have you heard the big news? No, what? There's a new quick and easy way to make perfect coconut cream pie. How? With new Jell-O coconut cream pudding and pie filling. How easy is it? You just add milk and bring to a boil. Takes about 5 minutes. It's delicious and economical, too. See you later. I gotta tell my wife about this. Tell your wife about Jell-O coconut cream pudding and pie filling for red letter desserts.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Rhoda Williams as Betty, Gene Vanderpyle, Ted Donaldson, Norma Jean Nilsson, Stanley Farrar, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee.
always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James.
Join Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, tonight on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Of course, when it comes to food, flavor is mighty important. Yes, flavor is what tempts the appetite, makes you want to eat all you need. But important as good flavor is, good nourishment is even more essential. So you want to be on the lookout for foods that fill both these requirements. Yes, and do it with economy, too. One such food certainly is wholesome Parquet margarine, the delicious, nourishing spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet's flavor is something pretty special. Thousands of discriminating homemakers agree it's the margarine that tastes so good. And in addition, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nutritious. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor your family will go for, and for nourishment they need, serve them delicious, economical Parquet margarine every day. Yes, when you go to your food store, make it a point to remember Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has just put in a full week down at the water department and comes home ready for a weekend of well-earned rest and relaxation. Will he get it? Stay tuned to this station.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
How do things go at the office?
Go? All right, I guess.
Here, take this chair. Unc, you must be tired.
No, sit still, sit still.
Oh, I don't need it. I was just doing a little studying.
Studying in the afternoon?
No, I was just trying to get a little ahead.
Yeah.
The evening paper's right by your chair there. Can I get your slippers, Uncle Mort?
This isn't Father's Day, is it? By the way, when I came up the walk here, I almost fell over the rake. I don't suppose you have any idea how it got there.
Oh, gosh, Unc, I'm sorry. That was careless of me. I must have left it there when I was raking the leaves.
Raking the leaves? Did you rake the leaves? I don't recall having said anything about raking leaves.
No, you didn't, but I could see they were piling up, and I knew you'd be tired when you got home. By the way, Unc, when you get time...
Yes?
I got my report card today. There's no hurry. I'll just leave it on the mantel here.
No, give it here.
I don't have to get it signed till Monday.
Give it here.
Okay, here it is. Gee, I better go put the rake away before somebody falls over.
Wait a minute, Leroy.
I'll be right back.
Arithmetic, grammar, geography, deportment. Leroy! I was calling Leroy, my dear.
Anything I can do?
Yes. Tell me what on earth to do about Leroy.
What do you mean?
I just got his report card.
How did he come out?
4F. Look at that darn thing. I don't know, Marjorie. He won't study. He gets into trouble. Maybe I ought to send him away to military school.
Oh, no.
Well, he needs somebody to make him toe the line.
Do you know what I think he needs, Uncle Mort?
What?
I think he needs you.
What do you mean?
Well, I think he needs the understanding and companionship of an older person whom he respects.
That's not me.
Of course it is.
He has a funny way of showing it, then. Every time I say anything serious to him, all I get is, "Are you kidding?"
Oh, well, you know he doesn't mean anything by that. He just has a chip on his shoulder because he always feels he's in the doghouse.
Well, he usually is.
I know, but think. When you were Leroy's age, didn't you ever bring home a bad report card?
Oh, brother. You're right, my dear. I guess I haven't been fair to the boy. I was thinking just the other day, I ought to try and spend more time with him and pal around with him more.
I think it'd be wonderful for him if you did.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start in right now, and I'm going to devote the whole weekend to him. I'll make a pal out of Leroy if it kills me. We've called him all over the neighborhood. He's hiding. That's what he's doing. Wait till I catch that kid.
You were going to make a pal of him now, remember?
I can't make a pal out of him until I get a hold of him, can I? Leroy?
Looking for me, Unc?
Come in here and sit down, young man. I'd like to have a talk with you.
Uncle Mort?
Come in and sit down, will you, Leroy? I'd like to have a talk with you.
Uncle Mort would like to have a talk.
Yes, sit down, my boy.
It's not my fault, Unc. The teacher doesn't like me. I don't know why. She just got it in for me. I didn't do anything.
Wait a minute. Let's not forget about that report card, shall we, Leroy?
Huh?
I mean, after all, a lot of us get bad report cards. Let's just let bygones be bygones.
Are you kidding?
Leroy!
What?
Well, he started it. Let's not use that expression anymore, shall we, Leroy? Let's find another one.
Okay, Unc.
Leroy, I've been thinking. You know, you and I ought to get to know each other better. I mean, break down and be pals. What do you say?
Okay by me, Unc.
Yes. I wonder if we couldn't find a better word than okay, too, huh? Shall we try?
Okay.
Let it go, let it go. Yes, I think we ought to try to do more things together, you and I, Leroy. You know, go off by ourselves and get away from some of these women around here.
Oh, all right, I'll leave, Uncle Mort.
Yeah. Hey, come here a minute, my boy. Sit down here beside me.
I'll sit over here.
All right, anywhere. You know, Leroy, I'd like you to think of me as a human being.
Well, I try to, Unc.
Yes, I think the first time I ever realized my father was human was one time when he took me duck shooting. That's why I thought you and I ought to go on some sort of a little expedition.
You mean we're going duck shooting, Unc?
Well, no, but I thought we might go to the Museum of the Historical Society.
Oh.
Have you ever been there?
No. Have you?
Well, they tell me it's very interesting. Lots of, well, you know, historical stuff. What do you say?
Couldn't we go duck shooting?
Would you rather go duck shooting than go to the museum?
Are you kidding? Oh, sorry, Unc.
Yeah, well, that's all right. As a matter of fact, Floyd down at the barber shop was telling me he goes duck shooting out at Skinner's Pond.
I'll bet there's 1,000,000 ducks there.
Yeah. Floyd's got a blind there. He might even lend me his dog. He has a very fine bird dog.
Can we go tomorrow, Unc?
Well, it would mean getting up awfully early, Leroy. 4 o'clock in the morning.
I don't care. I'll get up at 2.
You get up at 2 and you're going to go alone.
Okay, 4 o'clock. How about it? Can we go?
If you'd like to. And if Floyd lends us his dog.
Gee, Unc, you're swell.
Yes. I've decided this is going to be your weekend, Leroy. Anything you want to do, we'll do.
Oh, boy, you're super, Unc. I tell you what, we'll go duck shooting in the morning.
Yes?
When we get back, we'll play touch football with the gang. After that, we'll go out to the zoo. And there's a carnival only about 2 blocks from there. Or, I don't know, maybe we'll go to the movies. And in the evening, we'll go to the basketball game.
Ooh.
And if there's any time left, we might even go to your museum.
Are you kidding?
Hey, Unc.
Yes, what is it now, Leroy?
Why do they call this thing we're sitting in a blind?
Because only a blind fool would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to sit in one. Hold the dog, Leroy.
Down, Senator. Sit down, boy.
Oh, stop licking my face, Senator. Leroy, hold on to him. You're the custodian of the dog, you know.
Okay, Unc. When do I get to shoot?
Shoot? Later.
Quiet, Senator. Quiet. You'll scare the ducks.
What ducks?
Oh, they'll be coming.
Yeah, any of them come over. Remember what I told you.
Well, they ought to be here any minute. We've been waiting for 2 hours.
2 hours is nothing in the life of a duck, young man. They don't come over on schedule, you know.
They usually come over about dawn. It's so cloudy, I don't know how we're going to know when dawn is here.
Oh, easy. You just wet a finger and hold it up.
Uncle Mort, you couldn't pass the test for a Cub Scout.
Yeah. Joke, Leroy, joke.
Oh. Hey, you know what? It's beginning to rain.
You don't have to be so happy about it.
Cheer up, Unc. It's wonderful weather. for ducks.
Yes. Oh, my hands are cold, my ears are cold, my feet are wet, and so is my cigar. Yeah, that's duck shooting. Pass me that thermos of cocoa, will you?
Sorry, Unc, we've drunk it all.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nothing to do then but sit here and wait for death.
Look, Unc.
Where?
Look at Senator. He's sniffing the air.
Just trying to find out which way the wind blows. That's a senator for you.
No, look.
Yeah?
He's stiffening up. I think he smells something.
Yeah, he's pointing. Leroy, that's a very fine dog.
Wonder what he sees.
Oh, he can sense him long before he sees him. Now get ready and watch the way I do this.
When do I get to shoot, Unc?
Later. Remember, you always get them on the rise and always shoot a little ahead of them.
So they run into the bullets?
That's the idea.
How do you train them to do that?
Quiet, Leroy, quiet. Ready. There. Here's duck.
Where? I don't see it.
No, I mean duck down so I can aim.
Oh, what are you aiming at?
Off there. It looks just like a speck now, but it's coming this way. Isn't it, Senator? Yeah.
That's a P-38.
You. Oh, I'm certainly glad you told me.
Boy, if you'd taken a shot at him, he'd come right down here and...
I just did that to show you, my boy. You can't be too careful in handling a gun. Well, we might as well relax again, I guess.
Come on, Senator, relax, boy. Funny, he's still pointing.
Probably frozen stiff.
No, I think he's pointing at the decoys.
Huh?
Hey, could I take a shot at one of them?
At the decoys, you may not.
Well, how about if we put a tin can on a stump there?
We came out here to shoot ducks, and we'll shoot ducks or nothing. Oh, look out. Here comes the ducks, Leroy.
Hey, it's my turn.
Let go.
Don't shoot the dog.
Oh, I got one. Look at him drop, Leroy.
That's no fair. You said it was my turn.
You know, it's funny. You'll sit out in the duck blind for hours, and you're cold and wet, and you wish you hadn't come, and you get one duck, and everything's changed. Oh, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world.
Yeah, but how are we going to get the duck, Unc? He's dropped in the swamp.
Don't you worry about that. You just watch Senator there. He'll find it. Yes, sir. There's not a prettier sight in the world than a well-trained retriever in action. You'll see, my boy. He'll pick that duck up in his mouth and bring it back here without harming a feather.
I think he's found it, Unc. Yep, he's got it.
Good boy, Senator. Good boy. Now watch him bring it back. Hey!
He's sitting down.
Hey!
He's eating it.
Come back here, you. Oh! Bring back that duck.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, maybe you're the questioning kind of person, the kind who has to be shown. If so, here's a test that should interest you. A test that will prove how good-tasting Parquet margarine is. Yes, Parquet margarine, the economy spread for bread made by Kraft. Now, here's all you do to make a real test of Parquet margarine's flavor. Take fresh from the oven bread or rolls, or toast that's piping hot. Then spread them thick with Parquet margarine, and see for yourself how deliciously good Parquet is. You see, heat brings out the taste of any food. It's a really severe test of flavor. You'll find Parquet's flavor is delicate and mild, just right for a spread for bread. So let this simple test convince you and start serving your family Parquet margarine tomorrow. And remember, Parquet is an economical source of important food values: nourishment, food energy, vitamin A. So tomorrow, sure, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. After a long, hard day in the duck blind, he comes trudging home with wet feet, a sore shoulder, and the mangled remains of a duck, to find that it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, hello, Water Commissioner. I see you've been in the water.
Oh, you here, Judge?
Glad to see you up so bright and early, Commissioner.
Yeah. Funny how you always get in here in time for breakfast. This time we fooled you. I had mine at 4 o'clock.
So I heard. Marjorie told me I had a little bite with her.
So.
I think it's a fine thing you're doing for Leroy, Gildy, devoting your whole weekend to him. You're going to get a lot of satisfaction out of it.
Am I?
You bet you are. What wouldn't I give for a boy I could make a pal of?
I'll lend you Leroy. Do you know what he's got planned for this weekend?
What?
5 hours in a duck blind with just a warm-up. Right now, I'm supposed to play touch football. This afternoon, there's the zoo and the carnival.
Sounds like fun.
Fun? Why, there's 10 miles of walking at the zoo and another 5 miles at the carnival, besides getting sick on the loop-the-loop. Then tonight, a basketball game, and somewhere we squeeze in a double feature. What am I going to do, Judge?
Well, you just have to go through with it, I guess, Gildy. You can't let the boy down.
No, but I can get sick.
Oh, it's nothing the matter with you, Gildy.
No, but there's going to be. What is it, my dear? Don't say anything about it, Judge.
Leroy's looking for you.
Leroy? Oh, yes, I know.
Hey, in here, Leroy.
Where are you? I thought we were going to play football.
Now, Leroy, it's raining.
A little drizzle. They never call a game off for that.
Sure, what's a little drizzle?
You keep out of this, Judge. Perhaps you'd like to go out and play with the boys.
I'd be delighted to, if it weren't for my gout.
Well, so would I, if it weren't for the cold I think I'm catching.
Oh, you promised.
Now, Leroy, you can't ask Uncle Mort to go outdoors if he's catching a cold.
You're absolutely right. That's you.
Better try that one again, Gildy. That wasn't so good.
Okay, you go mind your own business.
I was just going, Gildy. I was on my way. But take good care of yourself, old man. Marjorie, I'd make him go to bed if I were you.
I was thinking of that.
Not a bad idea. I may do it.
Best thing in the world for a cold. Bed, a hot mustard plaster, and a good stiff dose of castor oil.
You.
With that thought, I'll leave you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
May drop in a little later to see how your patient's getting on.
See that you don't, you old goat.
Come on, Uncle Mort. Upstairs.
Yes. I hope you won't mind, Leroy, if I do go upstairs and lie down for a little while. There's been a lot of this going on around here. Besides, now that I'm water commissioner, my health is a matter of public concern. I owe it to the town, I owe it to you, and take care of myself. You understand.
Sure, we understand.
Now, go ahead, Uncle Mort. You get right into bed, and I'll come up in a minute and see that you're comfortable.
All right, my dear. If you think I ought to, I may see you later, Leroy.
Yeah, take it easy, Unc. Who does he think he's fooling?
There, you comfortable now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
As comfortable as I can hope to be, I guess, Bertie.
Now, you've got your book, you've got your magazine, you've got the radio beside your bed. Is there anything else you can think of?
No, my dear, thank you. Don't bother about me. I'll be all right, I hope.
I'll leave this little bell on the table so you can ring it if you want anything.
Oh, cute, isn't it? Thank you, Bertie. You go ahead. I'll make out here somehow.
Try to get a little sleep now, Uncle Mort.
Yes, you do that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I will if I can. Oh,
Yes, Uncle Mort?
what was it now? Oh, yes. I wonder if you'd get me a glass of water.
Oh, right away.
Yes. You want to drink plenty of water for a cold. If the water commissioner doesn't drink it, who will? Bertie!
Bertie, will you see what he wants now?
Yes, sir. Did you ring?
I was thinking, Bertie, I guess I oughtn't eat anything too heavy for lunch.
Goodness, Mr. Gildersleeve, it ain't time for lunch yet.
I know, but how long will it be?
Well, it's only a little after 10 now.
Oh. Well, maybe just a little glass of that V8 vegetable juice, huh? And some crackers and some cheese.
I don't know if you ought to eat all them things, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you're sick.
Be quiet. Here comes Marjorie.
Here's your water, Uncle Mort.
Oh, you're too good to me, my dear. You shouldn't be doing all these things for me, really. I wonder if you'd bring me a box of Kleenex and put it beside my pillow.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
And ask Leroy if he'll bring me some cigars, Optimos. But don't make a special trip for it.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Bertie, you know what I think would be good for my cold?
What's that?
You remember those little butterscotch pecan tarts you used to make?
There'll be none of that, Uncle Mort.
Oh.
Bertie, you come out of there.
Yes, ma'am. Doggone, ain't nobody can enjoy being sick like a man. They want more service.
Service? Here I am, flat on my back, and that's the kind of sympathy I get.
Hello, Marjorie, honey. Oh. I hope you don't mind me just walking right in like this.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Anson.
It's her.
I won't stay but a minute. Judge Hooker told me about your uncle's illness, and I just had to run right over.
Well, that was nice of you. I don't think it's anything very serious.
Oh, it isn't, huh?
Well, I'll just peek in for a second if you think it's all right.
Oh, please do. I know he'd love to see you.
Oh, I wish I had a comb.
Throckmorton, you poor boy.
Oh, hello, Leela.
Did you get a nasty bug?
No, it's nothing, really. I feel better already, now that you're here.
Oh, you. I wanted to bring you over some calf's foot jelly.
Oh, fine. I'll eat it with my lunch.
But I didn't have the faintest idea how to make it.
Oh, well, it was sweet of you anyway.
So I brought you a box of Zuzus. It was the only thing I could find in the house.
Oh, thank you, Zuzus. I'll just put it under my pillow where I can get at it.
Oh, I think it's just terrible you getting sick like this. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. I was hoping for you to take me to the Halloween party at the country club.
Oh, party?
Oh, it sounds wonderful. I just love bobbing for apples, don't you?
Yes, I'm crazy about it.
And I suppose they'll play post office and silly games like that.
I can think of worse games than post office.
If you only hadn't gone and gotten sick. Oh, well, I dare say I can get somebody else.
Huh?
Judge Hooker or somebody.
Leela?
Yes?
What time is that party?
8 o'clock. Oh, but goodness, what difference does it make now?
I think I can make it.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of letting...
No, I'm feeling a lot better already. It was those Zuzus. I think by 7:30 tonight I'll be all right.
Oh, but Throckmorton...
Shh, I'll be there at 8.
I can only find one cigar.
Oh, thank you, my boy.
Well, Throckmorton, I mustn't tire you. I do hope you'll get well soon.
And I will. Don't worry.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ransom.
Bye.
I'll be seeing you.
How you feeling, Unc?
Oh, a little better, I think, Leroy, but none too vigorous.
Well, maybe when you've had some lunch, you'll feel more like going to the zoo.
I wouldn't count on that. You have to watch these things, you know, possible complications.
Oh.
No bother on the mort now, Leroy.
Marjorie, what have you got in that glass?
Just orange juice.
Yeah, you can't fool me.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't be a baby.
How do I know it isn't castor oil?
Because we haven't any.
Oh.
I had to send out for some. Besides, I'm not going to give it to you till the doctor gets here.
Doctor? What do I want with the doctor?
Oh, just to be on the safe side. Possible complications, you know.
Huh?
I think you ought to have your chest examined.
I think I ought to have my head examined.
Right in here. I brought you a visitor, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I thought Mr. Peavy might cheer you up.
Yeah, I'll try. Well, you're looking a little peaked, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Nothing much the matter with me, Peavy. What's that you got there?
Castor oil.
You mean all that is castor oil?
Well, I brought you several varieties so you could pick the one you like.
Peavy, all castor oil is the same and you know it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. There's the regular and the tasteless, and there's this new number. It's got raspberry flavor. It's very nice.
Peavy, are you trying to tell me that you have some castor oil that tastes like raspberries?
Well, I don't think it would fool anybody.
I guess not. Well, what about the tasteless variety? Is it really tasteless?
Well, not entirely. Tasteless castor oil is kind of a trade expression, like easy payment plan.
Easy payment.
Uncle Mort, this is Dr. Pettibone to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the invalid in here. Hello, Gildersleeve.
Hello, Doctor.
Afternoon, Peavy. Nice weather.
Yes, it is, Doctor. Of course, it rained a little this morning. But in general, the weather has been very good. But then, of course, that's bad for business.
If you look at it that way.
It's really been quite discouraging, but I look for a change in the near future. Mrs. Peavy's knee twitched this morning, and that generally means a spell of real pneumonia weather. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Peavy.
Well, Gildersleeve, I see you finally got what's coming to you.
What are you talking about?
Yes, sir. I've been telling you what would happen if you didn't cut down on your smoking and your eating. Man your age can't act like a 12-year-old, you know.
How do you know I'm sick? You haven't even taken my temperature.
I took it 2 years ago. If you'd taken my advice at the time, you'd be a well man today.
I am a well man. Here, feel my pulse.
I know your pulse like a book. I hope you're going to take this collapse as a warning, Gildersleeve.
Collapse? Doctor, aren't you even going to look at my tongue?
Don't need to. Now, you listen to me. How many cigars you've been smoking?
I cut down, Doc.
How many?
I'm down to 12 a day now.
From now on, no more than 3.
I can't live on 3 cigars a day.
Oh, yes, you can, and with the diet I'm going to give you, you'll love it.
Diet?
Yes, sir. Breakfast, dry toast and tea, no cream or sugar.
I'll starve to death.
Lunch, hard-boiled egg and plain lettuce salad, no oil.
Ooh.
Dinner, 1 lamb chop, no fat. 1 potato, no gravy. After a week of that...
No Gildersleeve.
Nonsense. You'll like it. Well, I'll call you in a day or so. And incidentally, it wouldn't do you any harm to get some rest. I'm going to ask your niece to keep you in bed for a couple of days.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. As my father used to say to his patients, take care of your body, my man. You'll never get another one.
Oh, brother, how did I get into this? How am I going to get out of it?
To hurry, it's almost 8.
You had better hurry, my dear.
You sure you don't mind being alone?
Alone? Not at all, my dear. Solitude can be very enjoyable at times. Are you sure Leroy is gone?
Yes, he went to the basketball game.
That Bertie, too?
Yes, she's out for the evening.
Then run along, my dear, and have a good time.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night. Holy smokes, I got about 3 minutes to get dressed and get over to the Widow Ransom's. Where are my pants? Ooh, I can't find my pants. Oh, here they are. I thought it was a coat. Oh, what's that? Marjorie coming back? Ooh, get into bed quick, fatso. Is that you, my dear?
No, it's me, Unc.
Leroy, what happened? Did you forget something?
No, I didn't forget anything.
What are you doing back here?
Well, you remember what we talked about last night, Unc?
About what?
About you and me being pals.
Oh, yes, of course I do.
Well, I just wouldn't feel right about going off and leaving you here all alone when you're sick, Unc.
You shouldn't feel that way, Leroy.
Well, I do. After all, you didn't get to go to the zoo or anything. So I decided I'd stay here and keep you company.
That's very touching, my boy, and I appreciate it. I really do. But I wish you'd forget about me and go to that basketball game.
Oh, I can see a basketball game anytime. I heard a joke today, Unc. Would you like to hear a joke? Maybe to cheer you up.
Well...
What's black and white and red all over? Give up?
Very good.
I haven't heard the answer yet. A newspaper.
Oh, that's even better. Leroy, will you go to that basketball game?
You like that? Here's another. What is it that'll go up the chimney down or down the chimney up that won't go up the chimney up?
Leroy, I'm in no mood to sit here and listen to corny riddles.
Well, now you're beginning to sound more like yourself, Unc. You must be getting better.
Yes.
I was beginning to worry about you there.
Young man, you might as well know there's nothing whatever the matter with me, whatever.
I know that.
What? I'm getting up right now, and I'm not going to any basketball game.
I know that, too.
Huh?
I know where you're going, and I know who you're going with.
Oh, you do, eh? Then what are you doing here?
Well, Unc, how about a little advance?
Yes. Leroy, this is blackmail. But I'm glad to pay it. At least now we understand each other. Are you awake, Leroy?
Yeah. How'd you make out, Unc?
Oh, I had a very enjoyable evening, thank you. There's one thing I'd like to know.
What's that?
There was a car parked in front of Mrs. Ransom's house when I got there.
I know, Judge Hooker's.
Yes. Was it you, by any chance, who let the air out of the judge's tires?
Well, Halloween, you know.
Leroy, that was not a nice thing to do. I only hope I can do as much for you sometime. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
If someone in your family carries a lunchbox to work or school, here's something you should know. Yes, you should know about smooth spreading, easy slicing Pabst-ett, the delicious golden cheese food that makes sandwich making as easy as ABC. Pabst-ett slices so easily and spreads so smoothly, it's grand for sandwiches and snacks. Pabst-ett is topped, too, for cooked cheese dishes because it melts and blends and toasts to perfection. Or you'll find all kinds of ways to add delicious cheese goodness to your meals if you keep a supply of Pabstet around. Pabstet makes your meals more nourishing, too. It's a reliable source of food energy, milk protein, the milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus, vitamin A. And Pabstet is as digestible as milk. So keep Pabstet on hand. Your food dealer has it in the distinctive round, flat package. Yes, tomorrow ask for Pabstet, Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Hey, we got something else in radio now to make people wonder about. What happened to the football on McGee's program tonight?
I don't know. Well, Red, how was your trip to Chicago for your old outfit, the Transportation Corps? Is that right, Corps?
No, Corpse. Call it Corpse. It says Corpse here. Oh. Yeah, call it Corpse. We had a few old deadbeats for officers anyhow. I'm proud of that. We flew to Chicago right after the broadcast last week, you know, and hopped on the American airliner, and then 1 hour later...
You were in Chicago?
No, they came around and told me I was on the wrong plane.
Well, are you much of a flyer?
No, I get sick all the time. When we landed in Las Vegas, I was so green, a vulture flew on the wing and looked in the window at me, and he says, "Boy, what a cargo."
Well, I guess you had an awful trip, huh?
No, I didn't. Really, I had a wonderful trip. Had the plane passengers rolling in the aisles.
You liked your jokes that much?
No, I unfastened their safety belt.
Well, where'd you stay in Chicago?
At the Palmer House. There is really a hotel, 28 stories high. Little midget tried to commit suicide there. Yeah, jumped off the edge of the rug.
Well, did you see a lot of your old Army buddies back there?
Yeah, I saw an old major of mine at the hotel.
Did he speak to you?
Yeah, that's all he did was just speak. He was afraid to take his hands off the elevator controls, you know. I met one fellow that remembers when I was a private, which was always. And, remember one night I tried to sneak a little bulldog as a mascot into the camp, you know? Yeah. So I put him under my coat, and I get up to the gate, and the sentry yells, "Halt! Name, rank, serial number." And before I could say anything, the bulldog barks. The sentry says, "Okay, go ahead, Sergeant. I didn't notice your stripe in the dark."
Here comes that 903 dream, right?
Boy, yeah, 903 reasons why men should learn to whistle.
Hello, Mr. Skelton.
Well, hello.
I wanted to thank you for the beautiful bouquet of flowers you telegraphed me from Chicago.
Oh, did you get them all right?
Oh, yes.
I thought maybe going through those little wires would mess up the pedals.
I thought about you while you were gone.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering if you were taking good care of my fur coat you wore back there.
Fred, you wore her fur coat?
Yeah.
Wasn't a little tight for you?
No, I wore it under my shirt. As soon as your fur coat gets back from the laundry, I'll return it to you. Okay?
Of course. Well, goodbye now, and don't forget, 903. 903.
And my mother wanted me to drive a pie wagon.
Hey, Red, look who I found out in the hall.
Well, Bill Baker from the Take It or Leave It program. Well, Phil, it's good to see you, but you look a little tired.
I am, Red. Look, I came over to see you if you'll help me.
Gladly. What's wrong?
Well, as you know, I came out to California from New York, and I can't find a place to live.
Well, how about staying with me?
You think that limb will hold both of us? Yeah. I've tried everything, Red. I even tried renting the Los Angeles Coliseum, but no soap.
Oh, there's really a shortage, isn't there?
Yeah. Can't find soap anywhere. I feel sorry for that girl. You know the one. She's lovely. She's engaged. She uses fish ponds.
Say, did you go to see the manager about that apartment I told you about?
Yeah, I went to the manager, told him I knew Red Skelton.
Yeah, what happened?
The rent's so high, I can't even afford to stand in line.
I can't imagine a baker without any dough.
Scarlett O'Hara. A Democrat friend of mine was going to rent me his house, Red, but he lost it.
They put him out of the house, huh?
Yeah, they put him out of the Senate, too. I'm so upset, I'm almost at the end of my string.
Well, Phil, I'll help you.
You will?
I'll get you another ball of string.
Yeah. I visited everybody, Red. I've been to see Burns and Allen, Durante and Moore, Kay Kaiser.
Now you've come to see Skelton, huh?
That shows how desperate I am.
Yeah. Well, you could do worse, you know.
But I don't believe in suicide.
Yeah. Well, don't give up hope, Phil.
I won't. I'm going over and see him now. Goodbye, Red.
Okay, goodbye, Phil. 903.
64, Red.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Rollies. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollies. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly cigarettes.
Anita Ellis sings The Things We Did Last Summer.
The boat rides we would take, the moonlight on the lake, the way we danced and hummed our favorite song, the things we did last summer, I remember all winter long. The midway and the fun, the Cupid dolls we won, the bell you rang to prove that you were strong. The things we did last summer, I remember all winter long. The early morning hike, the rented tandem bike, the lunches that we used to pack. We never could explain that sudden summer rain, the looks we got when we got back. The leaves began to fade like promises we made. How could a life that seemed so right go wrong? The things we did last summer, I
scrapbook of satire is about our automobile parking troubles. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to a person's living, freaks don't count, remember. Chapter 28 is entitled Inside Parking. This is the story of Willie Lump Lump, a parking attendant, who may be one of the reasons those surprise dents keep showing up in your fenders. Boy, I'm late for work again. I couldn't help it, though. When them buses get loaded, they don't stop for nobody. Boy, that bus sure had a crowd on it. So crowded, even the men were standing. Well, here it is, the Carefree Parking Garage. Looks like the Junkyard Induction Center to me.
Oh, you finally got here, eh, Willie? The morning rush is over. Why are you so late?
Well, I got my wife breakfast in bed, see? We alternate. When I feel like it, I get my wife breakfast in bed. And then when she feels like it, I get her breakfast in bed.
Well, wife or no wife, if you come in late again, you're fired. You've got to show more interest in your job. And look at the way you're dressed. A swallowtail coat and pedal pushers. Why don't you wear pants like other men?
Well, my wife wears the pants in my family.
And, Willie, could you be a little more careful parking cars in the garage?
Oh, now there you go again. You're still talking about the time I parked that Cadillac in the rumble seat of that Chevrolet.
Sometimes I wonder where you learned to drive.
Same place everybody else does. In the Scooter Clarkin section out at the amusement park.
Another thing, would you mind telling me why you've been keeping the 1946 cars from parking here?
I'll tell you why. For the simple reason, anybody who can afford a 1946 car can afford their own parking lot. And that's above the table, too.
Boy, what a stoop. I thought you told me you went to college.
I did. I went to the Peekaboo College. I see you.
You didn't learn much in college, did you?
Yeah, I learned I should have stayed in high school. Hit the dirt. Here comes a lady driver. Okay,
Oh, attendant, could you park my car where I can get it in a hurry? You say I'll be right back.
Oh, you will. You want a 50-cent or 75-cent parking job?
Oh, what's the difference?
For 75 cents, you can keep any two fenders you like the best. How long are you going to be?
Oh, well, I'm just going into the drugstore to call my girlfriend.
All day parking, huh? Here's your check, okay. Yeah, let's see if it'll fit in back there. Yeah, we'll put it right in that spot there. Well, I hope these three drivers of these cars show up together because they're going to leave that way.
Have you got anything to say before I fire you?
Yeah, how about a raise?
I give up. Here comes another customer.
Hi there.
Oh, hello.
I see by your license you're from out of town, huh?
Yep, I'm from Missouri.
Ah, good old Missouri. The bluegrass country.
No, Kentucky is the bluegrass country. Missouri is the pendergrass country.
Parking will be $1. Parking will be $1.
Are you sure it's safe for me to park my car here?
Sure. Just park it here and forget about it.
Yeah, I don't know whether I ought to take a chance. Is this parking lot insured against theft?
Well, I'd like to see somebody try to steal it.
No, you don't know what I mean. I say, how can I be sure now that the car will be here when I get back?
By taking it with you, I guess. Here's your parking ticket, Bob.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, mister,
Yeah?
what does this fine print mean, go jump in the lake?
That's to punish the guys who are always asking what the fine print means. Oh, boy, business is getting good.
Here, boy, take my car, boy.
Boy. Look, Bub, this stuff on my chin ain't cornflakes yet.
only be a few minutes. Park it where I can get out in a hurry.
I'll do better than that. I'll park it so you can carry it home in your pocket.
They have some stuff in the back seat. Will it be all right?
Sure. What is it?
It's a case of...
What are you looking at me so suspiciously?
I don't like the way you're drooling.
What's in the back seat, huh?
Case of sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla?
Yeah, that's French for old bourbon.
Well, nobody's gonna bother that stuff. You won't even have to lock the car. You know? I'll keep my eye on it, the bloodshot eye.
I don't know if I can trust you. You bonded?
Yep, 100 proof.
On second thought, maybe I'd better look.
Are you insinuating that I might steal something? Look, Bob, that hurts. I'm an honest man.
I didn't say you weren't.
I promised somebody that I would always be honest.
Who did you promise? Your mother?
No, the warden at San Quentin. Just before he paroled me. Look, I'll park your car. Don't worry about it. We also have a battery charging service.
Look, wise guy, turn the ignition on.
Oh, well, you're going to do things the easy way.
Here, use the clutch. I've got a good mind to punch you in the nose.
Me and who else? You and who else? I don't think I'd do that. You know what happened to the last guy that picked a fight with me?
What?
You had to pay my doctor bill.
Look, I don't want any trouble. Just park my car, lock it, and bring me the key.
Okay, if I park it, that's all you're going to have left.
Hey, Willie, will you stop squawking? That car's blocking the drive. Will you park it?
Trusting old soul, ain't he? Okay, Doc.
Where have you been?
Who left that back door open?
Willie, will you go park the car?
Okay, I'll put it on the top floor of the garage here.
Careful going up that ramp. I've waited a long time for that car.
Oh, shut up. Second floor. Boy, these town and countries are really fast, ain't they? Third floor. Only one more floor to go now.
My car, look at it.
Ain't that something, huh? The town part's all right, but the country's a mess, ain't it?
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
That beautiful star of The Strange Woman, Hedy Lamarr, says, quote,
Yes, I've changed to Raleigh's for keeps. I've studied the reports, and medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Raleigh.
Right, Hedy Lamarr. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly cigarettes.
Now, Dave Forrester and his Raleigh Cigarette Orchestra plays The Goiner.
parking. Some people would rather spend time, gas, and energy before they'd spend 10 cents to park their car on a lot, and so is Grandma.
Junior!
Yes, kiddo?
Did you bring in the apple pie from the porch like I told you?
Yes, I did. Shall I go get the plate now?
Would you like to drive downtown with me?
Drive our car downtown?
Yes.
Downtown where it had all the pretty stores?
Yes.
Where the traffic is real heavy, the lights change real fast?
Yes.
Cars coming from every direction?
Yes.
Nothing doing. Boy, I feel safer here, boy.
Junior, you know I don't have accidents.
Oh, no. When you hit a car, it's no accident. You got a knack for it. You have.
Now, get your coat on.
Okay.
I think I'll wear my fur neck piece.
Oh, what's that? What's that? Run, it'll get you. It'll get you. Look, there's something on you.
No, it won't, dear. No.
It'll bite
It's only my fur piece.
It'll bite
No,
you.
it won't. It won't, dear. It's only fur.
A fur?
Oh, Bessie's little heart.
Yeah, bloody. Grandma, I thought I was going to eat you up, you know. I thought it was the wolf after Grandma. What is it? Looks like a run-over rabbit or something.
It's a dyed mink.
Oh, he must have died a horrible death.
Now, come on, dear. Come on, we must go.
Okay. Hey, can I drive?
Oh, no, dear, you can't drive. You wouldn't know what to do if you had to stop real quick.
I would do the same as you do. Every time I see something going to run into it, I pick out something cheap and run into that. Hey, Gramps don't like the way you drive either, you know.
He doesn't,
No?
eh? Well, when he comes home, I'll tell him a thing or two.
Well, at least it won't be boring around the house tonight, will it?
Well, at least I can park better than he can, can't I? Well, can't you answer me?
Look, you want to hit me, go ahead and do it. Don't try to trick me into it. When you do stuff like that, I don't know whether I'm going to get the backhand or the palm. And I don't like to be surprised. See, I got to know what's coming.
Oh, I don't know what to do with you.
Huh?
I wish the government would let you keep the income tax and send them the dependents.
The neighbors agree.
Well, I told your grandfather not to leave the keys in the car when he parked it on the street.
Now, actually, he parked himself, too, right next to the curb. Look, there he is, laying over the curb.
Junior, that isn't your grandfather.
There he is.
That's a big log.
That's a big log, she says. Hey, Grandpa, there's beer in the icebox. Boy, I wish lumber in this country would start moving that fast, boy. Come on, let's go.
There's the Power and Light Company. I'd better pay the water bill.
Why?
Because if I don't, they'll turn off our water, and we won't be able to take any baths.
You mean I won't be able to get in the tub every night and have you to scrub behind the ears and put soaps all over me? Oh, no.
Oh, Junior, why are you crying?
Because you want to go pay the bill.
Oh, dear. All this traffic. Where will I ever find a parking place?
Hey, there's one of them parking lots over there. We just passed it there. Them places are like beauty parlors, you know. Your car goes in straight and it comes out permanent waves.
Oh, I'll just park along the street.
Yeah.
It's silly to pay a dime just to park for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Hey, there's a man up the street getting into his car. Maybe he's going to pull it out.
Oh, good.
Hey, we're in a tunnel. Boy, it sure is dark in here. I smell smoke.
Junior, get out of the ashtray.
Boy, it sure was lucky for me the window wasn't open, boy.
That's what you get for standing up in the seat.
Yes.
Well, is the man pulling out of that parking space or not?
Well, pull it up. I'll ask him. Hello.
Hello.
Nice day for a ride, ain't it?
Yes, it certainly is.
Well, why don't you take one and let us have his parking space?
Junior!
No, don't you... Oh, here comes the policeman. Here comes the...
Quiet, Junior.
Here comes the policeman.
I'm sorry, you can't double park. It's a violation of Section 903-C of the State Motor Vehicle
Oh,
Code
now you don't-
and conflicts with municipal regulations
really?
also.
Windy old bird, ain't he?
Junior.
Why don't you put it on the parking lot across the street?
Well, we'll put it over there if you'll pay for it, brother. 10 cents don't grow on trees, you know. That kind of money would keep me in spitballs for the rest of my life.
Look, lady, you going to move along, or am I going to have to write you a ticket?
Don't get...
Hey, lady, I'll pull out and give you this space. I can circle the block a couple times till my party comes out.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
mighty neighborly, you. Turn up. Goodbye. Goodbye. Here now, be careful now, Grandma.
I don't like to say anything, but that car is pretty big for such a small space.
She knows what she's doing. Here, take it easy, will you? Grandma, take it easy, will you? Grandma, take it easy, will you? I'm getting sick. Hey, I'll get out and direct this stuff, will you?
Junior, am I close to the curb?
Yes, you're about a foot away from the other side of this tree.
It's all right, Junior. I can get in that space. You just keep out of the way.
Yeah, okay, now. Cut her hard through the right now. Back her up easy now, darling. Over this way. Careful, there's a big lamppost standing here. Careful.
What did you say, Junior?
I ain't going to walk down this dark street tonight. Now, careful.
Yes.
Here, now, down.
There. You didn't think I'd make it, did you, officer?
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't park like that, lady.
Yeah, I think it looks kind of nice parked like that, you know. The back wheels on the sidewalk and the front wheels on the street like that, you know. Sort of look like it's bending over looking for something.
Well, I didn't know this. I'll park this thing or else.
Hey, we better back up. She's getting kind of mad, you know.
Look, little boy, you better stand back out of the way.
Why?
You might cause her to really wreck the car.
Oh?
Yes, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
Oh, you dreamer, you. I'll stand out here.
Junior? Out of that street. Do you want a car to run over you and get big black marks all over your clean suit? I'm going to back in that place if it takes me all day. Junior.
Yes?
Tell me if I'm going to miss that man's fender.
Okay.
Junior!
Well, you said to tell you if you was going to miss it and you wasn't.
Remember, it all is actually next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester, and his Orpha Trinity, to Alice Bernafeld, and Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
A brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Brown and Williamson invites you to every good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday night and join us with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Of Johnson's Auto Wax present a shining half hour with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Kathleen Wells, Ronnie and Van, and Marion and Jim as those two giddy, gay, gadabout gasoline Gullivers, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Did I ever tell you about the time me and Duke Swoop had the concession on the Candy Cane Creek?
Yes, a dozen times.
Well, sir, Candy Cane Creek is a stream which flowed green and red on the two sides and purple in the middle. Me and Duco Swoop made us candy canes, and we dipped them into the creek and twirled them a mite and got them all colored for the Christmas trade.
Fibber, McGee, get away from there and let the program begin to commence to start.
Oh, shucks, I didn't even get to the part about Johnson's auto wax. Oh,
Molly's right, Fibber. The show must go on. Rico, strike up the band. And now, if we hop on our kilocycles, we can catch up with Fibber and Molly McGee as they chug along. No, they're just pulling into a filling station.
I gotta get them brakes fixed.
Well, McGee, you just made it, as usual.
Go on with you, Molly. There's plenty of gas left. Another 300 foot, anyway. But I ain't one to take chances. Where's the gasoline fella?
Good morning, sir. Gasoline?
Yep.
Okay, shall I fill it up?
And why not?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Listen, young fella. You know the principle of gasoline motors?
Why, yes, I think so. Let's see. The combustion of gasoline mixed with,
There you are. Gas mixed with air. It ain't no good unless it is mixed with air, is it?
Why, no, I guess not.
McGee, what are you talking about?
I'm just explaining to this young fella about mixing gas with air. Put 2 gallon in, son. That leaves 8 gallon of air. Just the right proportion.
All right, sir, 2 gallons. How about the water?
Sure, pour a couple of gallons on the ground for us.
On the ground?
Right. That's quicker than leaking through the radiator.
I suppose you folks are coming back from the Derby.
The what?
The which?
The Derby, you know, the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, the Derby. Nope, I can't stand it to watch no horse races no more.
Well, they can be expensive.
Oh, shucks, I don't mind the expense so much. It's the sentiment of the thing. You see, I lost a big race over in England years ago, and I never got over it. That was way back in 1879.
The kiddie car steeplechase. He robbed home the loser in his rompers.
Now, don't be like that, Molly. This here was the nobility handicap. You see, all us McGees is knights over there in England.
You're knights here, too, McGee. Poker night, billiard night, lodge night.
Did you say you rode in a race over there?
Did I ride in a race? I'll say I rid.
You rode, McGee.
I rid. This was a horse, not no boat. Well, sir, it was the day of the nobility handicap.
I can understand the handicap, but not the nobility.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. I never told you about this. I had me a wonderful little jumper.
Silk or wool?
Horse. She was a pretty sweet little animal. Quickest little feline you ever see.
Oh, you mean equine. Feline is a cat.
Sure. Quick's a cat she was. Kind of wild, though.
Just full of hay.
Yeah, just full of hay. Well, sir, she was the strongest runner and jumper ever see in England. I named her after Christmas. Name was Happy.
Wait a minute. If you named her after Christmas, it should have been Mary, not Happy.
Well, I named her a week after Christmas. Happy New Year.
I get it.
Well, sirs, I says she was the greatest jumper ever see in England. So I enters her into the Nobility Golden Handicap.
Sure. The NG Handicap.
Lord Higginbottom, His Highness Lord Higginbottom, had his horse ended, too. What you looking for, Molly?
Them peaches you've been dropping.
No, I can't help it. So help me. Them days is so clear to me, I get talking just like that, just like I did then. Well, sir, my horse's groom come up to me.
Oh, she was a married horse.
No. I mean my stable manager. He had one of my diamond-studded harnesses. He was polishing it up with Johnson's wax. I eased that one in there, didn't I? Kind of subtle.
Never mind that, McGee. What was that about the harness?
Oh, I says it was studded with diamonds.
Harness to goodness?
Honest. Well, see, this feller come up to me and he says, Lord McGee, he says.
Lord McGee.
Count McGee, he
Count
says.
McGee.
Hey, you mug, says he. Have you got a horse entered into this here nobility handicap? Why, sure, says I to him, real cool, looking at him through my barnacle.
Manicure.
I think you mean monocle.
Yeah. My animal is ready, I says, with dignity. You see, us of the nobility had to be kind of snippety with the lower classes. What's say, Molly?
Nothing yet.
Well, sir, I had this feller saddle up Happy for the Nobility Golden Handicap. I put on my silk jockey suit and my boots, and I reached for my cap.
Sure. I suppose you kept the cap handy for the handicap.
Oh, shucks, Molly. This here race was a serious business. I'd put all my resources onto it.
A mistake, McGee.
What's a mistake?
Putting all your resources on race horses.
Well, sirs, I was going to say, in them days, the jumps was twice as high, the ditches was twice as wide, and the riders was twice as smart.
Except you.
Except me. No. I was the smartest of the lot. Anyway, there was one jump 60 foot wide over a 9-foot hedge. A water jump. Think of it, son. A water jump 60 foot wide.
Water jump.
That was no jump. That was an endurance flight.
You betcha it was.
You say there was a 9-foot hedge, too?
Yes, but look, overnight a spring rain had come up, and that here hedge grew 2 foot and 8 inches, making it 11 foot 9 inches high.
Don't you mean 11 feet 8 inches?
Well, there was buds on it an inch long. Well, sir, I went over and I looked at that there jump, and I knowed that there was no horse into England could take it but Happy. I knowed I could ride rings around him.
Rings? Oh, it was a merry-go-round.
Well, sir, we come to the post. I leapt into the saddle and I lines up with the rest of the nobility there. I bows to the king and queen and waits for the bugle. Then it comes. And we was off.
You're telling us?
Over a water jump, around a bend, across the field, a low hedge, shallow ditch, a gate. Faster and faster we thundered on. I was holding my horse back, saving her. They was 41 horses running, and I see 38 go down, 39, 40 at the big jump. And up we went. I thought I felt Happy's foot slip a mite, but up we went. Up, up, up. We was just over the hedge, 12 foot off the ground and halfway over, and I see we wasn't going to make it. How much I owe you, young fella?
37. Thank you. But say, did you have a bad spill at that big jump?
Spill? Who, me? No, sirree. I wasn't going to ruin a good horse like that there. When I seen we wasn't going to make it, I just turned around and went home. So long, son.
delightful to know and heaven to give. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at, it's thrilling to hold you terribly tight. Oh, we're together, the moon is new, and oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight.
Kelly bringing you Lovely to Look At with Ronnie Dustoff polishing up a chorus. You'll have something lovely to look at if you give your car a Johnson Auto Wax finish. When you drive along this summer, just remember what damage the hot sun can do to the paint jobs on your car. Unless, of course, your car is protected with Johnson's Auto Wax. But once your car is wax finished, the ultraviolet rays of the sun cannot fade the color or destroy the smoothness of the finish. Johnson's Auto Wax makes old cars shine like new and keeps new cars bright as a mirror. For dust and road film cannot cling to the Johnson Wax finish. You'll be mighty proud of your car after it's wax finished. You can easily do the job yourself, or you can have it done for you at a nearby service station. Take a tip from me. If you want lasting beauty and protection for your car, use Johnson's Auto Wax. There's nothing better, no matter what price you pay. And now may we present, for your undoubted approval, Miss Kathleen Wells. Kathleen, what do you say?
Life is a song, Hollow.
Don't say it. Sing it.
Okay. Life is a song, let's sing it together. Let's take our hearts and dip them in rhyme. Let's learn the words, let's learn in the music together. Hoping the song lasts for a long, long time. Life is a song that goes on forever. Love's old refrain can never go wrong. Let's strike the note Mendelssohn wrote concerning spring weather. Let's sing it together and make life a song. Don't be afraid of the future. All of our plans will come through. How can they fail with love on our side? They'll never fail, we won't be denied. All the world's a symphony for you and me. Life is a song that goes on forever. Love's old refrain can never go wrong. Let's strike the note Mendelssohn wrote concerning spring weather. Let's sing it together and make life a song. come and sing. Think of all the happiness 'twill bring. Let's croon a tune, songs about June, the birds and the flowers. You'll spend happy hours and make life a song.
Well, we guess old steeplechaser McGee is a pretty good jumper after all, because he was here just a few minutes ago, and now we find him with Molly, cautiously driving into a certain large city.
My, the traffic is terrific, ain't it, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. I see it worse. Why, when I was driving over into London, I
Look
see
out! You nearly sideswiped the beer truck.
Oh, that was nothing.
Nothing. You nearly had me singing just before the bottle's mother. Watch out, McGee.
Oh, don't be so nervous, Molly. This here ain't bad. Why, when I was driving in London, I almost...
Stop. We got a red light. Quit looking at the girls and watch the light.
Well, them neon rays is confusing to a fella.
It ain't the neon rays that bothers you, McGee. It's the ray on me. Now go ahead. You got the green.
Oh, okay. Hey, where are we?
How should I know? Sure, the last route sign I seen was about 52 blocks back.
Oh.
Slow down and I'll be asking someone.
Okay.
Hey, mister, where are we at?
Never mind the details, buddy. What town?
Smart, Alex.
Yeah, when I was driving into London a few years back...
Now, don't turn here, McGee. This is a one-way street.
Well, we're only going one way, ain't we?
Sure. To a police station if you don't watch yourself.
Ah, go on with you, Molly. I'm doing all right. Hey, do I turn left here?
Right. No, foolish left.
But you says right.
I meant it was right. You should turn left.
Well, shucks, I says left and you says right, so I turns right and you says left.
Sure I did. Left was right.
Maybe we better stop and figure this out.
Watch the traffic officer, McGee. He's waving at you.
At me? What for? I never see that feller before in my life.
No, but you're liable to see lots of him from now on. And there is, too.
There is what?
Lots of him. Go ahead, McGee. What you waiting for?
I'm going. I'll show 'em they can't rush Fibber McGee. They can't make me move no faster than what I think I ought. Oh, what the?
He's got you, McGee.
Well, maybe I was going a mite slow.
Was the hooligan in the delivery truck behind you, McGee?
'Twas.
You want to stop and hang one on his eye for himself?
How big is he?
I don't know. He's sitting down.
Oh, he won't stand up like a man, huh? Shucks, let him go. Where are we now, Molly?
I have no idea, McGee.
I was telling you about the time I was driving in London. I had me a big 20-cylinder Boston Schutzen for the foggy
Watch out
day.
for the streetcar, McGee.
Let the sap-snippered nickel nippers look out for themselves. I'm doing the driving. As I was saying, I had me 18-cylinder Boston Schutz over into London.
You said it was a 20-cylinder, McGee.
I know, but 2 cylinders was missing. Well, sir. Hey, Molly, do I turn on the red or the green?
How do I know? Just slow up, McGee.
Slow up?
Yes, and turn when the light changes. That way nobody'll ever know what color you turned on.
That's a good idea, Molly. I'll just slow down and...
Well?
And
go ahead. Don't stop.
Don't stop what?
Just don't stop. Go ahead.
I can't.
Oh, dear. Well, start up, McGee. We can't wait here in the middle of Broadway.
Maybe we can't, but we are. We're out of gas, Molly.
Oh. So we're out of gas.
Yeah.
McGee, you'd run out of snow at the North Pole. Look now.
Hey, Molly, you get over here and steer whilst I get out and give her a push, will you?
Won't the car move on the starter, McGee?
No, and the starter won't move on the car. Come on, Molly. I'm holding up the traffic for 3 blocks back.
Sure. They're just a bunch of honkers from Yonkers, McGee. Give her a push.
Okay, Oh, here comes a policeman.
Well, what do you expect? A horseshoe of roses?
All right. What's the idea here, you?
Now, listen here. Keep a civil tongue in your head, you big
You
flat
get you
foot.
smart, hey? Well, get that crate off this intersection here, see?
Oh, a crate, is it? Well, it's a bad egg that knows a crate when he sees one.
Listen, officer. My name is McGee. Fibber McGee.
I don't care if you're King George. Get that pineapple can out of here.
Officers, we're out of gas.
Yeah.
All right, you're out of gas. So what? You're going to sit there and some guy drills an oil well under your car? Get out and push it.
I was just going, officer.
Well, give him a hand, you big windbag. Put your club in your belt and roll up your sleeves for once in your lazy life.
Hey, Mom.
All right, now, you. What's your name?
My name
Give them your own license plate.
And whose do you think, Frankenstein?
I'm talking to this man, lady. I'll pay. Keep quiet. Listen, you. Where are you from?
I'm
So
from...
you won't talk, eh? I know what I got a good mind to do.
If you had a good mind, you'd know what to do. Now give us a push.
All right, now I've had enough, lady. Let's see your papers.
Papers? You
Your
mean you want
papers, your papers. Come on, man, your papers.
Listen here, Commissioner Cuckoo. We're running a car, not a newsstand. Now get your papers somewhere else. And give us a push, will you?
All right, lady, I've had enough of this.
You says that before.
Oh, I did, hey. I'll say it again. Fresh tourists, eh?
Huh?
All right, you know what you're up against?
Huh?
Blocking the traffic.
Who?
Disorderly conduct.
Me?
Resisting an officer's performance of his duty.
Oh.
Creating a disturbance. And driving without a license and suspicious ownership of the car.
Assault and battery?
No.
Well, you better add that, too. I'm planning on it.
That's telling him, McGee.
Never mind the double talk here now, see? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm ringing for the wagon and I'm impounding your car.
Oh.
I'm taking you both into the police station with no bail recommended.
Oh.
You'll both be lucky to get out in time to see them Dione quintuplets graduate from high school. What's your name?
McGee. Fibber McGee, officer. And I'm from Peoria.
And who's this dame? Is that your wife?
You talking about this here lady? You big Irisher? That's Mrs. Fibber McGee.
And proud of it, too.
Yeah.
Mrs. Fibber McGee. And me maiden name was Molly Mahoney.
Molly Mahoney? From Peoria?
Yes, and so...
Little Molly Mahoney. Well, I'll bet. Molly, don't you know me? Tim O'Houlihan?
What?
O'Houlihan from across the track in Peoria. All right, here. Come on, move along there, everybody. Hey, you, give these folks a push. Where's your manners there? Come on, move them along here. What's you staring at you? Come on.
Very well, Annabelle. And I know you need a little consolation. Very well, Annabelle. When you feel that you're out in the rain, think of me in that Pullman train. On a cold observation car, looking for you in the dark, all in vain. I will send a telegram at every station. Very well, Annabelle. If your family wants a bit of information, say that I am doing swell. And when I come back with a pocket full of jack, you'll have something grand to tell. 'Cause I'll take you on a honeymoon vacation. Very well, Annabelle.
Playing Fare Thee Well, Annabelle. You'll admit to a Fare Ye Well, with Dustoff and Brightsky faring pretty well also in the vocal department. And now, may I tell you how you can get free a can of fine quality touch-up enamel for covering up those bad-looking rust spots on the fenders and chassis of your car. Just go to your regular wax dealer or your service station and buy a can of Johnson's Auto Wax and a can of Auto Cleaner. You pay only 98 cents for the two, and your dealer will give you the black touch-up enamel free. So take advantage of this special offer right away. Now, I could talk for hours telling you all the advantages in using Johnson's Auto Wax, how it cuts down car washing, how it increases the trade-in value. But you'll never believe what a difference it will make in the looks of your car, what a really swell polishing job you can get with Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner until you actually try them out on your own car. And then you'll be just as enthusiastic as I am. And now, before concluding our broadcast, I take pleasure in introducing to you a very distinguished visitor to our studios, Mr. Ely Culbertson, the world-famous Wizard of Bridge. Mr. Culbertson.
Good evening, everyone. I have for you the biggest news in the 400-year-old history of the playing card industry. All my life, I dreamt of a playing card made not from paper, but from a chemical similar to the artificial silk. This revolutionary invention was accomplished last year, and soon the card players everywhere will see cards that cannot be crimped, soiled, and which can be washed exactly as ladies' finest lingerie. A deck of such cards will last a year and stay as good as new. Our chief difficulty consisted in finding just the right kind of lacquer, combining beauty with durability. S.C. Johnson have solved our problem brilliantly. We selected this company because I was in their wonderful factory myself, and so the reasons for the superior quality of their products. They are scientific, practical, and efficient. My endorsement of S.C. Johnson Company is purely voluntary and without compensation, for I thought you might be interested in hearing that it is just as important to have the proper kind of varnish for a playing card as for an automobile.
Thank you, Mr. Culbertson. Remember, friends, we're going to have weeks and weeks of wax and wax. So don't forget those two great names, Johnson's Auto Wax and Fibber McGee. Your announcer is Harlow Wilcox. May we mention that Strike Up the Band is from the show of the same name. And so, toodaloo till Tuesday.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight's Clifton Fowlerman. Had a mental brain from the radio. Huh? Is he the guy who says what? Madam, what is your problem? No, Duffy, you're thinking of Mark Anthony. This is the guy that asked the questions on information, please. Very brainy guy. Huh? Yeah, maybe you're right at that, Duffy. What brains does it take to ask questions? Yeah. Well, anyways, we're stuck with him. Yeah. He's coming down to lecture to the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society. Well, don't worry, Duffy. I'm writing to lecture for him, so he can't louse us up. The crowd here? The usual gang of crumbs. Yeah, but, oh, by the way, Moriarty just come in. He's very sore at the government. Yeah, for canceling last year's income tax. Well, you remember when he filled out his return, he chiseled so much he didn't pay nothing? Now he figures he's losing money. Yeah. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. Okay.
Welcome to Duffy's. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Tito Kazar, Peter Van Staten and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Clifton Fadiman, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Mr. Archie?
Yeah?
What happened to the sign?
What sign, Eddie?
The watch your hats and coats sign.
There it is, only I rephrased the words so that Clifton Fadiman will feel more at home here. Read it.
Let me see. Maintain scrutiny of thy chapeaus and hats. Nice and confusing, ain't it?
Yes, isn't it? It's a quotation from Shakespeare. Did you ever see any of Shakespeare's plays, Eddie?
One, As You Like It.
Well?
I didn't like it.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he had an off day that day.
Hello, Arch.
Well, Clifton Finnegan. Hello, Finnegan.
Arch, look at this. Boy, am I proud. A poem by Crackpot O'Toole of Fortune. Dedicated right at me personal.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. What's the poem, Finnegan?
I'll read it to you. Some men is fools and morons, and some is even judge. But you, dear Clifton, combined them all. Nature has gave you the words. Well, the guy must really like me, huh?
Yeah, he must. You may not know it, Finnegan, but that poem is written in pure cubic centimeter.
Centimeter? You mean he's going to charge me for it?
No, Finnegan, if he charged you, you'd have to pay at least a nickel a meter.
Oh.
Don't forget, that's an original crackpot.
Archie?
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Did you see my Dostoevsky?
Your what?
My Dostoevsky.
Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
No, it's a book.
Miss Duffy, what would you be doing with a book?
Well, Clifton Fadiman's coming down here, and I don't want him to catch me not reading.
Well, naturally,
You see, if everybody stopped reading, authors would stop writing. And if authors stopped writing because nobody was reading, Mr. Fadiman, being a critic, couldn't read what authors were writing, and that'd put an end to his writing about reading. And the poor man would be out of a job.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Or to put it another way, if authors write and people
Please,
don't read...
Miss Duffy, I don't think I care to go around again. Dostoevsky. Who ever heard of Dostoevsky?
Oh, you probably never even heard of Shakespeare.
Miss Duffy, not alone have I heard of Shakespeare, I happen to know Bacon, the man who plagiarized him.
Who?
Sir Francis Bacon, the man who wrote every word that Shakespeare ever wrote.
Archie, do you mean to stand there and say that the greatest writer that ever wrote didn't?
Yes, I do. Shakespeare, the so-called bard of Stratford Avenue. I maintain that he is strictly a phony.
Archie, how can you say such a thing about a man who's too dead to defend himself?
Miss Duffy, you dig him up and I'll tell it to him to his face.
Well, wait a minute, Archie. Maybe we're talking about not the same Shakespeare. What was the first name of yours?
William.
Yeah, that's the one, all right.
Of course, William Randolph Shakespeare. Besides, Miss Duffy, when you talk about guys like Shakespeare, it ain't necessary to mention their first names. Everybody knows who you mean.
I differ with you.
In what respect?
How about Washington?
Miss Duffy, if I went up to a strange guy and said Washington, I'm sure the guy would know that I meant George.
Not if he was selling train tickets.
If I was buying a train ticket, I would say Washington, D.C.
Then why don't you say Shakespeare, D.C.?
Because I ain't going to Shakespeare, D.C.
Why not?
Because I can't get a room. Look, Miss Duffy, I got Clifton Fetterman coming down here to read my lecture to Mrs. Piddleton and them dames, and I got a lot on my mind. Pending our waiting for the arrival of Clifton Fetterman, Mrs. Piddleton, and Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, you'll be simply enchanted to know that we will now hear a song by Mr. Tito Gazar, Mexico's answer to the Andrews sisters. What is the song, Tito?
I will sing that beautiful song entitled Si Bonet.
Well, that's your own prerogative. Go ahead and sing it. Ladies, will please swoon.
Si bonai de mi sueño, si no oyes la queja de mi voz. Si bonai, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Si bonai de mi sueño, te espero con ansia en mi Si bonai, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Oye el eco de mi canto de cristal. Si bonai, yo te quiero, yo me muero por tu amor. Al arrullo de tu palma pienso en ti. Si y el eco de mi canto de cristal. No se da por entre el rojo. Ay, ma,
bravado, Tito. Simply bravado. Mucho Groucho.
Say, Mr. Archie, do that Mr. Fetterman drink coffee?
Coffee? I guess so. Eddie, why?
Well, we're running a little short.
Well, add some chicory to what you got.
Okay. But chicory added to chicory is going to taste a little like...
Yeah, well, he'd probably be reading a book anyway. He won't notice it.
Oh, Archie, dear boy.
Well, Mrs. Piddleton, how are you? You're looking great.
Archie, you know I look a fright.
All right. What makes you look like such a fright?
Oh, I've had a terrible experience. Terrible. I had to come down here by subway.
Good gracious. The subway? How ghastly.
Well, there was no alternative. You see, my limousine is hors de combat.
Yeah, huh? What year?
Hors de combat, Archie, a French expression, out of action.
Oh, you mean like OPA?
OPA?
An American expression. Out of gas. That subway must be simply livid for one to ride in, huh?
Oh, yes, yes. One encounters such a bourgeois class of society.
Oh, simply bourgeois, yeah. Makes one sorry one went to the trouble of ducking under the turnstile.
Archie, then you have been in the subway.
Only in London. Of course, over there we refer to it as the lift. But so much for conversation. I'm glad to see you.
Well, it's a delight to be here again. All the same, except poor Mr. Duffy. He seems to have aged considerably.
Mrs. Piddleton, that's the moose head you're looking at.
Moose head? Oh, Archie, I'm afraid you'll have to remove it.
Why?
My doctor's orders. I'm allergic to stuffed animals. Oh, yes, Mrs. Gribb. We're waiting for you and Mrs. Allen. Well, Mr. Fadderman isn't here yet. Clifton Fadderman. Oh, my dear, I can't help it. There's a moose here, and it does something to my hay fever. I should do what? It already has been shot. Oh, yes, he's speaking tonight on literature. Dodo, Dr. Booth, Clifton Fadderman. Well, we'll wait for you, darling. Goodbye.
Hello? Oh, well, thank you. Mrs. Piddleton, the operator says Gesundheit. Hey, Eddie. Eddie, take Mrs. Piddleton into the kitchen. There she won't smell the moose.
I see what you mean.
What, Miss Duffy?
Ain't that Mr. Fadderman coming in?
Oh, sure, Clifton Fadderman. Well, if it ain't me old pal Clifton Fadderman. Hell, you kip, old boy,
I'm looking for someone named Archie.
Just a minute. I'm Archie. You had the pleasure of meeting me just a short nonce ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm wearing my wife's glasses.
Your wife's glasses? Oh, that's different. I can't expect your wife to know me. By the way, Mr. Fadderman, this is Miss Duffy.
Plaza 5, 9 9970.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're always asking questions, so I thought I'd give you the answer first.
Miss Duffy, Mr. Fadiman is an intellectual. He don't go out with dames.
Well, that intellectual I ain't. In fact, when it comes to dames, my taste is positively lowbrow.
Plaza 5997. See you later.
Oh, please, Miss Duffy. Mr. Fadiman just came here. Kip, by the way, speaking of books...
Now, who was?
I was. Speaking of books, did you ever read any of the works of the famous poet and forger, Crackpot O'Toole?
O'Toole. What sort of things does he write?
Mostly sonnets and bum checks. That's him. Sonnets and bum checks. That's him over there tilting the pinball machine. Hey, Crackpot.
Yeah,
Crackpot, come here. Clifton Fadiman meet Crackpot O'Toole. Crackpot meet Clifton Fadiman. You two guys should have a lot in common.
Oh, you're a forger, Mr. Fadiman?
Crackpot, Mr. Fadiman is from information, please. Kip, you'll pardon Crackpot's ignorancy. He's been upstate up the river, Ossining.
Oh, you mean in the clink?
In the clink, yeah, in a manner of speaking, yes. We can talk about it, can't we, Crackpot?
Why not? It was nothing. Only a few years for forgery. I made a little innocent mistake when I signed a check. I put 2 T's in Vanderbilt. The whole thing was laughable.
Kip, someday if you get a chance, I'd like you to get a look at Crackpot's adaptation of Shakespeare.
Crackpot? You rewrote Shakespeare?
Yep. I rewrote 23 of his plays.
How long did it take you?
23 minutes.
23 minutes, Crackpot? I bet you Shakespeare himself didn't even write it that fast.
Well, after all, Arch, I got an edge on the guy. I'm ambidextrous.
What's that?
Two-handed dexterous. I can write with both hands.
Mr. Fadiman, couldn't you use Crackpot on information, please, sometime?
But, Archie, we have a poetry expert, John Kieran.
Granted, but suppose you ask Kieran to quote you something, say, from Lord Byron. Could he do it?
Of course. He could quote whole stanzas. Could Crackpot do that?
Not alone could Crackpot quote whole stanzas, he could give you the whole poem in Byron's own handwriting.
Thanks, Arch.
Okay, Crackpot.
Doctor?
Yeah?
Middleton wants to know when the lecture's gonna start.
Oh, any minute, Eddie. Go over and talk to her. Keep her happy for a second.
I've been talking to her. I say Gesundheit, she says thank you. I say Gesundheit, she says thank you. I say Gesundheit, she says thank you. It's pretty monotonous conversation.
Well, talk to her anyways. Are you ready for the lecture, Mr. Fadiman?
All ready.
Okay, you ready, Danny?
Ready. Ladies and gentlemen.
Just a second, Mr. Fadiman. What's right is right. Danny started first. Besides, you ain't studied the lecture that I wrote for you.
You wrote a lecture for me?
You seem amazed. I'll go over it with you in a minute. Mr. Fetterman, leave us get started, huh?
Archie, did I hear you correctly? You wrote a lecture for me.
That's right.
And you expect me to read it?
Don't worry, there ain't many big words. And what ones there is, I wrote out in capital type. Here it is.
But I brought my own lecture.
Your own lecture? Look, Fetterman, suppose you was in my spot. Would you let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come in off the street and read his own stuff? How do I know it's clean? How do I know it makes sense?
Well, I was just going to talk about the rudimentary forms of iambic pentameter.
You see? Listen, in this business, we got to protect ourselves.
Well, all right, I'll read your speech, but there's one thing.
What?
If I get fired from information, please, can I eat here?
That I wouldn't advise. Now, please, leave us get going, huh?
Oh, Archie. Archie, when is the lecture going to start?
Any minute, Mrs. Piddleton. Mrs. P. This is Clifton Fetterman.
Oh, Mr. Fetterman, I want you to know how deliriously happy it makes us girls to have a man like you talk to us.
Mrs. Piddleton. These days, it makes girls deliriously happy if any man talks to them. Leave us get on with the lecture, huh? Trumpets, please. Thank you. Your man is improving, Mr. Van Steeden. Thank you. Ladies, I introduce a man who needs no introduction. So, without further introducing him, I present you Mr. Clifton Fetterman. A lecture, Mr. Fetterman.
Thank yous, one and all. Ladies of the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, my subject for tonight is contemptuary literature. I will discuss contemptuary literature from literature in the Middle Ages to books for children. Literature is divided into three parts: fiction, non-fiction, and... Archie, where's the third part?
I couldn't think of it. I went nuts. Go on.
Literature was started by the cavemen who used to chop out stories in stone with an axe, hence the term hack writer. This, however, was very hard on the circulating libraries, as people got tired carrying home them stone books. Besides, many times the stones would fall on the author, crushing him, hence the expression, pulp writer. This led to the invention of sheepskin, which up till then had only been used for diplomas. Literature has gave birth to more writers than any other profession. Namely, among whom are Shakespeare, Bacon, Dickens, and Sir Walter Lipton. Among the French writers are Voltaire, Charlemagne, and Francho Tone. Say, Archie, you left out Mademoiselle from Armentières.
That's a different kind of literature.
Now, among the American writers is also a great assortment of literary authors. Just as music has its three B's, Bach, and Bookhoven, American literature has its three O's, O'Neill, Odette, and O'Toole. Next comes the Russian writers, among who is Tolstoy, Rimsky-Korsakov, Dostoevsky, and the greatest Russian of them all. Oh, no, I can't, Ozzie.
Go ahead, Fetterman.
Ivanhoe. Archie, I can't go on with this. My reputation will be ruined. Ladies, the lecture is over. I thank you.
Oh, Mr. Fetterman.
Yes, Mrs. Biddleton.
I've heard you speak many times. I've read every word you've ever written. Your books, your reviews in the New Yorker magazine.
Yes?
And there's one thing I want to tell you. In my personal opinion, this is the first time you've ever made sense.
To leave Duffy's for the evening, but let's all meet again at Duffy's next week when our guest will be Monty Woolley. You have a half hour next Tuesday evening at the same time. Remember,
Duffy's where the late mate date. Yeah, Duffy, next week, Monty Woolley. Hey, yeah, the guy with the beard. Huh? The hot weather? Don't worry, Duffy. Nature takes care of them things. In the summer, he sheds.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Taste the difference. Campbell's Tomato Juice presents Gracie Allen, with Tony Martin and Ken Niles, and Henry King and his music. The Sea Ice Wing. just a minute, George Burns and Gracie Allen will be with us. Meanwhile, this is Ken Niles with a message for everybody who hasn't yet tasted that refreshing, thirst-quenching, soothing, satisfying, grand and glorious drink, Campbell's Tomato Juice. Now, until you drink Campbell's, you don't know how downright good tomato juice can be. Or in between, you can enjoy a tomato juice that has the true, fresh, biting deep into a fresh-picked tomato in August. That's the thrill you get in your first glass of Campbell's Tomato Juice. Drink tomato juice or whether you don't. Tomorrow I want you to try Campbell's Tomato Juice at its very best. Do it, will you? Fine. And now, here are George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Hello, boys. Hello. Well, Casey, say hello to everybody.
Hello. Oh, am I excited. I'm getting married. Whee!
Married? Is that so?
Yeah. He called me up on the telephone and he said to me, he said, He said, honey, will you marry me?
Yes.
And I said, will I marry you? I've been waiting for this for years. I should say I will marry you. Isn't that wonderful? I've never been so excited.
Gracie, who is he? I say, who is he?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, he hung up.
He hung up?
Yeah, well, maybe he wanted to be the first one to tell us about the good news, huh?
Well, wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Whimsical, jealous, huh, Jimsy?
Gracie, I was just saying to that. Jimmy Newell isn't with us anymore.
What?
Yes, he's making a picture and was called away on location, so we had to leave this program.
Jimmy Newell isn't on this program anymore.
No.
Why, that's like taking the cream out of your coffee.
I know.
It's like taking the spark plug out of your automobile.
Yeah, but...
Well, that's like taking my uncle out of jail.
Yes.
That's like...
Quiet. I'd like to introduce our new singer.
Why, that's
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a young fellow that everybody is talking about. He's been a big success in his first few pictures with 20th Century Fox. And I'm young, he's handsome. Just a minute. And he has a grand voice. I want you to meet Tony Martin.
Thank you very much. Certainly a thrill getting on the Burns and Allen show and meeting everybody. I'd like to be one of the crowd, so I'd appreciate it if you just call me Tony.
Tony? Oh, are you any relation to Tom Mix's horse?
Don't mind her, Tony. She's upset because she thinks Jimmy Newell walked out on her.
Well, I don't blame you, Gracie. I bet you missed you, Jimsicle Whimsicle.
Jimsicle Whimsicle? Jimsicle Whimsicle. Nice before.
Yes. He used to be on this program as far back as last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Whatever became of this program?
There you are, Tony. She's forgotten Jimmy Newell in 1 week.
Gracie,
Yes, Tony.
I hope you don't forget me a week after I'm gone.
Why, Tony, a week after you're gone, I'll be with you, if you know what I mean.
I think he knows what you mean. Ken Isles. Yes? This is Tony Martin.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Tony. And this is Henry James.
Oh, I know Henry.
Well.
I heard him play the piano before I ever came on this program.
Oh, good. Then he won't be such a shock to you as he was to us.
Oh, yes, it's one happy little family.
Hello, Tony. I saw you in your last picture, and you were swell.
You mean Pigskin Parade?
Pigskin Parade? Well, I didn't know Pigskin Parade. They can hardly walk. How can they parade?
No, Gracie. I mean, pigskins means football.
Yeah, you see, a football is made of pigskin.
What's that?
Hide the pigs outside.
Oh, well, if the pig's outside, bring him in, George. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
Gracie.
That was very clever, George.
Clever? I didn't say anything.
Oh, that's when you're clever.
Tony, I saw you in your last picture, and that sure was a funny scene between you, Jack Haley, and Alice Faye.
Oh, do you mean that Tony acts in pictures?
Yeah, he plays romantic parts.
Romantic parts?
Well, I think you call them romantic parts.
You mean you make love to movie stars, you hug them, and you kiss them?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, tell me, Tony, is it a thrill to kiss Clark Gable?
Gracie, Tony Martin is a man.
Well, so is Clark Gable.
Did you ever hear of two men kissing?
My daddy and my uncle?
Your daddy and your uncle kissed?
They kissed my mother and aunt?
Tony Martin never kissed Clark Gable. Did you ever kiss Greta Garbo?
Kiss her? I can't even get her autograph.
I can't either. I've tried myself.
Say, George, why is it? You're in pictures, Tony Martin's in pictures, Clark Gable's in pictures. Nothing happens to me.
Oh, maybe you're not the type. Tripe.
Yeah.
I mean tripe.
That's better, yes. Tripe, yes. That clears that up.
I don't know. I'm tall and not hard to look at.
Yeah, and I love your hair, Henry. It's so black and slick.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you like my hair.
Oh, don't mention it. How often do you change your oil?
How often does he change his oil? About every 20 miles.
Oh, please, Judge. Tony, Tony, as long as you're the romantic type, the radio audience won't judge you by your singing, you know. They'll judge you by your kisses.
It's coming.
And Tony, I can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Well, Gracie, this is my first show, and I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, all right, Tony. Then I'll start with the other boys. But I'm going to save the best things for last. So, Henderson, you're first.
That's a nice idea.
First, eh? Well, okay, Gracie. So you can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Yes.
Well, here goes.
Yes. You belong in the hit parade.
Thanks.
Then now's next.
All right.
You belong on the Campbell's Tomato Juice program on a kind of I can taste the difference. And now, George Porgy.
Okie dokie.
You belong on Major Bo's amateur program.
I never cared to share my devotion. Love never touched my heart. I knew nothing of the thrill in store. I never dared to show my emotion. Now I'm about to start. Honey, I have never felt this way before. There's something in the air that warns me to beware tonight. There's something in the air. There's music in the breeze. I never saw the stars so bright. There's something in the air. Though I find there's danger in your eyes, the thrill is new. I've been blind, but now I realize what love can do. I feel it everywhere. So whisper you'll be mine tonight. There's something in the air. Yes, it's Henry King in the air. Come on, play some of those right ones, Henry. There's something in the air. Let's have a little light swing there, Henry. Just a little bit. There's something in the air. Though I find there's danger in your eyes, the thrill is new. I've been blind, but now I realize what love can do. I feel it everywhere. So whisper
Yes, sir, that was Tony Martin singing There's Something in the Air from Banjo on My Knee.
Yeah, Tony, and you were simply grand.
What did I tell you, Tony? Didn't I tell you there was nothing to be nervous about?
Well, Tony, we're glad to have you on this program, and it's all right with me if you haven't kissed Clark Gable.
Oh, sure. George isn't jealous.
Thanks.
Now, Tony, if you wanted to kiss me, I guess there'd be nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could holler for help.
But Tony doesn't look like that kind of a man.
You mean I'm not the kind of a man who would try to kiss you?
Well, no, I mean you're not the kind of a man who would need any help.
Well, Tony Martin has no idea of trying to kiss you.
Now, please, George. Tony Martin knows what his ideas are, I hope.
I don't know what his ideas are, but I want to set you right on one thing. If you ever kiss me, I'll be dead.
That's what I'm afraid of.
That's a nice compliment.
No, Gracie, you don't have to worry about Tony Martin forcing his attentions on you.
Yeah, that's right. Jimmy Newell was on this program for 6 months, and he never bothered you.
No, Jimmy Newell never grabbed you in his arms, or never hugged you, or kissed you.
I know he didn't. And why do you think he isn't on this program anymore, Tony?
Well, anything is liable to happen.
Said it. Now comes the surprise.
You mean I'm fired?
No. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Well, that's no surprise. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but I know it, too. That's the surprise.
That's not only a surprise, that's amazing.
So, in honor of Tony Martin and in honor of Thanksgiving, I'm going to dramatize one of my great events in history. I've written a special play about the Pilgrims called The Landing of the Indians.
You mean the landing of the Pilgrims?
No, the landing of the Indians, on account of when the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, the Indians landed on the Pilgrims.
And this is in honor of Tony Martin and Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they're my very favorite holidays.
Mine, too.
Now, George, you play the part of Captain Burns, skipper of the Mayflower. And I'm your good wife, Olive Oil.
I see. I'm Captain Burns, and you're my good wife, Olive Oil.
Yeah, on account of because olive oil is good for Burns.
I get it. Olive oil, that's pretty hot stuff.
Tony.
Yes?
You're playing the part of the mate.
You mean I'm the captain's mate?
No, you're the captain's wife's mate.
Oh.
Remember what happened to Jimmy Newell?
Yes, I'll remember that.
Henry.
Yep.
You're playing the part of an early settler.
What's an early settler?
Anybody who pays his bills before the end of the month.
I see, and I suppose Ken Isles is an Indian.
Oh, don't be silly. Does he look like a foreigner?
A foreigner?
Ken?
Yes.
Mr. Niles. You can't come in here. There's a broadcast going on. Niles.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Well, I'm Ned Shaw, the butcher. Mr. Niles told me to bring some turkeys up here. He says he'd like to pick one out. Mr. Niles!
Wait a minute. I told you to come after the broadcast.
Well, certainly, this is no time to try to sell people turkeys right in the middle of a radio show.
Certainly.
There's no time to sell people ducks or fish.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even buy a button from you. Take your buttons and get out.
Yeah, well...
Miss, I'm not selling buttons.
Well, what are you selling?
Turkeys.
How much are they?
How much are they?
Yeah.
Well, you know how high turkeys run.
Certainly, they run as high as their hips, and from their hips up, they fly.
Wait a minute. Gracie, are we going to buy turkeys, or are we going to do a play?
Well, let's flip the butcher and see.
Flip the butcher? Well, Tony, this whole thing is in your honor.
And don't think that I appreciate it.
What did you say?
I said, don't think that I appreciate it.
That's what I thought you said.
Mr. Butcher, there's one thing that always puzzled me. After you cut off a turkey's head, how does he know which end to gobble with?
Ken, this is your butcher, so why don't you play with it?
Oh, and another thing. Does a turkey gobble or does it cluck? Gobble, cluck.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Butcher, is it a thrill to kiss a fellow like Cluck Gobble?
Cluck Gobble?
Yes.
Cluck Gobble. You people don't want a turkey. What you want is a padded cell. Good night.
Well, he certainly got rid of us easy, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, anywho, getting back to my play at Plymouth Rock, George, you play Captain Burns.
I know. We all know our part. But what are you going to use for Plymouth Rock?
Oh, don't be silly. Use your head.
Henry King will play a medley of Born to Dance.
A medley?
You know what a medley is?
You mean like Tony Martin is madly in love with me?
That's what I mean. All right, Henry.
You know, lots of folks whom I've persuaded to try Campbell's tomato juice are amazed when they first taste it. They say this is no ordinary tomato juice. This is real. Why, it tastes like biting into a big, juicy tomato in the good old summertime. They ask me how on earth Campbell's can keep in it that real, fresh tomato flavor. Well, I wish I could show all of you the tomatoes Campbell's use for their tomato juice. They are beauties, more luscious to look at and to taste than you'd ever dream a tomato could be. They grow from special seeds and ripen under the warm August sun. And I wish you could see the canning of Campbell's tomato juice, how the fresh, natural flavor and the vitamins are scientifically protected for you to enjoy. But you try Campbell's tomato juice because, honestly, one glass will tell you how good it is. You'll be delighted with the lively flavor of the very first swallow. Keep several cans always in the refrigerator. You'll find you'll be going for it often. So be sure the tomato juice you buy is Campbell's. Remember, there really is a big difference in tomato juice. Campbell's is the one with the true, fresh tomato flavor. Taste the difference. And now for Gracie's hysterical dramatization, The Landing of the Indians. Cast, Captain of the Mayflower, George Burns. His good wife, Olive Oil, Gracie Allen. an early settler who comes across, Henry King. The captain's mate, Tony Martin. And an Indian, a foreigner, a gentleman, and a scholar, Ken Niles. And now for the play.
Captain Burns, act. Your ship's in.
Well, here goes for some acting.
Oh, that's very good.
Wait a minute, I didn't start yet.
Oh.
The Mayflower has landed safely. Men, tie her up to the warp.
Tie her up to the what?
Warp! Warp! Warp!
Somebody throw George a piece of liver.
Ahoy there! Make the boat fast. We'd like to disembark.
Disembark?
Bark! Bark!
Warp, warp, warp.
Silence! Silence!
Captain, behold yon Indians. I cannot leave thy ship without taking my life in my hands.
Oh, Captain, if he's going to take his life in his hands, you'll have to carry the suitcases.
Hast thou gone nuts, the captain of the Mayflower, carrying suitcases?
Well, then, call a redskin.
A redskin? You mean a redcap?
Well, shiver my timbers if it isn't New England. Come, Captain, let's bustle ashore and see what yon two Indians want.
Come, pilgrims, follow thy captain. And when we parley with yon savages, let me do the talking. Do you follow me?
No.
You don't understand me?
Oh, we understand you, Captain. Well, we're not going to follow you. We Puritans can't go into saloons.
Silence, my followers. Here are the Indians. Hello, Chief.
How? We Indian Chief Customs Officers. My name's Sitting Dawn. My partner name, Standing Hop.
Sitting down and standing hop? Say, you must be a couple of Indians from the Bronx.
Take him easy, white man. What you got in that valise?
'Tis none of thy business. Who dost thou think thou art?
White man better keep mouth closed and let me see in suitcase.
Oh, Tony, shut your mouth and open the suitcase.
You better be careful, mate.
Yes, or we will take your scalp, police, and murder you.
Scalp, police, murder!
Scalp, police, murder!
What trouble here? Meet my Indian friend, Chief Riding Bull.
Hello, How.
How? Me, Indian ship reporter.
Oh. I see. How Riding Bull, eh? Say, aren't you the butcher that was here a while ago with the turkey?
Well, yeah, but business was bad, and I had a couple of feathers left over, so I stuck a feather in my hat and made myself like an Indian.
Well, partner, you don't look like an Indian. Well, aside from that, how are you boys doing?
Me very happy. Me got no squawk.
You got no squawk. Oh, him a bachelor.
Yeah, him a bachelor.
Me married, but me got no papoose.
Oh, yes, you have. You got the silliest looking papoose I
Olive oil, have a care. These Indians might be cannibals.
ever. You mean our sponsors?
Oh, yeah, cannibals, tomato juice.
I do commercials. Here comes Trunk.
Oh, that's not a trunk. That's our early settler, Henry King. He's only half trunk.
Half trunk.
Henry King, huh? You cannot bring cantaloupe into this country.
Cantaloupe, that's my face.
Henry, don't argue. Take it back and bring them cantaloupe.
Well, Henry. Well, say something, Henry.
Throw him a line. Will somebody throw him a line? Throw him a line.
That's fine. The sound man threw a line on the stage.
Oh, yeah, my line.
Yes.
I will pay duty. Dost thou think my face is a luxury?
Well, it certainly doesn't look like a necessity.
Gracie, instead of your name being olive oil, it should be maple syrup.
Why? On account of I'm so sweet?
No, because you're a refined fat.
I don't get it.
You don't, then?
Lady got 'em statement to make for Indian newspaper.
Well, yes. Mother Goose rhyme.
Double up.
Rhyme. Sing a song of 6 pints. I'm here to introduce
Yes.
you Indian bucks and pretty squaws to Campbell's tomato juice.
That's nice.
It's a swell drink for Thanksgiving. You Redmen are in luck. A squaw can buy a can for her dime, or 10 cans for her buck.
10 cans for her buck. Yes, well, that's the finish, huh?
Yes.
Me can't print that for readers.
No, but
Readers
you-
think me nuts. Me cultured. Me proper.
You what?
Me proper.
Congratulations, boy or girl.
Boy or girl?
Gracie, I thought this play was supposed to be in my honor. I didn't have anything to do.
Oh, yes, you have, Tony. You've got something very important to say right now.
What is it?
Well, you're supposed to ask me what I'm going to do after the broadcast. Then I say-
Gracie, what's that got to do with the landing of the Pilgrim?
Well, nothing, but if he asks me, it's going to have a lot to do with the landing of Tony Martin, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. All right, anyway. Now, Gracie will sing with plenty of money in you. Sing it, Gracie.
I have never envied folks with money. Millionaires don't get along so well. You have me, but not a bit of money. Still a combination would be swell. Oh, baby, what I couldn't do with plenty of money and you. In spite of our worries that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things, and you could take me to places I'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But give me that money and you go dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper.
That's the gold digger's lullaby.
Oh, I'd like a fur coat that was made of mink. I'd like to have vintage champagne to drink. I'd like a square-card emerald diamond ring. And you can't imagine how much joy a yacht can bring. And I'd play all the Rivieras in winter time and climb the Sierras in summertime. So's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that life could be sunny. Oh, George, you look funny. Oh, la, 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 la. I don't know the finish. A happy Thanksgiving. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, pass me the lightning.
Wait a minute.
3 cheers for the Americas. 3 vitamins for Campbell's tomato
Wait a
juice.
minute.
Oh, la, 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 la. Good night, everybody. I'll see you next Wednesday. Oh, la, 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 la.
Oh, I know the finish. Come on.
La, 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 la.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
PJ, the Don Lee Station, Los Angeles. Time signal, courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. Christmas.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Cosi Cosa from the motion picture A Night at the Opera. Back in New York after almost a year of broadcasting in Hollywood. It's quite a change to be back. Everything seems different. That is, everything except Jell-O. And Jell-O is just as popular in the East as it is in the West. It doesn't make any difference where you go. You'll find everybody likes Jell-O. It's lovely to look at with its vivid, glowing colors. And it's grand to eat with its extra rich, real fruit flavor. Flavor so rich, so full-bodied, so thoroughly delicious, eating Jell-O is just like eating the real, ripe fruit itself. You won't find this extra rich fruit flavor in any other gelatin dessert, for only Jell-O knows the secret. So don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O. Whether you're ordering Jell-O at your grocer's or in hotels or restaurants, always insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. And now let us welcome back to New York from California that sun-kissed comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, Don, is this the room?
Yes, Jack, come in. What are you afraid of?
Well, I feel kind of funny getting back to such a big studio. Gee, what a crowd of people here. You know?
Oh, what's the difference? You're not a stranger. Come on in.
Oh, I don't wanna.
Come on. I'll give you a dish of raspberry Jell-O.
Oh, all right, Don. Yum, yum, yum. Well, here I am, folks. Hello again. Gee, I feel silly.
Well, Jack, how does it seem to be back in New York after being in Hollywood for almost a year?
Well, Don, to tell you the truth, I feel kind of strange. I mean, here I am with a coat of tan and 2 frozen ears.
It's surely cold. Where are you stopping in town, Jack? Same place?
No, I have a cozy little room on the east side. It's really quite comfortable.
Oh, is it far from here?
Oh, about a 30-cent sleigh ride. Why don't you ski over and see me sometime?
I'll do that.
Yeah.
New York City, New York City. Gee, you're pretty. It's a pity. You can't be in old Miami, where it's warmer. Gee, I'm witty. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Hey. Well. Say, that's some reception you got.
Why not? What good are 2 hands if you can't slap them together once in a while?
Well, why don't you thank the studio audience for such a lovely tribute?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Would anybody like to have my autograph? See how fickle they are, Jack?
I guess you're right, Mary, yeah.
You bet I am.
Is this the place, Jack?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to New York the boy who has never been out of California before, Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, how do you like being in New York?
Gee, I'm thrilled.
And how do you like the weather?
Gee, I'm chilled.
Well, one thing I must tell you, Kenny, you ought to get rid of that straw hat you're wearing.
Oh, that's all right. I had it fur-lined.
Oh. What have you been doing since we got in? Have you been around to see the sights?
Yes, Jack. I spent all day yesterday in Greenwich Village.
Kenny, that's not Greenwich. You see, here in New York, it's pronounced Greenwich. Greenwich, see? Who did you go with?
Johnny Gren.
Hey, did you go anyplace else?
Yeah. This morning I went over to see the Statue of Liberty, and was I surprised?
Surprised? Why?
I didn't know it was a woman.
Isn't he cute, Mary?
That guy has nothing but youth.
Yeah.
Kenny, you must visit Grant's tomb.
Sure I will. Cary Grant's a friend of mine.
Listen, Kenny, that's not Cary Grant. That's Ulysses.
And that reminds me, Jell-O has 6 Ulysses flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Delicious Grant, huh?
Say, Jack.
Yeah.
There's Johnny Green. He's been waiting all day for a reception.
Oh, well. Hello, Johnny. Gee, that's some reception you got, Johnny.
Yeah, wasn't it swell?
Seeing his hometown didn't hurt him any.
Well, Johnny, how does it feel to be back home again?
Oh, great, Jack. I spent 2 days just visiting relatives.
Well, that was nice. Did you see any other sights?
Yes, your relatives.
Listen, my relatives are in Waukegan. Nah.
When do you get back to your apartment?
Yeah. Well, maybe the folks did drop in to say hello. Say, Johnny, come here a minute, will you? I want to tell you a funny story I heard on the train. It seems that a woman got
Now,
on a
folks, this is Don Wilson welcoming himself back from California, so give Jell-O a big hand. It's really a great dessert and has always been kind to your dish. Come on, folks.
Well, Jell-O appreciates that. Play, John. Playing Love as a Dancing Sin from the production At Home Abroad. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in announcing that tonight this program is starting a contest, a real brain test in which all members of your family can participate. Now, there's nothing required in this contest but a little bit of your time and patience. The winner will receive the sum of, pardon me, Mary, hold this money. Come in. How do you do?
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of my friends and myself, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you back to New York City.
Well, thanks. Who are you?
Just a 6th Avenue bum.
Gee, I hope my father wasn't listening. Well, anyway, folks, as I said before, tonight this program is starting a contest, a real battle of wit and intelligence. And the winner of this contest will receive the tidy sum of,
Hello? Who? Oh, how are you, Mama? Well. Yes, I got in Thursday morning. It's Mama Jack.
Yeah, give her my love, Mary.
Oh, we had a wonderful trip, but the train was 4 hours late. Gee, if a woman did that, her husband would kill her. Well, how are you, Ma? That's good. Is Father working? He is? Gee, that's great. Who's he working for? Oh, he's in front of the house shoveling snow. Oh, I see.
Tell him to try and keep that job, Mary, if you can.
What's that? Oh, Jack's fine. Yeah, Hollywood has done him a lot of good. He looks better than George Alice.
Thanks.
How's Otto? He did? Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What is it, Mary?
Otto went to the Olympic Games in Germany.
Yeah, how did he make out?
He won the 100-yard dash hunt.
Quite a long dog.
Well, Ma, we'll see you tomorrow. What's that?
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Mama said goodbye.
It's a fine program. These greetings are murderous. Well, anyway, folks, tonight we are starting a contest. And the chief requirement will be the brain. Now, as I said before, the winner of this contest will receive the neat sum of, come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Wilson, or Jell-O, I mean, Jack. Say, who are you?
I'm Jack Benny. What do you want?
I'm a reporter on the news, the Mirror, the Telegraph. That is the the Times.
Oh, from the Tribune. I see.
Yeah. Welcome back to How Have You Been? That is, how are you? Glad to say. Where's Mary Livingston?
She's here. We just got back from Hollywood.
Hollywood? Well. Say, is it true that Wally Beer, Gable, what do you know? Shirley Temple, Gary Cook.
I know.
Or are you going to say, where's Johnny Green?
He's here. They are. Now, take it easy. What do you want to know?
When did you first find out, or do you think, what's your opinion? Who's your favorite? Well, what's new, Mr. Benny?
Well, I would say that conditions in Hollywood are...
That's enough. It's a scoop. Now, hold still for a moment. Chin up. Now, smile. I got it. Thanks very much.
Who was that, Jack?
Winchell, Sullivan, McIntyre, George, Jean, I don't know, Sing, Crosby, Valley, or Baker.
Okay.
Mary, find me a cheap sanitarium, will you?
I'm a roving cowboy, far away from home, far from the prairie, where I used to roam, where the doggies wander and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me neath the western sky on the lone prairie. Oh, back my gun. Give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboys singing by the firelight's gleam. The coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me neath the western sky on the lone prairie.
That was Kenny Baker singing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie. And now tonight, folks, as I said before, we are starting a contest in which skill will play an important part. All you have to do is follow the rules closely, and the winner will receive a cash prize amounting to... the mailman. See what it is, Mary.
Come in, you little joy spreader. It's a letter for you, Jack.
Give it to me. It's from Regina, Saskatchewan, the Canadian Northwest. It says, Dear Jacques Benet, we have been listening to your... I hope they talk like that. We have been listening to your programs every Sunday and have heard enough about Hollywood and its climate. We people up here in the frozen north eat Jell-O, too. Why don't you do a play about our part of the country? Our home is near the Yukon. So give us a play of the Northwest, or you know what Yukon do. She thinks she's funny. Signed, Victoria Vancouver. Must be wealthy people. Do you know anybody up that way, Mary?
Just Winnie Peg.
Oh, okay. Yes, much, Jack, and I've even named a town after you. It's called Moose Jaw. Please do not ignore this letter. I wish people would give us a little more notice. Say, Mary, we got a play of the Northwest.
How about Tobacco Road?
No, Mary, the Northwest. Ice, snow, zero. Where can we get a play like that?
I can write one, Jack.
You can? Well, hurry up. Maybe we can do it. Make it snappy, Mary, will you?
There you are, Jack.
I thought I'd never get it. Let's see it. Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted Police. Fur trappers report fur stolen. They notify the Mounties. Well, that sounds all right. Of course, the second and third act will need a little fixing. Well, anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after Johnny Green's next number. Say, Johnny, can you play the part of a French-Canadian?
I can play the whole thing.
Oh. How about you, Wilson? Parlez-vous français?
No, I just play one horse at a time.
Oh, do I step into those things, huh? Parlay, John. And his unmounted musicians playing Mile a Minute with Johnny at the piano. And now for our play, Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted. The scene takes place in Alaska, between Fairbanks and Pickford. Do you know 'em? Am I cold tonight, huh? Mary, you wrote this, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, the Northwest Mounted are in Canada.
I made it Alaska. It's colder up there.
Oh, I see. Huh? Well, then remember, boys, we're all French-Alaskans.
You're really Texas Rangers that got lost.
Oh, I see. Okay, then. Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted. Curtain. Music. When the moon comes over the mounted of the Northwestern Mounted Police.
Hello, Northwest Mounted speaking. You've been robbed. Well, get your own man. It's too cold tonight. Gee, it's cold up here in Alaska. Shoo!
Yep. Geez, a cold night. Here he comes, more snow. Where is Officer Andre?
Andre is in his igloo.
Igloo? What is an igloo?
A lot of ice without ginger ale.
Oh. Well, tell Andre I want for to see him.
Andre? The sergeant. She wants for to see you. Abba dabba glow pow.
What's that?
I'm an Eskimo.
Here I am, Sarge.
Andre, look at the thermometer. What does she say?
It is 40 Jello 0.
40, eh? What is AT&T?
171.
Buy me 10 shares of thermometer. And keep the window closed so it'll go up. Now, Mary, where does our play go from here?
Wait a minute, Jack. Just a minute, I'll have it. Here you are.
Oh, yeah. The first line is mine. Andre, where are the rest of the mounted police? Where is Jean and Pierre?
They're having trouble with their horses.
Mary, in Alaska, they have dogs.
They have them in New York, too, but I want horses.
Oh. Send for them, Andre.
Sergeant, you sent for us and we are here. What do I say?
Here's your part, Kenny.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
I hear you are having trouble with the horses.
Oui. We played them to win, and they come in second.
I thought that would get a bigger laugh.
Yeah, so did I. Now listen, you are all brave men, but you hang around and do nothing.
What do you want that we shall do, Sarge?
The book, he show we have been here 12 years. There have been 435 robbery and 12 murder. And not once did you get your man. What do you say to these?
Maybe we're not the type.
There is something to that. Come in.
Electric fans, ice cream cones?
No, not today. What was that, Mary?
I just put that in as a menace.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jack.
Now, I warn you, men, these cannot go on any longer. You must either get your man or get out. Who is that?
That's Benny Rubin. I wrote a part for him, too.
Oh, is Rubin in this?
Yes.
Oh, come in.
I beg your pardon, but is this the Northwestern Mounted Police and Bacon
Sure, and it is. I mean, we. What is the trouble?
Well, it's in the first trapping business I'm in. And I'm just trying to make an honest living skinning skunks and minding me own business. And, Mr. Sergeant, what do you think happened?
Tell him to me.
Well, this morning when I woke up, some thief skinned me out of me skunk skin. And if I'm lying to you, I hope to be bitten by a snake and have to take 3 drinks of good liquor.
You say you were skunked out of your skin?
No, sir, skinned out of me skunk.
What is he supposed to be, Mary?
A Greek.
Oh. Well, go back and take it again, will you, Reuben? A Greek this time,
All right,
will you?
Greek.
Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Northwest Mounted Police I'm speaking on?
Wait a minute, is that what you wanted, Mary?
I don't know. I think so.
Oh. Well, what is the trouble?
About 1 year ago, I come here from Greases, and I want to go into hunting business, so I get myself a hunting dog to catch the skunks. And the first thing he does is catch my brother. Well, sir, I want to tell you that at that time, I was making very big money. But one fine day, I found me dialect changing on me.
Your dialect changing?
Yes, sir, would you believe it? So I am telling the lunchroom, and believe it, Ripley or not, I went into the fur business, and here I am a pelt picker, dealing in the skins you love to catch.
Say, wait, did you ever meet Schlepperman?
Schlepperman, of course, is my Hollywood representative. Well, anyway, Lieutenant.
Sergeant.
Thank you. Mine furs was stolen this morning, and a skin cannot walk away without the animal inside.
You have just heard what these men said. There is a fur thief in the Northwest. Now do your duty. Keep up the good name of the Northwest Mounted. Go and get your man.
But, Sergeant, where can we find this man?
I have a clue. Pierre, you go to Manitoba. John, you go to Manhattan. And Andre, you go to
Montreal.
Right. Get going.
Thank you, Sergeant. And say, by the by, in the meantime, if your wife wants a nice piece of 20th century farce, here's my card. Schlepperman and Schnorrer, Skinners and Furriers. Very cheap, too.
Well, Mary, where does our play go from here?
Oh, don't worry, I'll have it.
While Mary is writing the next scene, let me tell you about Jell-O. It has that new extra-rich, fresh fruit flavor and tastes twice as good as ever before. So be sure to look for the big red letters on the package.
Is it ready yet, Mary?
No.
Then let me tell you about our contest. Tonight we are starting an unusual contest in which every member of your family can participate. The first prize, without any strings whatsoever attached to it, will be the sum of...
Here it is, Jack. I wonder what the boys are doing now.
So do I.
That's your line, Jack.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the boys are doing now. Come in.
Here you are, Sergeant. You told us to get our man, and we got him. Here's the fellow who stole his fur.
That is not him.
Hey, wait, so what's the matter with you? You got the wrong people. I'm the man who lost the fur.
Mary, for heaven's sake, you wrote this. What do we do now?
I don't know. What do you think, Jack?
I don't know. What do you think, Reuben?
Well, in a situation such as that...
I've got it. Why don't you kiss and make up like they do in pictures?
That's it, but who are we going to kiss?
Not me. Play, Johnny Grimm.
Some folks like jazz music, some like ballads, some prefer grand opera. But here's one symphony everybody will go for, a fruit symphony made with Jell-O. Try it on your family and you'll hear some compliments that will be music to your ears. To make fruit symphony, here's what you do. Dissolve a package of lemon Jell-O in warm water and to chill. When it's thickened a bit, put in 2 cups of diced grapefruit, a half cup each of cut up orange and pineapple. When you turn it out of the mold, you have a sunburst of color, clear, glowing lemon Jell-O with grapefruit, orange, and pineapple shining through. It's a swell wintertime fruit dessert, and it tastes just as intriguing as it looks. Be sure, though, to make your fruit symphony with genuine Jell-O, for only Jell-O tastes extra rich, twice as good.
Of the 20th program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again
Pardon me, Jack. Here's a telegram that just came for you. Do you mind if I read it?
No, Don. Go right ahead.
It says, Dear Jack, the Jell-O family of all 6 flavors extends to you their heartiest congratulations on the splendid showing you made in the National Radio Editors Poll conducted annually by the New York World Telegram. Stop. For the 2nd consecutive year, our Jell-O program was voted the favorite of all the shows on the air. And for the 3rd consecutive year, you were selected America's outstanding radio comedian. Jell-O shares your justified pride in this fine accomplishment. Signed, Clarence Francis, President General Foods, makers of Jell-O.
Well, thanks, Don. I'm very, very happy about it. Thank you. And I want to thank my author, Harry W. Kahn, all the members of my cast and everybody associated with the Jell-O program, and, of course, the radio editors for their kind consideration. And I'd like to say that Frank Parker is sitting in our audience tonight, who was a great figure in helping us win the poll last year. I wish we had time to have him come up and say hello, but we haven't. Huh?
You forgot to mention me, Jack.
I did say members of my cast.
Fine name. Mary Cast.
Well, good night, folks. What became of my contest?
The collection Love and Bloom is from She Loves Me Not. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Uncle Baxter, you're a fiend in inhuman form, telling us you got us this house to live in free. Why didn't you tell us that we were supposed to be servants?
But I thought it was a place of refuge. I didn't know that Mr. and Mrs. Hotchkiss would return unexpectedly and demand service.
Well, I ain't no butler, and that's that.
Oh, but Riley, weigh the facts. Mr. Hotchkiss intimated that he would employ me in his bread factory if I found him a butler and a cook. And if I had a job myself, I wouldn't have to live with you any longer.
Let me get this straight, Uncle Baxter. If I make believe I'm a butler, you won't sponge off us anymore?
Exactly.
Then get out of my way until I answer that house phone. Hello? Mrs. Hotchkiss? Yeah. Yeah, this is Riley, your new butler.
Riley, be polite.
How's that? Oh, Madame wants her supper served in bed. Oh, that will be quite okie dokie, Madame. Just climb into the hay and prepare to put on the nose bag.
From Hollywood, The Life of Riley. A half hour with radio's newest and friendliest family. And starring William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley has had plenty of strange experiences in his existence, but he's never been a butler. However, to get Uncle Baxter a job and thus stop having to support him, Riley is willing to try anything.
Gee, if the boys down in the aircraft factory ever saw me in this butler's get-up, they'd really give me the horse laugh.
Why, dear, I think you look just fine in that black coat and starched shirt.
I look like a cut-rate embalming job.
Well, there is just one thing.
Well, what's that, Dumpling?
I think a butler usually wears his Adam's apple inside his collar.
This collar is too tight. It's no bigger than a cigar band. Their last butler must have been a string bean. Boy, I'll be glad when Uncle Baxter gets that job with Mr. Hotchkiss and I can take off this straitjacket.
Riley.
What's eating you now, Uncle Baxter?
There's been a slight change in plans. Mrs. Hotchkiss is not going to have dinner in bed.
Well, where would she like it? Under the bed?
No, she would like dinner in the dining room.
Oh, dinner in the dining room. What a novelty.
Oh, Riley, you better set the table.
Yes, and Riley, do it with dispatch. So much depends on what they think of you as a butler.
Well, what's so tough about being a butler? I've seen butlers in the movies, ain't I? All I gotta remember is to keep my nose up and my vest down.
And when you enter or leave a room, walk slowly.
Who can walk fast in these pants?
Oh, I do hope Riley doesn't make any faux pas.
Now, don't worry, Uncle Baxter. Riley will come through all right.
So I trust, Margaret. My entire professional future hangs in the balance. How is the cuisine coming, eh?
Now, don't worry. The food will be all right. I found a can of crab meat, and I'm fixing it as a salad.
You're making shoestring potatoes, of course. I love shoestring potatoes.
You love shoestring potatoes?
What? I mean, if I like shoestring potatoes, I know George will.
Well, they don't take long. I'll keep it skillet.
I better get outside and... Oh, this crab meat tastes fine.
You better leave a little for the Hotchkisses.
Well, you can relax now, Uncle Baxter. I got the places set.
Capital. They'll be coming down any minute. I mustn't let them find me in the kitchen with the help.
What a nerve. When you're in our house, it's all we can do to get you out of the kitchen.
Riley, such base ingratitude. You forget that if it weren't for me, you might not be alive today.
Now, don't you start throwing up that transfusion to me again. Maybe you did give me a pint of blood once, but you're taking it back drop by drop.
I'll see you later.
Gee, Mom, this is some layout. You know, someday you're going to have a house like this.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Riley, but I'd be satisfied with a lot less.
Well, okay, then you'll have a lot less. Anything to be agreeable.
Riley, Peg, catastrophe.
What's the matter now?
I just remembered. Mrs. Hotchkiss doesn't like crab salad. She adores crab a la Newburg.
Well, okay, Mom, then Newburg it.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. We are delirious to oblige.
And don't forget, Riley, first the soup and then the crab a la Newburg.
He's gone again.
Put that crab on toast.
He's in again. Listen, Uncle Baxter, one of these times you're going to find yourself on both sides of that swinging door at once.
Yes, all you do is run in and out of here.
Well, frankly, I am under considerable strain. They'll be down in 5 minutes.
Just park yourself and give the hinges on that swinging door a chance to cool off. Reminds me of McCardle's Corner Saloon back in Brooklyn during rush hour.
Yes, I guess that place must be closed now, what with the liquor shortage.
Joe McCardle can always get liquor. All he's got to do is cut open a vein in his arm. Hey, Uncle Baxter, lay off them potatoes.
Just sampling. That coffee smells most favorable.
Yeah, I ground it myself and put it in the percolator.
Drip?
No, I was very careful.
Yes, it's a drip percolator. Oh, Uncle Baxter, I'm sure they'll like their coffee.
Mrs. Hotchkiss can't drink coffee unless it's been made with distilled water.
Well, I could get some out of the battery in my car, but it'll take a little time.
Oh, this coffee is apt to ruin everything.
Now, look, you've been drinking Pank's coffee for 2 years free and soaking your snooty friends.
Riley, be serene. Count your blessings. I'll never forget what you're doing for me tonight.
Neither will I. I'll carry the mark of this collar on my neck forever.
But you'll have the inspiring knowledge that you've helped rehabilitate me. I'll be on my own again.
Well, you've been on ours long enough. Our necks.
Oh, it will seem strange, though, Uncle Baxter leaving us, won't it, Riley?
Yeah. It'll be like getting rid of a plague of locusts.
Now, Riley, I may have my faults, but I'm no locust.
Well, you could be if you learn how to rub your hind legs together. I've been trying to picture our dining room table without you reaching across it. I've been trying to picture me finding a pair of my clean socks without you in them.
Now, let me paint you a picture, my adoring nephew. A picture of a new Baxter Turnbull. An earnest and ambitious man who rises at daybreak each morning and rushes to his office.
And then lays down on the desk and goes to sleep.
Tomorrow I report to the Hotchkiss Baking Company as Executive Vice President in charge of increased efficiency. Quickly I absorb my duties. I work diligently and conscientiously, and in a month or two, I get my first raise. Then another raise. Then another.
Gee, 3 raises already. Are you saving any dough?
A tidy sum each week. And gradually, Mr. Hotchkiss gives me more and more to do. Now I'm practically running the plant. Soon spring has come and gone. Mr. Hotchkiss goes on his summer vacation, leaving the entire business in my hands.
Well, how about your getting a vacation? You've been there 6 months. They can't push my uncle around.
I work on and on. After all, we've got a big business here. One of the partners has to stay on the job. And Riley, I shall never forget your generosity when I get to the top of the heap. Of course, I'll be a very busy man, you know. Civic breakfasts, business luncheons, company dinners.
You better join a gym. You're getting fat as a house.
Well, there'll be a gym at my club where I'll have a penthouse. So you won't be hurt if I'm too busy to visit you every so often.
Oh, just drop us a postcard. A personal appearance ain't necessary.
But you know that I haven't forgotten you.
Well, how we know?
Well, for example, I see you sitting at home one evening. It's a cold winter's night, Riley, just before Christmas. The front doorbell rings. You go to the door, and what do you see in the street in front of your house?
Snow.
Oh, no. You see a long, shiny new motor car. The most expensive car on the market. The driver hands you a note, and the note says, "To Riley, may this new car bring you lasting joy from your Uncle Baxter."
Oh, Uncle Baxter, you shouldn't have done it,
Think nothing of it. I can afford it. Well, so much for Christmas. Now, Riley, what would you like for your birthday?
Some gas for the new car.
Well, it's all a wonderful prospect. I hope it comes true.
Well, it will if I ain't got anything to do with it. I'll button till I'm blue in the face, which is any minute.
The dining room butler. That means they're ready for dinner.
Okay, I always wanted to see what society blue blades look like.
Well, the soup's ready. Oh, Riley, put those soup plates on the tray, dear.
Yes, Duffy. Well, say, this soup is good and hot.
Riley, you needn't blow on it. It's not your soup.
My error.
Well, the die is cast. I'll go outside and engage them in conversation. That'll remove a bit of the tension when you enter with the soup. And Riley, just remember that the fate of all of us is in your hands. Godspeed.
All right, Riley. Now pick up the tray.
I got it.
Are you nervous, dear?
Me nervous? What for? Ain't I the guy who raised that umpire in Abbott's field single-handed? Ain't I the guy who once rushed into a burning building to save our icebox? Ain't I the guy who once looked at your father face to face and asked for your hand?
Yes, I'm glad you did, Riley.
No, if them things didn't scare me, I certainly ain't afraid to face 2 crumbs from the bacon business. Here goes.
Oh, look out for that swinging door.
Let the swinging door look out. I got insurance. Mom, what's the next course?
Riley is just about finished cleaning up the debris in the kitchen, but the situation in the dining room is quite tense.
Well, the fact is, George, my mind is simply bursting with ideas on how to increase your business.
That's fine, Baxter. Right after dinner, I'm sure we can get together on a deal.
Capital, my dear George. Believe me, it will be an honor to be associated with you. And, of course, Lily, what I feel about George goes for you as well.
Oh, you're sweet, Baxter, darling. Simply sweet.
By George, we'll revolutionize the bread business. I can see into the future. And I'll tell you what I see.
Well, I hope you can see some signs of our dinner. I don't.
Now, Lily, dear, after all, the servants are new.
Well, quite right, George. As a matter of fact, this couple didn't even want the job.
They didn't?
No, but I prevailed upon them. And they are very good.
Well, I certainly hope so, but I have my doubts. I see there's some dust on the buffet.
Oh, now, Lily, they only moved in 3 hours ago.
Yes, but they're cooperative, especially the cook. The butler is a bit difficult at times.
Oh, do you know them? I thought you got them for us from an employment agency.
Oh, no. I've been with them for the last 2 years. I mean, they were with me for the last 2 years. I only let them go when I broke up my big place at Santa Barbara.
Oh, I hear someone coming. Maybe it's the butler at last.
Hiya, folks. I guess you thought I'd never show up with the chow, huh?
Baxter, what sort of a butler is this? My word.
Riley, Mrs. Hotchkiss does not tolerate any familiarity from the servants. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Very well. You may serve the crab.
Here you are, Mrs. Hotchkiss. When you sink your fangs into that.
Really? Why, I've never heard of such lack of reserve. Butler, kindly speak only when spoken to.
Yes, Riley. Refrain from making any comments.
Well, I don't want the folks to think I'm a dummy. Here you are, Mr. H. Roll that around your gum.
Well, thanks, Riley, thanks. I'll, roll it around.
Madame, is there anything else?
Yes. You have forgotten Mr. Turnbull's portion.
Mr. Turnbull's portion?
Yes, butler. Kindly bring it.
Well, I can't. You ate yours in the kitchen. And you also cut a nice path through them shoestring potatoes, too.
Baxter, you ate in the kitchen? I don't understand.
Well, ate is hardly the word. I merely tasted the various dishes to make sure that they would meet your high standard.
Merely tasted? You ate so much of that crab when you left the kitchen you were walking sideways. Pretty good, huh, George? I mean, Mr. Hotchkiss.
That's very amusing, Riley. You and I are going to get along famous.
Oh, you're going to like my wife, too. Peg's got a lot of class.
Riley, do you mind if we begin our dinner?
No, dig right in. Don't mind me.
Riley, listen to me, my man. I am Mr. Hotchkiss's efficiency expert. That is, I will be if everything works out. Now, if I may suggest, you would be a most efficient butler if you would now leave and return to the kitchen. What I say is for your own good, Riley.
Oh, yeah, I get it. You want to hit him up for a job. Okay.
Butler, just a moment, please.
Yes, madame.
After all, you have been here a good part of the day, and I must insist on absolute cleanliness. Why is it there are cobwebs on the drawing room ceiling?
I think it must be spiders. Madame, when you're ready for your job, just holler. The nerve of that guy. Riley, another cup of coffee, he says. I've taken plenty from that sneak of an uncle, but I drawed the blinds at waiting on him.
Oh, Riley, he's only trying to impress the Hotchkisses to get that job. Now, don't give him away, please, for our sake.
Well, he's going to give himself away with them phony manners, sitting there telling Mrs. Hotchkiss how nice she looks.
Well, does she?
She looks like she fell from heaven and landed on her face. She sure tries to accuracy.
Well, dear, put up with it just a little longer, huh? Give Uncle Baxter this coffee, and now look, no matter what he says or how he orders you around, just be sweet.
Okay, Dublin, for you anything. I hope I didn't keep you waiting, I pray.
Riley, is that my coffee?
Oh, yes, master.
Baxter, what were you about to say regarding my advertising?
Well, I was about to say, I like it.
Well, thank you.
You see, Mr. Hotchkiss, Baxter knows his own mind. What a brain you'll be getting when you hire him.
That will be all. Never have I seen such insolence. I've had just about enough of this dinner with this weird butler and his uncouth manners.
Who's got uncouth manners?
Butler, bring the finger bowls.
So I'm a weird butler, am I?
Oh, I've never been so outraged.
Riley, bring the finger bowls.
Bring the finger bowls yourself. Finger bowls. My friends take a bath before coming into dinner.
Did you hear what that man said?
Now, calm down, Lily, dear. Calm down. He didn't mean it.
He is a cad and a bounder. As soon as we close our deal, I shall give him a savage tongue lashing. Now then, George, about our
George, if you don't go into that kitchen and tell that butler what I think of him, I'll never talk to you again.
What could I do, Peg, with her and Baxter picking on me? That weird butler.
I hear somebody coming now. Don't lose your temper.
Oh, Riley, my wife is in hysterics.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make any trouble, Mr. Hotchkiss.
I know you didn't, Riley, but she's high-strung.
Oh, this is my wife.
Oh, how do you do?
She's low-strung. She never gets hysterics. Is Baxter going to lose his job on account of me?
Well, that depends on my wife. You see, she really owns the bakeries. I just run them for her.
Oh, Mr. Hotchkiss, Riley really didn't want to take this job at all.
Oh, no, I'd never stayed a minute if I hadn't have found that pool table in the servant's house back there. That was...
You play pool?
Oh, sure, a little bit.
Well, so do I. Not very well.
Ah, go on. I bet you're a shark.
Oh.
You got a real pool room pallor on your puss.
Yeah. No. Really, I'm just there. Riley, I'd like to have you stay on with it, but if I don't give you a good bawling out, I'll have a bad time with my wife. She's listening outside.
Oh, I get it. Well, go on. Go ahead, George. Give me the devil. Good and loud.
Well, thank you. Riley, your behavior tonight has been unpardonable, unforgivable.
And uncute.
And uncute. Thank you, Riley. In the future, if you ever address my wife without the utmost respect, not only will I discharge you, but I will also...
Beat your brains out.
Beat your brains out.
Is that enough, George?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. That's fine, sir. Much obliged, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks, Riley. You're a rare chap. This will satisfy my wife.
Well, if you'll pardon me, George, your old lady's got a snoot full of snootiness. Really, Baxter, you are a dear. Butler, you may bring the finger bowls.
Say, she does talk like that. Butler, bring the finger bowl. How's that, Riley?
Oh, that's pretty good, George. Only your wife, she talks colder, you know, like she's balancing two ice cubes on her tonsil. Riley, you may go and hit off the speaker, lamb, and spoken.
Oh, stop, Riley, stop. You're killing me.
So that's how you spend your time, George, encouraging a menial to mimic me, your own wife.
Now, Lily.
No, shut up, George. Butler, your employment is hereby curtailed.
You mean we're laid off?
Now, tonight, pack and leave her instantly.
But you ain't going to bounce Uncle Baxter.
Uncle Baxter? Mr. Turnbull, are you related to these persons?
Only through an accident. Of birth.
But if I become vice president of the
Vice
hospital...
president? I wouldn't have you on the premises, and you keep quiet, George.
Well, he ain't let out a peep. But you can't shut me up. I ain't your husband. I'm a human being. And I like to breathe. So I am now removing this butler's collar. I hereby resign.
George, pay these persons a half day's wage. Give them $5.
Yes, dear, of course. Riley, here's $5.
Now, keep the fin, George. You don't know what's nothing. Come to think of it, I used your pool table. That's a dime a game, 60 games. Here's a buck I owe you.
Oh, no, Riley, I won't take it.
Well, all right, I'll buy a few loaves of your bread. That'll make us even. Farewell, madame. The Rileys are hitting the road.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Say, Andy, ain't you jealous of this fella Johnson that's seen a lot of Madam Queen?
Oh, that fella Johnson and Madam Queen ain't nothing but a flutonic friendship.
Boy, you never worry about nothing, do you?
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Tonight it looks as though Andy is about to be shanghaied for a rough voyage on the sea of matrimony. And now let's look in on the indirect cause of it. The girl Andy has been engaged to these 14 years, Madam Queen. At the moment, she is the object of the greatest compliment a man can pay a woman, a proposal of marriage, but not from Andy.
So you see, Madam Queen, not only am I in love with you, but if you marry me, I can give you everything a fine woman like you deserves.
Well, David, there's nothing I'd like better than going back to Cleveland with you as Mrs. David Johnson, except that, well, David, I guess there's still Andy Brown.
But don't you realize, Madam Queen, that after 14 years, Andy Brown is never going to marry you?
Maybe I'm foolish, but in 14 years, he ain't married nobody else. And I did promise him I'd wait until he made a success, and it's not fair to rush him.
Then according to that, if it wasn't for your promise to Andy Brown, you'd marry me, huh?
Yes, I'm sure I would. And David, aren't you listening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I was just thinking about a way to make me the happiest man in the world. Well, Mr. Stevens, have I made myself clear?
Yes, Mr. Johnson. You were suggesting that I should bust up the engagement of Madam Queen and Andy Brown, the best, the truest, the most loyal friend I ever had, for $100.
Well, I didn't know you felt that way.
You couldn't make it 125, could you?
125?
Yeah. After all, you was asking me to tamper with emotions. Yeah. There's love involved here, friendship, happiness, and unhappiness. That's 4 emotions. And you asking me to sell out at the measly sum of $25 an emotion. That's what you're asking me.
Okay, very well. I'll pay the 125. But not 5 cents of it unless Madam Queen's on the train with me when I go back to Cleveland at the end of the week.
End of the week, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, there's only one way that's quick to disengage Andy from Madam Queen, and that's to engage him to some other gal.
Yeah, that would do it all right. But how can you get him engaged that fast?
Oh, don't worry. Where Cupid is concerned, Andy Brown is the only man who runs to meet the arrow halfway. Well, there you is, Henry. That's the whole proposition in a nutshell.
In other words, I get half of the $125 if we can get the other boys to help us get Andy married.
Yeah, but we don't want the other boys to know what we do. Wait a minute. I think I hear him coming down the hall now. Wait a minute.
Hello, gentlemen.
Well, hello there, Henry. Hello, Kingfish.
Sit down. Sit down.
Well, here we are. What did you want to see me about?
Yes, Brother Crawford. Go ahead, Kingfish. Tell him about it.
Fellas, the reason Henry and me has done asked you to get together with us is on account of our good friend Andy Brown.
Well, what is the problem?
Tell him, Kingfish.
Well, boys, I think it's up to us to see that Andy gets married.
Why? He's never done anything to us.
Well, now, Brother Crawford, where would you be if you wasn't happily married and had a loving wife to come home to every night? Oh, on second thought, maybe you better not answer that question right now. That's right. Well, listen, fellas, I always felt that Andy ought to get married. I think it would do the boy a lot of good.
Yes, I seconds that motion very much. And I think we ought to take turns having Andy up to supper and have some charming lady there for him to meet.
I say, I am beginning to like this idea. Tomorrow night, I'll have him up to meet my sister-in-law who is living with us.
Just a minute now, just a minute. I'll have Andy up first. After all, I've got a sister-in-law I'd like to get rid of. I'd like him to meet too.
Well, I think that I spoke first, Mr. Van Porter, and I would like to have Andy up to my place.
Well?
Wait a minute now, boy. Listen, I has done seen both of your sister-in-laws, and frankly, I think you're getting off on the wrong foot here. Yeah, I don't know if either one of them gals would exactly appeal to Andy. Well, he likes them good looking.
Gentlemen, I will admit that my sister-in-law is not the showy type. But I know that she would make a wonderful wife. Your objections to her, I am sure, are based on your first impressions.
Yes, I only seen her once.
I feel sure that after Andy has been around her a while, her face will lose much of its sting.
Now listen, boys, I tell you what we're going to do.
Hello, gentlemen, hello. What y'all doing hanging around here at the lodge?
We just chewing the fat end, nothing reporting.
Yes, say, Andy, before I forget it, me and Mrs. Van Porter would like you to come up to supper tomorrow night.
And on Thursday night, Andy, Mrs. Crawford and I would like to have you come up for supper, too.
Has you fellas got something cooking?
What do you mean, Andy?
Well, it's just that I ain't been up to neither one of y'all's houses to supper in over a year. And now, within 1 minute, I gets invited to both of them. Kind of makes a fella suspicious.
Well, of course, Andy, if you would rather not come, it's...
Oh, no. After all, ain't no reason a man can't be suspicious and eat at the same time.
Henry, are you going to help me to set this dinner table or not?
Well, why can't your sister help you? After all, the whole thing is for her benefit.
She happens to be down at the store getting a red ribbon for her hair.
Well, at least that'll help cover up that bald spot she's got.
Now, listen here, Henry. I don't want you talking that way about my sister. Her hair's a little bit thin, but that's all. Now, you get out of that chair and help me. After all, I put on this supper mostly for that no-good loafer friend of yours, Andy.
Don't kid me, Clara Van Porter. You was doing it only to marry off that sister of yours.
Is that so? Why, the way you talk, a person would think that Rosemarie was just standing around waiting for some man to marry her.
Well, I hope she ain't been standing, because it's been waiting for 19 years.
Let me tell you something, Henry Van Porter. I've heard just about enough from you.
Darling, what you doing with that vase there? Angel, honey, put that vase down. Sweetheart, darling, look out! Look out!
Well, Brother Andy, you sure is all dressed up there.
Yeah, I'm just about to leave for Henry Van Porter's house. You know, I'm going up there and have supper, meet some gal.
Yeah, well, always remember this, Brother Andy. The beauty of a gal is only skin deep. It's what's inside the gal, her soul, and her character that counts.
It is, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, just like a Christmas present. It don't matter if the thing is wrapped beautiful. It's the present on the inside that counts.
Yeah, well, all I know is that some of these gals I've been meeting is wrapped pretty bad.
Just remember what I tell you, Andy. And, by the way, it's too bad that Henry Van Porter got in his invitation for supper tonight first. Me and Sapphire wanted you for supper tonight, too, Andy, old pal.
Well, that sure is nice of you, Kingfish.
Yeah, we can't wait to have you over. Yeah, there's nothing that gives me and Sapphire more pleasure than to have an old pal like you sitting at supper with us. Excuse me, Andy, while I answer the telephone. Hello?
Hello, Kingfish. This is Henry Van Porter. Tell Andy not to come tonight. I done had a slight accident.
What you mean, Henry?
Well, my darling wife let me have it on the head with a vase full of forget-me-nots.
Yeah. On the head, huh? Them forget-me-nots is treacherous things, all right. All right, I'll tell him, Henry. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Brother Henry Van Porter done had a slight accident, and he can't have you up for supper tonight.
Yeah, I hear you say something about his head. Did he have a fight with his wife?
Oh, no, Brother Henry. Married people never fight. No. You see, what happened to Henry was just the result of too much affection. His wife started to pat him on the head and didn't remember that she had a vase of forget-me-nots in her hand. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I guess a fellow's lucky to have a wife, huh?
Oh, yeah, and that reminds me I better be getting home to my sweet little wife, too.
Well, wait a minute, Kingfish.
What's the matter?
Well, now that I ain't going over to the Van Porters, ain't nothing to stop me from coming over to your house tonight for the supper that you couldn't wait to have me for.
I'm happy to hear that, Andy. Sapphire gonna be tickled pink, too, yeah. Oh, me.
You think you better call her up?
Yeah, I better do that. Yeah, that's really gonna be a nice surprise for Sapphire.
Yeah, she really is anxious to have me up, huh?
Oh, yeah. Andy.
Hello?
Sapphire, sugar pie, this is your ever-loving husband.
George, that don't sound like you.
Honey, I was here with Andy. Guess what they're going to do, and in case it does, I want you to be calm now.
Come on and spill it, George. What you got to say?
This going to make you as happy as it did me, honey. I'm bringing our good friend Andy home for supper.
George, you step in the house with that bum, and I'll throw both of you out.
You happy to hear it, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, Andy, yeah. She can't wait to see you, yeah. Tell me, honey, what is we having for supper?
If you bring that loafer home, there won't be no supper for neither one of you.
Oh, we is, huh? Just a minute, honey. And it looked like you caught us on a bad night. We're having cornmeal mush with spoiled gravy on it. That's what we're having. Yeah, you wouldn't like that, would you?
I was crazy about it.
Oh, yes. Now, wait a minute. Hello, honey.
Listen, George, it's bad enough you're hanging around with that Andy without having him up here for supper.
Oh, yeah. Just a minute, honey. Andy, she done burnt the mush. That's what she done.
Yeah, well, I tell you.
Wait a minute. All right, precious. We'll have Andy some other night. Goodbye, honey. Andy, that's a real disappointment. But Sapphire said that she ain't gonna give you no little chintzy meal when you come up to our house. Oh, no, Andy. She too crazy about you for that. Well, boys, you know why we was gathered here. 3 days ago, we done decided that we was going to get Andy married.
Yes, and I think it's time we all reported on our progress.
Yeah, well, fellas, I ain't had much luck.
You ain't, huh, Amos?
No, I had Andy up to meet this gal, Mary Bowman, but he said that she was too heavy for him.
Oh, yeah, I talked to Andy. Andy said that she is the fattest gal he'll never see it. He said that when she goes to answer the front door, part of her is still in the kitchen.
Well, tell us, Brother Crawford, what luck did you have?
Well, I've had no luck at all, because when Andy met my sister-in-law, she had one decided disadvantage.
What was that?
Her face was showing.
Oh.
Well, it looked like we were getting no place fast, fella.
Did you ever get Andy up to your house, Kingfish?
Yeah, I finally had him up there for supper, but when he was sitting next to the gal at the table, he decided that she was too lowbrow for him.
Why? What did she do?
Oh, he didn't like the way that she put her mouth down on an even keel with the plate and banked the peas in off the meatballs. Well, there's nothing more that I can do about the thing.
Yeah, but Amos.
I am going to run along, boys, and leave you. Goodbye.
Just a minute now.
Well, I'll go along with you, Brother Crawford. So long, fella. So long, boy.
Kingfish, I hates to admit this, but we has done flopped in our efforts to get Andy married.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, Henry. George Kingfish Stevens talking. Oh, hello, Miss Johnson. Well, I know you're leaving for Cleveland tomorrow night. Well, now, just calm yourself. Oh, yeah, we getting results. What results? Yeah, well, we done got Andy married this afternoon.
Yes, well,
Yeah, to a woman, too. Yeah, I know you'd be happy to hear it, Miss Johnson. Oh, don't mention it. Oh, you will? All right, sir. Goodbye. Well, there you is, Henry. Everything is straightened out with Johnson. Oh, the man is really happy.
Yes, I'm sure he must be happy.
Very happy.
But what are you going to do if him and Madam Queen want to meet Andy's bride? What about that?
Oh, please, Henry, one thing at a time.
And now, back to Amos and Andy. Well, since Kingfish told David Johnson that Andy is now a married man, Johnson, delighted, has come to thank the boys for what they've done. We find them in Kingfish's office now.
Well, boys, so Andy Brown's actually married. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, yeah. Andy's married, all right, Miss Johnson. Happy as a log, ain't he, Henry?
Oh, yes. There's just a couple of lovebirds.
Yeah, they sure is, Miss Johnson.
Well, marriage is a wonderful thing, boys. And I expect my forthcoming marriage to Madam Queen to be an ideal one. Well, now, about the money.
Oh, yeah, the money slipped my mind completely, yeah.
Yes, we've been swept away by how noble this great thing is that we has done.
Yeah, clean forgot about the money. Clean forgot.
Yes,
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Miss Johnson. Remind us of it.
Well, yes. I was just going to say that there's just one more thing for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Madam Queen still has to be told that her engagement to Andy Brown's been broken.
Well, we was kind of expecting you to take care of that.
Oh, no. See, since I was responsible for getting him married, it would be better if I stayed completely in the background. And if you want your money tonight, you'll get started over there right now.
Feats, you hear the gentlemen. Don't stand still.
Well, Madam Queen, as the Kingfish just told you, that's the story.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe Andy would get married without telling me. Boys, where is he now? I got to see Andy.
Oh, you got to see him. Well, I don't think it'll do no good. You see, Andy won't admit to nobody that he's married to this other gal. They're keeping it a secret, ain't they, Henry?
Oh, they is?
Certainly it is. Yeah, explain it to Madam Queen.
Oh, yes. Well, it seems that the new Mrs. Brown's papa don't approve Andy, and the happy couple is keeping it secret like those three monkeys. Don't hear nothing, don't say nothing, don't know nothing.
Yeah, that's right, and Andy's the monkey on the end, you see.
But I've got to see Andy. It's just that I got to know for sure. I got to know.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Madam Queen, I don't know where the happy bridegroom is at the minute. He may be sitting on his hope chest, counting his trousseau, or even unpacking his nuptials. I don't know what to do.
Well, if Andy can't face me himself, then I'm going to see his bride. I'm not leaving for Cleveland unless I've seen one of them.
If you can't see Andy, then you got to see his bride. Well, I tell you what, Madam Queen, you be over at my office at 5 o'clock, and we'll have one or the other of them there.
Kingfish, why did you say that to Madam Queen? Andy ain't going to say he's married, and we certainly can't show her his wife.
All right, that's where you're wrong, Henry, because we is going to send Andy on an errand that will keep him away from my office for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, and then what?
Then I goes over to Shorty's barber shop, the one next to Andy's office, and see that if he know any manicurists that used to work for him that we can introduce as Andy's new wife. Shorty, the best barber in town. Glad I found you here alone.
Yeah, well, I'll be doggone. That's my old friend, the Kingfish.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do, Shorty? What is you doing there? Getting ready to shave yourself?
No, not me, Kingfish. No, I wouldn't take a chance on myself. No.
Look, Shorty, our eyes on the spot here. You has had a lot of good-looking manicurists working for you here in the past, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, Kingfish. I had a lot of good-looking ones. There must have been 6 good-looking... well, there was one that was fair.
Yeah, well, I tell you what I want to do, Shorty. If you can get a hold of this gal, I'll pay her $3 to be Andy Brown's wife.
Yeah, well, I think I can...
Let me explain the thing to you, Shorty. You see, me and Henry Van Porter is doing a noble thing, and part of it is to give Madam Queen the imprint that Andy Brown is married. So we want this manicurist to play the part of Andy Brown's wife for just 1 hour.
Yeah, it's $3 to be a wife. That's good. Andy need a brother.
No, Shorty, no. We is only in the wife market at the moment.
Sorry to hear that, Kingfish. I sure could use the money.
Now, look here. This manicurist you said it was fair. Does you know where you can get in touch with her for me?
Oh, yeah. I'll call her up right now.
Oh, good. You know her phone number?
Oh, sure. It's Lehigh 47... No, Plaza 3... Academy... Rhineland... she ain't got no phone.
Well, now, look here, Shorty. She ain't got no phone. How is you going to get her, Shorty?
Well, I'll go out and get her right now. You see, I'll get my coat and I'll just grab a taxi, a subway, and I'll get her. She lives upstairs.
Well, now that you is here, miss, you understand what you're supposed to do?
Why, certainly. I'm to say that I'm Mrs. Andrew Brown. But before that other woman gets here, I'd like to have my $3. And I'd like to know what my husband's supposed to look like.
Yeah, well, we got the $3, and Henry, show the young lady that picture we got of Andy.
Oh, yes. Here you is, miss.
Oh, well, that'll have to be $5.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Why, he's a mess. Look at his big ears.
Hey, wait a minute. Them is his flat feet. You got the picture upside down.
Kingfish, here comes Madam Queen.
Well. Come in, Madam Queen, and meet the happiest girl in the world and his wife, Mrs. Brown.
How do you do, Madam Queen?
That is the truth, all right. You and Andy did get married?
Oh, yes, it's true, Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, there you is, Madam Queen. Now, don't you think you better get on home, start packing for your trip to Cleveland with David Johnson?
Yes, Kingfish, that's just what I'm going to do. Well, Mrs. Brown, I wish you both all the happiness in the world.
Kingfish, I was back.
What you doing back so soon?
Well, Amos done driven me both ways in his cab. Oh, hello there, Madam Queen. Hello, Henry.
Ain't you going to at least say hello to Mrs. Brown?
Brown, huh? Small world, ain't it?
Madam Queen, you done seen enough. Now, why don't you let Henry take you home? Go on, Henry, take her home.
Wait a minute now, fellas. Wait, don't rush her, because if Madam Queen ain't busy tonight, why, I'd like to take her out stepping.
What a very idea. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Andy Brown. Married to this girl only one day and asking another woman to go out with you.
What is that? Married? Who's married?
So long, folks.
You stay here, Kingfish.
I'll stay in.
I want to ask you one question, Andy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andy, are you or ain't you married to this girl here?
Married? Why, I just met her this second.
George Kingfish Stevens?
Oh, that's my full name, yeah.
So this is one of your tricks again. I don't know what's behind it, but I'm not going to Cleveland tonight. Goodbye.
Now, just a minute, Madam Queen. Hold on there. We can explain the...
Listen, Kingfish, will you please explain to me what this is all about?
Yeah, and I will explain everything to you. And not only that, Andy, I was also going to explain to you what you has got to do if you cares anything about this gal, Madam Queen. Now, you has got to go over to Madam Queen's beauty shop and explain to her that you is no good and that you is a
Kingfish, I think that was a great idea of yours, telling Andy that the noble thing for him to do was not to stand in the way of Madam Queen marrying a successful man like David Johnson.
Yeah, Henry, I tell you what, I thought the whole thing over. We tried to do everything we could, and the only thing we could do was to get Andy to do it. Mm-hmm. And when Andy convinces Madam Queen what a bum he really is, that ought to turn the trick.
Yes, that sure ought to do it. I wish the boy would get back, though. You know, he's been over there for her now for more than an hour.
Yeah, well, when a man's a bigger bum as Andy is, an hour don't even scratch the surface, you know.
Yes, it's quite... Wait a minute. Here's the boy now.
Yeah, well...
Hello there, fellas. Hello there.
Andy, my boy, glad to see you back here. You know, we've been waiting, just sitting here. Tell me this, how did you do?
Oh, say, I done told her what you told me to, fellas.
Oh, that's great, Andy, and I tell you what, you done the right thing.
Yeah, I done convinced her that I is a bum.
Oh, that's great, Andy, great. I want to thank you for that. You convinced Madam Queen that she ought to marry Johnson, didn't you?
Oh, sure. That's exactly what I done.
And you really done what we call the noble thing.
Yeah, well, I really done told her what a no-good fella I is, and that I ain't never going to make no success. So she say, all right, she'll marry David Johnson.
Oh, Andy, put it there, will you? Just shake hands on that thing. Andy, that was great. She going to marry Johnson. Andy, that's certainly great. When is he getting married?
Well, I don't exactly know. You see, she made one little condition.
What's the condition, Andy?
Before she married David Johnson, she given me another 5 years to make a success.
Well, folks, thank you for listening tonight.
Yes, sir, and we hope you'll be with us next Friday night at this same hour. By the way, what's happening next week, Amos?
Well, I think the Kingfisher's wife is going out of town and leaving the Kingfish alone in the big city.
Knowing the Kingfish like I do, the little woman is making a big mistake.
And Andy, ain't nobody ever been in the trouble that the Kingfish is going to get in. Good night, folks.
So long, everybody.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time when the makers of Rinso again present the Amos and Andy Show. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is...
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation, from Hollywood, your theater of stars. Proudly we hail. Yes, proudly we hail your theater of stars. Now here is your host, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the motion picture world's finest talent appears in plays you'll enjoy. Billy Burke is our proudly we hail star and appears in a brilliant comedy, The Fabulous Deliers. Miss Burke portrays the mother of a very confusing family and does so in her usual excellent manner with hilarious situations. And now, the curtain rises for Act One of The Fabulous Deliers, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delier. The DeLear family was comprised of 4. There were 3 children now growing up, Nancy, Pete, and Christine. And there was the mother, Cynthia. And that was what perplexed the neighbors. How a mere 4 could create such constant pandemonium. Yes, to say that Cynthia DeLear and her family were merely eccentric is bearing very unkind to adjectives. Let's drop into the DeLear living room and observe them in person. All but Mother, who hasn't arrived home yet.
Why doesn't someone answer the door? Nancy.
Pete, you open the door. I'm washing my hair.
Sorry, I'm busy. You get it, Christine.
No one for me. I look. Oh, for heaven's sake. Peter DeLear, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, you're certainly a revolting spectacle. Lob out like a washed-out beachcomber. I thought you said you were busy, nature boy.
I'm busy relaxing. Dear sister.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't think anybody lived here.
You call this living? What do you want?
Well, if I must be explicit, your furniture. Are you Mrs. DeLear?
No, Miss DeLear. Look, would you mind saying what you said over again?
Well, it's very simple, Miss DeLear. I represent the firm of Hackett and Chase. They're lawyers, and they represent...
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
Oh, let me. Our creditors.
Right. And I've come to collect on the assorted notes they hold.
Or you take the furniture?
That, plus the house, the grounds, and other tangible properties.
Oh, no.
If you promise to take Tone Deaf over there at the piano, it's a deal.
Pete, I heard that and I resent it. Oh, this is awful.
I'm sorry, Miss DeLear, but that's the way it is. Please understand it. It isn't anything personal. I just happen to be working my way through law school with this job.
Oh, dear, there's always some trouble. Well, you might as well come in and wait for Mother.
Thank you.
Sit down anywhere you like. The furniture's yours anyway.
Oh, listen to that. 88 notes to choose from, and she can't find a good one.
Christine, for heaven's sake, if you're going to play, you don't have to play so loudly. And anyway, the man's come for your piano.
What did you say?
This man wants some money, or out everything goes.
Well, where's Mother?
Out. Oh, pardon me. This is my sister, Christine DeLear. I'm Nancy, and this is Pete.
Hi.
Oh, my name's Newell. John Newell.
Hello.
Well, why on earth didn't Mother pay these people?
Could be she didn't have any money. I read somewhere there are people like that.
Don't be flippant, Pete. You know perfectly well there's money. At least there always is on the first of the month.
This is the 10th.
No payments have been made for 2 years.
2 years? Oh, dear, this is terrible.
And Hackett and Chase have reached the limit of their patience. You can't blame them.
No, I suppose not. Oh, dear, I wish Mother would come. Mr. Newell, can't we give you something? Some tea?
There's no tea, I looked.
Coffee? Oh, no, we're out of that, too.
You don't have to make conversation, you know. I'm here on business.
Oh, but, well, that's no reason we can't be friends.
No, it isn't. You know, you're really all right.
I am?
You really are.
Oh, well, I just realized my hair. I haven't finished drying it.
Oh, I like it that way. It reminds me of limp noodles.
A conquest, Nancy. You'd better take advantage of it.
Well, so long as you're not taking the piano today, I think I'll go meditate on my concerto.
Get lost, Christine.
Children? Oh, here's Mother now, Mr. Newell.
And Newell, I'm warning you. From now on, anything can happen.
Oh, children, I've had the most wonderful afternoon. Oh, what a charming young man. You must ask him to stay for dinner, Nancy.
He came to see you, Mother.
Well, he can still stay for dinner. Oh, but children, I want you to see what I've brought home. I found him in the park. Mo?
What did I tell you,
Mo, come here. I want you to meet everybody, and I want everybody to meet you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good heavens, who on earth is that?
His whole name is Mordecai Smith.
That's right, folks. But my friends call me Mo. You guys can call me Mo.
Mo can cook.
You mean really cook?
Isn't that wonderful? As soon as he told me, I said, Mo, you shouldn't live alone. We need you.
Yeah. You know how it is living alone. You batch around a while and then you go off your feet. So I took up cooking to take me mind off me stomach.
He was head chef at Leavenworth.
But, Mother, that's a penitentiary.
Well, of course it is, darling. Mother knows that. Mo was sent up 3 times, weren't you, Mo?
Yeah, but I always got out on good behavior. But what was the use? I only had to go back again. After all, a guy has to eat, and nobody would give me a job. You know how it is.
Yes, indeed, yes. We know. But as Shakespeare says, sweet are the uses of adversity.
No, Mother, not Shakespeare now.
Which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life exempt from public haunt finds tongues in trees, books in the running brook, sermon in stones, and good in everything.
Gee, that was swell, lady. You can sure reel it off. You know any more?
No any more, my dear man. I was one of America's foremost Shakespearean actresses.
Mother, you must listen to me for just a moment. Mr. Newell wants to talk to you.
Oh, how nice. I shall adore talking to Mr. Poole.
The name is Newell.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we'll talk in a minute, but first I must get Mo to work.
Wanted I should make you a cake for dinner?
You can bake a cake?
Sure. Show me a oven.
Brother, if you can produce a cake in our barren excuse for a pantry, you're a magician.
Peter, our larder is loaded. Show Mo our beautiful kitchen.
Now, come on, Mo. It's up to you to produce a cake.
I'll be right in, Mo. Oh, dear, I'm so happy about him. He's going to stay here and cook for us.
An ex-convict live here?
Well, why not? The poor man has to live someplace.
Mother, it won't matter about Mo because he won't live here. You won't live here. None of us are going to live here. Mr. Newell has come for our house.
Good heavens. So early in the afternoon? Oh, I wouldn't think of letting him take it now. Everything's so mussed up. And besides, Mo's using the kitchen.
Mother, you don't understand.
Mrs. DeLear, the collection company I represent has a lien. They're coming tomorrow afternoon to take over the furniture and everything.
Oh, dear. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Take our house and furniture? Well, what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. DeLear.
But, my good young man, you must think of that. You just can't come dashing in, taking everything out from under us, making some without some provision. And, I simply won't go to that Clark Hotel. It's grim. Don't you think it's grim? That lobby, for instance. Now, when I was studying interior decorating,
Mrs.
I was
DeLear,
no more...
You can't blame Hackett and Chase.
I beg your pardon?
Mother, that's the name of the firm he works for. It's not up to them to take care of us. We've got to take care of ourselves. You know, they haven't been paid a cent on the mortgages for 2 years.
Well, really, do you have to rush things so, Mr. Drew?
The name is Newell?
Oh, I'm sorry. But actually, must we all be so downright serious about this simple little matter?
Oh, Mother, it isn't a simple little matter. We've got to raise money somehow to pay them, or out we go.
That's right, Mrs. DeLear.
And you look like such a nice young man. Let that be a lesson to you, Nancy. Never trust a good-looking young man.
Mrs. DeLear, I hate this as much as you do.
Oh, that's a very pretty speech. But it doesn't give us back our house.
Well, I know, but...
And another thing, you simply can't take the house till after next Wednesday. Next week is Boy Scout week.
Boy Scout week?
Yes.
Mother, what in heaven's name is that to do with taking our house?
Well, because I felt I should do something about it. I don't ever want it said of me that I don't do my part in the building of youth.
Yes, I know. But, Mother, what's that to do with Wednesday?
I just dropped into Scout headquarters. I invited the Scoutmaster to lunch, and he's bringing a Boy Scout along. Remind me to get that youngster's name, dear. All I can remember is that it began with a T. T. Well, I want to have place cards, you know.
Oh, Mother. Mother, we can't even feed ourselves, let alone a hungry Scoutmaster in his charge.
Well, still, we must do our part, dear. Oh, we mustn't be selfish. Anyway, I'm sure before they take the house, I'll be given time to think this over.
I hate to remind you, Mrs. DeLear, but you've had 2 years to think it over.
I don't believe in making snap judgments.
Yes, I can see that.
Besides, it wouldn't be fair to you or to Hackett and Run or whatever their silly names are. I'll call you tomorrow, Mr. Cruel.
Newell.
Oh, yes. Well, tomorrow then, and we'll have a nice long talk. Goodbye.
Oh.
She's some woman, your mother.
Yes, isn't she? Oh, dear, I don't know what to do or what to tell you, except come and get it whenever you're ready.
Well, maybe I can talk to my bosses. Maybe there's some way you could make payments.
Look, none of us earn any money. We don't know how. We only know how to spend it. You see, we get an income, a small income, but that's gone almost as soon as we get it. Oh, Mr. Newell, you've been very nice, and I'm afraid you must think us pretty incompetent and silly.
Well, the DeLears are kind of delirious.
Oh.
But I'd like to come back and see you. I mean, when I'm not on business.
Nancy!
Yes, Mother?
Tell Mr. Newell not to slam the door on his way out. Mo's cake will fall. Oh, and don't you go fall for that niceness in yours.
Oh, Mother.
It's all right, really. Besides, she finally got my name right.
The curtain falls on Act One of The Fabulous Deliers, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delier. Our curtain rises on Act Two of The Fabulous Deliers, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delier. The incredible Deliers, about to be dispossessed from their home in a foreclosure threatened by Hackett and Chase, don't seem to be too much concerned about the crisis. Led by their whimsical mother, Cynthia, they have gathered around the dining room table and are enjoying the cake prepared by their new chef, Mo. It seems the Leavenworth loss was the Deliers' gain.
Boy, what a cake.
Gosh, folks, I'm glad you like it.
Oh, Mo, it's grand. We'll live like this from now on. Cakes, pies, everything. Mo says he can cook everything.
Yes, ma'am. At Leavenworth, I cook for 3,000 and 3 meals a day, too.
3,000. Think of that. Mo, I've got an idea. Children, it's a wonderful idea.
Now, Mother, please, no more ideas. We're in enough trouble as it is.
But this is an idea that will save our house and furniture and everything. We'll open an inn. We'll call it the Café de Beer.
How vulgar.
Anything that makes money is not vulgar, Christine. If Mo can cook for 3,000 people, why not 50?
Wait a minute. Maybe Mother's got something there.
But imagine us running an inn. Imagine. Well, other people do and make money.
See, we'll have Mr. Newell, am I right? Yes, Newell, bring his 2 funny little men over, and we'll surprise them by proving that we can serve a perfectly wonderful luncheon. Then they'll tear up that thing, or whatever you call it, that they have to tear up when they take your house away, and then they'll let us stay on.
Pete, I think you're right. It does have something there.
I'll be hostess. I've got a lovely tea gown that will be just the right thing. Nancy can be cashier. Pete can wait on the table. Christine can... Well, what can Christine do?
Just as long as she doesn't play the piano, she can do anything.
So, Mother, for once in your life, I really think you've got a paying idea.
Well, of course I have, dear. If I do say it myself, your mother's a very clever, charming woman. Now, let me see. Oh, dear. I wonder where we should sit, Mr. Hackett. Oh, Pete.
Lunch smells wonderful.
Pete, where shall I put him?
Where should you put who, Mother?
That dreadful man whose name begins with an H. The one who's coming in for the house.
Oh. Well, the house is practically his. Put him at the head of the table.
Perfect, Pete. A perfect idea.
By the way, Mother, what became of my black silk dressing robe?
Oh, I gave it to Groucho as for a cloak.
Mercutio? I never heard of him.
Oh, don't be tiresome, Pete. He's a perfectly marvelous character. Lived in Elizabethan times and had a violent temper. Was run through with a sword, but died beautifully. You don't mind, do you, dear?
Dying beautifully?
Oh, no. Loaning your robe. We're doing Romeo and Juliet at my dramatic class. I think costumes help such a lot.
You haven't got enough places at the table, have you?
Well, of course I have. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the Boy Scout. And he's Scoutmaster.
Boy Scout?
Yes, remember this is Boy Scout week in our city, and we must do our part. I'm sure Boy Scouts are always hungry, so I invited one to lunch. Only I still can't remember his name. I think it begins with a T. Yes, T, that's right. He must be a very fat boy, because the Scoutmaster said it would take a lot of food.
Well, I guess Mo can take care of that all right.
And then I must find Christine. She play.
She only knows one piece, Tale of the Vienna Woods. Be sure she plays that or we're dead.
Oh, I'll make sure. That's so lovely with lunch. I always consider Strauss an excellent aid to digestion. Christine! Good heavens! Oh, there they are. Oh, dear, I didn't know it was so late. Nancy, answer the door, darling, right away.
Yes, Mother. Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Lear. Mr. Lear, this is Mr. Hackett, the head of the firm.
Oh.
Mr. Chase couldn't get away.
Never mind all that. In a hurry. Just want to look things over, miss. See what condition furniture's in. Cigarette burn, just as I thought. Now, look here, Nero.
But, sir...
And that cane, see that he's mending. Oh, and a wine stain. Disgraceful. Totally irresponsible people, plain to see.
But every house, sir, has minor accidents now and then.
Yes. But they've been repaired. Immediately repaired. Stitching time saves nine, you know. Valuable adage, remember, my boy.
Hey, Mrs. Dillier, I gotta see if them jerks down at the market forgot to do... Oh, excuse me.
Who's this creature? And stop waving that knife.
Who, me? If I was to see that butcher, I'd use this knife.
Mo, do go back into the kitchen. How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do?
This is Mo. You mustn't mind him. He's just out of Leavenworth. A little unrestrained.
Leavenworth? Murder. This is a plot.
Mo never really killed anyone, except accidentally. And you'll forgive him even that after you've had lunch.
Lunch? Why, who said anything about lunch?
Well, that's what you're here for, didn't you know? Oh, dear, why don't people tell people things?
I never eat lunch. My liver, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, but how lovely, because that leaves more for him, the Boy Scout.
Oh.
There's one coming for lunch. I told the Scoutmaster that the members of your firm were rather acting as hosts to him, because you know this is Boy Scout week.
Oh well, really, that's something of an imposition, madam, you know.
Well, you really are, you know, after all. It is your furniture and your house and, in a manner of speaking, your food. That certainly makes you host.
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
Then everything's settled. You'll stay. Of course you will. How lovely of you. Just put your briefcase over there and make yourself at home.
Hey, Mrs. Dillier, I gotta see you right away.
Oh, excuse me. I won't be a minute. Then we'll have lunch. What's that? What it is? It must be an earthquake. Now, just keep your heads, children. Don't under any falling brick.
Earthquake? That's no earthquake. It's Boy Scout.
Mother, what on earth are all those kids doing in our yard?
Well,
I don't know. I guess it's the Scoutmaster with that young Master Key. Haven't I forgot to get his name? Oh, it's as though he's brought friends.
Friends? He's brought a whole troop.
Troop, of course. That was his name. Well, how wonderful of you to think of it, young man.
Hey, that's it, Troop. Good heavens, no wonder the Scoutmaster was worried about food. Oh, Mother dear, you didn't invite one Scout. You've asked a whole troop of them.
A whole troop?
Scoutmaster Hill and Troop reporting for lunch, ma'am.
Oh, how nice to see you, Mr. all of you. Now, you must meet my family. This is my daughter, Nancy. Say hello to Scoutmaster Troop, dear.
The name is Hill, Miss Dillier.
Glad to know you, Mr. Hill.
And my daughter, Christine.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Miss Dillier.
Pete, my son, and Mr. Newell, and this charming gentleman who has so delightfully offered to act as host, Mr. Hackett of Hit and Run.
Correction, please. The names are Hackett and Chase. I'm I'm Run. Oh, what am I saying?
Oh, well, what's in a name? A rose by any other would smell. Now, everybody, just relax. Boys, the place is yours. Dally as you will at the Café de Lear. Oh, not bad for a motto. Take over, Nancy, darling. I must away to the kitchen.
Oh, but, Mother, you can't leave me like this. What am I going to do?
Oh.
Yes.
What can you do? If we don't feed everybody, we'll be the laughing stock of the town. You've got to do something. You fed 3,000 men at Leavenworth. You've only got to feed 50 here at Delirium.
Only one thing stopping me, ma'am. The grub. All I need's a truck garden and a Texas steer.
Wait. Why didn't I think of it before? Mo, listen to me. We'll do this. And we'll have all the food we need. Now listen carefully.
Come and get it, boys.
Come and get it, boys. Come and get it. Anything more, boy? I'm sure Mo has plenty.
It was sure swell, Mrs. Dillier, and thank you. And thank you, Mr. Hackett. Give our thanks to Mr. Chase, too.
Well, you got through it all right. Both our names. Ah, wonderful troop. Wonderful boys. Such leadership. Oh, what citizens these boys will grow up to be. Hackett and Chase are proud to be your hosts. And as for our lovely hostess...
Oh, yes. Those papers, Mr.
No, forget it, Mrs. Delir, forget it. From now on, we're really partners. It's Cafe Delir. Any woman who can cook for a whole troop of unexpected guests.
Oh, isn't that
Oh, yes, and show them such a good time can do anything. Mrs. Delir, the town is yours.
Oh, bless you. Very sweet.
Oh, you know, Mother, darling, I guess I was wrong. Once in a while, you do have an idea that works.
Well, of course, dear. If I do say it myself, I think your mother is a very clever woman.
I want to say this, Mrs. Delir. This has been one of the most pleasantest days in my whole life.
Oh,
yes. And if this has run you into any extra expense, now you just charge it to me.
Oh, how sweet of you. But don't worry. Since you were the host, I have already charged it to you. Wasn't that clever of me?
The curtain falls on Act 2 of The Fabulous Delirs, starring Billy Burke. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Billy for her fine performance and contributions, and to compliment the supporting cast for its able assistance. Be sure to listen to your Theater of Stars next week. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening, and cheerio from Hollywood.
Proudly We Hail is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to...
Now, since our weekly visit to the Bumsteads falls on Christmas Day, we find them surrounded by ex-Christmas packages and what came out of them. Dagwood's on the couch, relaxing after dinner, and somewhere, not quite far enough off, Baby beats a toy drum. And at the desk, Blondie is checking over some figures of her own.
Dagwood, I've been going over the list of people who sent us Christmas cards, and the list of people we sent cards to. You can't win, Dagwood. It's always the same way. This year we sent 3 cards to people who didn't send us any.
Oh, well, we got plenty.
That isn't it, Dagwood. 6 people sent us cards that we didn't send any to. Now, isn't that terrible?
Well, we could send 3 extras we got to 3 people we didn't and come out 3 ahead.
Oh, no, Dagwood.
No?
We'll have to make up for it next year.
Look, Blondie, let's not start figuring on next year yet, huh? I'm all tired out from this one. Oh. Hey, who gave Baby Dumpling that drum?
Mr. Fuddle.
Spite work.
Oh, no, Dagwood.
I'll bet it was. Just because I gave their little Alvin a bugle.
Hey, look at Daddy. Look at Mommy. I'm up there, right? Yes, we see you, baby.
Yeah, we hear you too, baby. Look, go be a parade over at Fuddle's, huh?
Now, Dagwood, it's Christmas.
I know, but I was up practically all night helping Santa Claus.
Oh, did you see him,
Huh?
Daddy?
Oh, sure.
Did he say what he was so mad
about? How's that, baby? Oh, Sandy never gets mad.
He was last night. I heard him. Oh, dear. What did you hear, baby? Well, I heard a big bump, and it woke me up. Then I heard Santa hollering that he stepped on a roller skate.
Yeah.
You must remember not to leave those skates around, baby. Suppose Sandy did get mad and never came back. Oh, he'd forget it by next year.
Oh, gosh. No, they put strong stuff in those drums, don't they? Don't they ever break?
That's because I'm such a good drummer. I know just how hard to get it. Here I go, but I'll be back.
No hurry. Boy, I'm tired. If it was quiet, I bet I'd sleep for a week. What are you figuring now, Blondie?
Oh, just making sure we sent a present to everybody who sent us one. We did.
Yeah, we sent 1 extra, too, to Dithers. Can you imagine that guy not giving us a present this year, Blondie?
Oh, I guess he just overlooked it.
He did not. He's just too mean.
Oh, no, Dagwood. It was just some mistake.
You know who Dithers reminds me of? That old bird in Dickens' Christmas Carol, Scrooge.
Dagwood.
Yes, sir. You know, Aunt Bessie sent Baby a copy of that story.
I know.
And while you were getting dinner, I read it to Baby. I read it twice. And Scrooge reminded me of Dithers both times. Oh, golly, here comes the drum again.
Well, I'll try to keep Baby quiet if you want a little nap, Dagwood.
A little nap? I'm short a whole night's sleep now.
Baby! Not so loud. Poor Daddy's tired. Stop now. Well, but, Mommy, this is about all I have to play with. Why, Baby Dumpling, you have lots of toys.
Yeah.
They're most all broken now, Mommy.
Why did you break the quiet ones first?
Here's your toy telephone. You could play with that. Make believe you're calling up somebody. Okay, Mommy. Well, I put my drum down.
Listen, Baby. Call up Mommy on that toy phone and ask her to keep the house quiet, huh? Daddy wants a nap.
Okay, Daddy. Hello. Is this you, Mommy? Hello. Yes, baby. Hey, Mommy. Is it okay for Daddy to go to sleep on the couch with his shoes on? Oh. Well, on Christmas, I guess it is. Okay, bye. Hey, Mommy, read me a story. Well, what would you like? That book Aunt Nancy sent, Christmas Carol. Daddy said he read you that twice.
Yeah, I did. It's a fine story, but twice in one day is enough. I know it by heart.
You read it, Mommy. Oh, all right. I'll read softly so Daddy can sleep. Here it is. Start here where it tells about the mean old Scrooge, Mommy. All right. It says, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner.
Hard and sharp as flint.
My goodness, I think Daddy does know it by heart.
Yeah. Reminds me of Dithers.
Shh, Dagwood. Go on, Mommy. Well, he carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office on dog days and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas.
Oh, Scrooge Dithers.
The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did.
Reminds me of a fuddle joke. Fuddle, Dithers, Scrooge.
If Daddy worked for Scrooge, I'd tell him where to get off at. I'd ring him up on my phone and tell him like this.
Hello, Scrooge and Dithers. Dad Cratchit speaking.
Daddy's dreaming, Mommy. Mm-hmm. He's dreaming he's Bob Cratchit, Scrooge's clerk. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open so that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell was copying letters.
Hello, Scrooge and Dithers Construction Company. Mr. Scrooge is in conference. This is Dad Cratchit.
Cratchit!
Oh, hello, Mr. Scrithers, Mr. Doogie.
The name is Scrooge, Cratchit.
You sound like Dithers.
Huh? Who's Dithers?
The man who sounds like you.
What's the matter with you? Are you sleeping on my time?
I don't know. I feel kind of funny.
You've probably gone batty, Cratchit. When I came in, you were talking to yourself.
Oh, no, sir. I was talking on the phone.
Phone?
Huh?
What's that?
Why, this thing right here. And hey, where is it?
I never heard of a phone.
Oh, my mistake. I guess they haven't been invented yet.
No. And if they had been, I wouldn't have one. Too expensive.
There's something mighty funny about all this.
Ain't funny to me, Cratchit. Wake up.
Oh, I wish I could.
Trouble is, I keep this office too hot for you.
Hot? Look at the frost on the windows, Mr. Scrooge.
Nonsense. That's just a little fog outside. It's foggy all over London today.
London? Oh, yeah.
You act tipsy, Cratchit.
Huh?
Been drinking the ink?
No, sir. I never drink ink. Anyway, it's frozen.
Nonsense. Look at the blaze in that fireplace.
Oh, that's nothing but some red paper with a candle behind it.
Well, use your imagination, Cratchit.
Look, Mr. Scrooge, it's Christmas Eve. Couldn't I have a real fire? Just one lump of coal?
No. Oh. I can't get at the coal. I'm not going to open the safe again today.
Well, then, can I have a sip of water?
Now it's water.
Well, just a sip.
Next it'll be 2 sips, and then a glass. And then you'll want to bathe in the stuff.
Never mind. The water is frozen, too.
Good. It'll last longer that way. Now get back to your stool and get to work.
Yes, sir.
Cratchit!
Oh, no, yes, sir?
What's the idea of 2 candles burning at once? One each side of the ledger.
Why, that's a little invention of mine, Mr. Scrooge. I can see both sides of the ledger at once that way.
Pah! You only work on one side at a time. There. One's enough.
Listen, that sounds like a drum.
Nonsense, that's a horse. It's some fool wasting his money on a hansom cab. Probably my nephew, Fred.
Well, it must be nice to take a cab when it's so foggy.
Pah! Last time Fred took a cab, he parked double in front of Buckingham Palace, and I had to fix his ticket.
Yeah. Listen, they must have met another cab.
The traffic in London today is a menace to life and limb. I'll write a letter to the Times.
It says, speaking of your nephew, Fred, reminds me, he sent a message today.
If he wants money, he won't get it.
No, sir, he just said, Merry Christmas. He sent it collect.
Merry humbug, pistache, fiddle, faddle, Christmas. Ah.
Oh, come, Mr. Scrooge.
Don't Mr. Scrooge me. I suppose you're leading up to asking for the day off tomorrow.
Yes, sir, if quite convenient.
Well, it isn't. What are you putting your tippet on now for?
It's after closing time, sir, and it's a long walk to Camden Town, now that the horse trams have stopped running.
What? Stopped? Why wasn't I told?
Well, right after you got on the board of directors, Mr. Scrooge, the tram stopped running.
Why? What happened?
Well, you gave orders to cut down the horses' hay.
I put them in training, that's all. Gave them 1 handful less every day. That way they didn't miss it. And in a few weeks, I'd have them used to no hay.
Yes, sir. But just when they were getting used to it, they all died.
Pah! Just lack of cooperation, that's all. Well, don't stand talking, Cratchit. If you're going, get out.
Yes,
you're wasting the candle.
Yes, sir. Could I have my week's wages now? Christmas shopping, you know.
A fool and his money are soon parted, Cratchit. You'll never be rich if you spend as fast as you get it.
Well, my family...
You can't afford a family.
No.
Utter extravagance. Oh, but here you are. 5 shillings and 2 halfpenny. just for loafing here all last week.
Thank you, sir. But it should be 5 shillings, 3 halfpenny.
Huh? Why the extra penny?
I loafed half a day on Sunday, too.
Get out!
All right.
And be here all the earlier day after tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Dag.
Dag who?
Daggone, I forgot to wish you Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Merry Poppycock, Cratchit. Scaram.
Yes, sir.
Daddy's still asleep, baby dumpling? Sure, Mommy. He thinks he's running in his dream. Look at his leg. He thinks he's sliding. Maybe he's dreaming about where Bob Cratchit slid downhill with the boys 20 times before he ran all the way home to Camden Town and Mrs. Cratchit and Tiny Tim.
Hey, Blondie Cratchit. Where's Tiny Dumpling?
Here I am, Father. Well, Dad Cratchit, what kept you so long tonight?
Why, I ran all the way home. Who's that in the chimney corner?
Cratchit!
Oh, why, it's Mr. Scrooge. How did you get here ahead of me?
I flew, Cratchit. Flew through the air.
Oh, you must be spoofing, sir.
I never spoof. I had a nasty experience. I found a ghost in my bedroom.
Huh?
I was counting my money before going to bed, and when I took the padlock off my wallet...
I know. A moth flew out.
Yes. No! It wasn't a moth. It was a ghost. And it didn't come out of my wallet. It wafted through the wall. But that's not the worst.
No?
No.
Oh.
This ghost said 3 other ghosts would come for me. They're going to take me for a ride.
Oh, my. Gangster ghosts?
No, Christmas ghosts. The first one will be there when the clock strikes 1. But I'll fool him. I won't be there. I'll be here.
Well, that's fooling them. Oh, hey, maybe they will follow you here. Oh, there goes the clock.
Oh, and here comes the ghost. I hear him on the stairs.
Oh, maybe just one of the neighbors.
No, it's the ghost. Coming for me. In a minute, he'll knock on that door.
Oh, if you're going to knock, knock.
Why, that is one of our neighbors.
Sure, Fezziwig Fuddle. He's a card, too.
Don't let him in.
I am in, old Scrooge Ball.
That sounds like Fezziwig Fuddle.
Yeah, and it looks a little like him. But it kind of looks like a ghost, too.
Well, that just goes to show you.
What do you want with me?
Why, buddy, I'm the senior member of the firm of Ghost & Ghost. Tours Deluxe. Have a card, chum.
Where are the other members of the firm, huh?
All the other boys will be along later. Now we have tours of Christmas past, present, and future. I head up the past department myself. Ready for a little excursion, Scrooge-Woogie?
No, I don't want to go back in the past. I've been there.
Well, you never know the old place now. Come on, this is for free.
Oh, free? Any tips?
Nary a tip, pal. Come on, I'll show you some nice spirits.
No, you'll get me back in the past and then make me walk home.
Oh, no tricks on our personally conducted ghost rides, friend. That wouldn't be showing the right spirit. You get it?
Look, Mr. Scrooge, why don't you go with him? He makes me nervous.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge. A little fresh air would do you good.
Don't worry, folks. He'll go with me, okay, when the clock strikes 1.
Oh, it's going to strike now.
I'm not going. I'll hold on to Dad Cratchit here.
No, listen. Let go.
Look at Mommy. The ghost is fading.
So is Mr. Scrooge.
So am I. Help!
They're all gone, Mommy.
Oh, Blondie.
There are several reasons why so many thousands of smokers are turning to slow-burning Camel cigarettes. Extra mildness is one, also extra coolness, and the extra fine flavor and aroma of Camel's finer, more expensive tobaccos. But don't overlook this fact. Slow-burning Camels also give you economy. Recent impartial laboratory tests tell the whole story. In these tests, Camels burn 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them. Now that means Camels give a smoking plus equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. So join those who are turning to slow burning Camel cigarettes. And to all of you who received Camels for Christmas, may you enjoy more pleasure per puff and more puffs per pack in America's #1 cigarette, Camels. And now, back in the Bumstead home, we find Blondie still reading to Baby Dumpling and Dagwood still on the couch, dreaming that he is Dag Cratchit. He seems to be having a double feature dream, so let's catch the last half.
Hey, let go, Scrooge. Oh! Hey, Scrooge. Open your eyes. We're back home again.
Well, Dag Cratchit, you gave me a turn, going out with a perfect stranger like that ghost.
I couldn't help it, Blondie Cratchit.
Have a nice ride, Fibber?
Well, yes and no.
No, but definitely no.
See, the ghost showed Mr. Scrooge his old school days. Boy, was little Scrooge smart at arithmetic.
Oh, I don't know.
Sure you were. Listen, the teacher asked him if he had $5 to divide among 9 other kids, how much would each kid get? And Scrooge figured each kid would get 30 cents.
Well, I was young and green in those days. I could make a real deal with those kids now.
I see what spoiled your trip now, Mr. Scrooge. Remorse.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the next trip will be better.
The next? Oh, I'd forgotten those other blasted ghosts. You think they'll show up?
Oh.
Listen.
Yeah, here comes the next one. The ghost of Christmas present.
Why, that sounds like the Fezziwig Fuddle ghost again.
Come in.
I am in, buddy. I just whacked through the wall.
You're the same one who was here before. I thought you were the ghost of Christmas past.
Spook when you're spoken to, Scrooge. You see, our firm is pretty busy right now, and I have to double up on my route.
So now you're the ghost of Christmas present, huh?
No. The way old Scrooge has been acting, he ain't going to get any Christmas presents. You get it? Oh, I'm hot as a firecracker tonight.
Well, if you're a firecracker, why don't you go off? How's that? Get it?
No.
Oh. Well, look, leave me out of this next trip, huh, will you?
What's the matter? Did you like to ride?
Well, you know how it is. I'm not used to flying over housetops with ghosts.
Ghosts fly a little high for you, eh? Well, around Christmas time, you've got to expect high spirits. Oh, I got $1 million.
Huh? You got $1 million? Well, now, maybe we can do business.
We're going to do business, Pop, my way. Get ready to really step out when the clock strikes 1.
Again? I don't know what's got into that clock tonight.
Listen, I don't want to see any more spooks.
Why not? You're kind of a shady character yourself. Ooh, get ready. There goes the clock.
No, I won't go.
Don't grab me this time. Hold on to the table. Oh, he's gone.
So is the table. Oh, look.
Yeah, the ghost sent back the table. Well, we'll have something to eat Christmas dinner off of anyway.
Yes, but we haven't anything in the house for Christmas dinner.
You mean there isn't any little snack at all in the icebox?
Icebox? What's that?
Oh, I forgot. That's another thing they haven't invented yet.
What will it be when it is invented?
Oh, boy. Why, it'll be something to keep food in. All kinds of food and sandwich material. Boy, can I make a sandwich when I have the stuff.
It's a shame we're so poor, Dag Cratchit.
Yeah, no Christmas dinner. I tried to borrow one of those 2 crows the chimney sweep caught, but it didn't work.
He needed them for his own Christmas dinner, I guess.
Yeah. He said his wife's folks were coming over.
Well, don't you care, Dag Cratchit. We're better off than poor Mr. Scrooge. Imagine being haunted by flying ghosts like that.
Yeah. Hey, listen. It's one of the ghost boys again. Oh, what does he want now? Scrooge isn't here anymore.
Well, open the door and see what he wants, Dag Cratchit. It makes me nervous when he floats through the wall.
Okay, I'm coming.
Ha-ha! Fooled you, didn't I?
Why, it's Mr. Scrooge.
Why, Mr. Scrooge, how did you get away from that last ghost?
They weren't ghosts at all.
No?
No. Just something I ate.
Oh. You mean you were dreaming?
That must have been it.
But how did we get into your dream?
Anything can get into a dream, Blondie Cratchit. Look, you want to see what I can do? Look, my arms are empty, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, abracadabra, hocus pocus. Now look.
Gosh,
A turkey.
What a turkey. It's the biggest bird I ever saw.
I told you so. I can produce all the fixings, too, because I'm in your dream now.
hey, Mr. Scrooge, you've changed a lot since I last saw you.
Well, I'll tell you, Dag Cratchit. When I woke up from my dream, I knew I'd been stingy all my life. I was so glad to discover I still had a chance to celebrate Christmas as it should be celebrated that I went around yelling a Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year to all the world. Ho! Whoops! Ho!
You did?
Yeah. Silly, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It's lots better than being, well...
Say it, grouchy. I know. Well, that's all over for me. Why, I'm so generous now, it hurts. I'm loose as ashes.
Yeah?
Definitely spendthrift. Why, I went down to the office and lit 2 candles.
Oh, goodness.
Not only that, but I'm going to let them burn all night.
Atta boy.
And you know what, Dag Cratchit?
No, what?
Well, I lit a real fire in the fireplace. Both lumps of coal. Bingo, like that.
Gosh.
And then when they were burning good, I went back to the safe and I took out the mortgage I hold over this house you live in.
The mortgage?
Uh-huh. And I carried it over to the fire.
Oh, Mr. Scrooge, did you burn the mortgage?
Well, no, but I gave it a pretty bad scorching.
Oh, well, say, thanks, Mr. Scrooge.
Don't mention it, my boy. Why, what a fine fellow you are, Dag Cratchit.
Huh?
I'm going to raise your wages.
Oh, Mr. Scrooge.
I insist. Now, let's eat that turkey.
It has to be cooked yet.
Why, it is cooked, didn't you notice?
Oh, my. When did that happen? And look, Dag Cratchit, the table's all fixed.
I fixed that, too.
Oh, and when we're all through eating, will the dishes wash themselves?
Why, positively. I keep telling you, Blondie Cratchit, anything can happen tonight.
Golly, a raise and a turkey? Thanks, Mr. Scrooge. Say, you're the best boss in the world.
From now on, Dag Cratchit, that's what I'm going to be.
The tops. Why, I'd rather work for you than the WPA. Hey, listen, the bell.
The Christmas bell.
Hooray for Christmas!
Hooray for you, too. Hey, wait, that's an electric bell. They aren't invented yet. Hey, wait, Scrooge. Don't fade away like that. Wait, Blondie. Where are you going?
Oh, my goodness. That doorbell is waking Daddy up, Baby Duffy. Hurry and open the door. It's Mr. Dithers, Mommy.
Hello, Blondie. Where's Bumstead?
My, what a nice surprise, Mr. Dithers. Why, there's Dagwood on the couch. He's been sleeping, dreaming.
Don't go away.
I'm not going anywhere. I just came in.
Yeah, best boss a man ever had.
How's that? Does he mean me?
Oh, why, yes, of course.
Well, I never knew just how Bumstead felt about me before.
Oh. Hooray! Hooray for my boss, Mr. Scrooge.
Huh?
Oh.
What did he call me? A stooge?
No. Maybe I'd better wake Dagwood up.
I'll wake him. Bumstead!
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. I'll put out the candle.
Candle? What candle? Wake up, Bumstead.
Wake up, Daddy. Yes, wake up, dear.
Oh, hey, what's the matter? Where am I?
At home?
Oh, yeah.
You're still asleep. I'll get my drum.
Go out to my car, baby Dumpling. There's a present for you out there.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Dag, snap out of it.
Huh?
Remember me?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mr. Dithers. Say, thanks for the turkey.
Turkey?
What turkey?
Oh, no. That was in my dream. Biggest turkey I ever saw.
You would dream about food, Dagwood.
Not only food. Gosh, that was a funny dream. Want to hear it, huh?
Some other time, Dag. Right now, I want to give you a present.
Oh, a present?
Yep. Held it back till today to surprise you. Here it is. A bonus check.
Oh, Dagwood. Look at the figure on that check.
For me?
Yep.
From you?
Certainly.
I'm still dreaming.
Why, Dagwood, that's not nice. Just look at that check.
Yeah, I see it. Hey, didn't you make a mistake?
I've made a good many, Bumstead, in the past. But, I want you to know, Bumstead, that the J.C. Dithers Company appreciates the fine spirit you've shown. A very fine spirit of cooperation and loyalty to our interests. Therefore, in appreciation of your work and to promote the welfare of your peaceful little home, I say peaceful little home.
Baby, where did you get that bass drum?
Quiet, baby! baby! Sorry. What were you saying, Mr. Dillon?
Never mind. Take the check. And have a good time. Well, I gotta get home to Corey now. See you later. And... Oh, Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas!
Thanks for the check!
Thanks for the bass drum, too!
You're welcome!
Well, Dagwood, I hope you're ashamed of yourself now.
Me? Why?
Oh, just before you went to sleep, you said Mr. Dithers reminded you of old Scrooge.
Well, what of it? Scrooge turned out all right. So did Dithers.
Hey, Daddy, can I take my new bass drum over to Elvin Fuddles?
Sure, why not? Let's all go over to the Fuddles.
Now, Dagwood, maybe the Fuddles want to relax after their Christmas dinner. They may want quiet.
Relax? Quiet? On Christmas? Oh, no, come on. We'll serenade them. Hey, give me that bass drum, baby.
Now, Dagwood.
Well, he can have his little drum, and you take the tin trumpet off the tree, Blondie.
Well, I'd rather play than listen. Come on.
Here we go. We're a parade. We'll go over and wish the Fuddles Merry Christmas.
And the whole neighborhood.
And the whole world. Right. Merry Christmas, everybody.
From Blondie.
And Dagwood.
And Baby Dumpling. Merry Christmas!
Blondie is played by Penny Singleton and Dagwood by Arthur Lake, the Columbia Picture Stars. And so, till next Monday, we leave the Bumsteads, Blondie and Dagwood. But the makers of Camel cigarettes have other radio treats for you during the week. Tomorrow night, over these same stations, you can listen to the music of Bob Crosby and the best Dixieland band in the land with the Ink Spots as his special guests. And if you like swing, well, you'd better make a date with your radio for Saturday night, when Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band with Mildred Bailey bring you another musical caravan. That's a tip for your radio pleasure. And for your smoking pleasure, let us suggest that you try Camels. You'll find more pleasure per puff, more puffs per pack. Our Blondie Orchestra is directed by Billy Arts, who also creates the special musical effects. This is Bill Goodwin saying Merry Christmas for the makers of Camel cigarettes. Good night, all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.